Dump. Colleagues gathered near the fallen Dante. The solar energy that flowed from Focal's hand gently embraced Dante like an arm and lifted him up. Even at that moment Dante had not let go of Rashid, the sword he had inherited from Ron. It's a miracle, what this child has endured so far, Focal said, looking at Dante. When I first created this place, I first realized what a miracle was. The creatures under the sea arose by chance when I created the sea, as did the creatures living in the sky and the creatures living on the land. I only created this world, but I did not set all its laws and order by myself. Dante had wounds so deep that his bones and internal organs were visible, but after receiving Focal's touch, Dante's breathing quickly stabilized. Causes and coincidences that even I cannot explain pile up, and we finally reach inevitability. Whether the result is beautiful or not. This child was destined not to die here today. Soon Focal raised his head. It was to stare at foolish brothers and mortals. The huge tower of stories incomparable to her body floated, as if weighing down the sky, and Kragos seemed tense, losing his relaxed momentum the whole time. But is such a miracle really possible for you? You are ruining the world. I want a world where even a single pebble or a snowflake can be decided according to your will. That can't be called a miracle. Can't even be called a completed world. It's just endless darkness. Darkness where all possibilities are closed. Slurp slosh slosh. As Focal's eyes shone, the golden sea that formed in the area trembled. Every drop of the water that makes up the ocean is made up of humans' life and what they have created. The beings full of miracles that Focal loves were trampled and changed by a misaligned power. That fact was making Focal angry. All life and objects on the battlefield were distorted in response to the anger. Only Jean and his colleagues were able to exhale comfortably. Beyond that, they also felt their whole body becoming lighter, as if they had been wrapped in the wind. The power of Focal resides here. The pain and guilt of his friend's death have disappeared. The hand holding the sword is infinitely firm, and the gaze he looks at his enemy is terrifyingly grim. You chose the right grave, Kiliak Ziffel. Today you will definitely die in this place. And Kragos, you too give up thinking that things will end well. Weruk. A bluish tint appeared on Bradamanti's blade. When Tess, the magic sword-powered phoenix, broke through the summoning door and appeared, the members of Zippel could not help but recall the nightmare of the last battle. It is no surprise that Jean was certain of the death of his enemies, especially Kiliak. Because he couldn't run away. The Tower of Story has been attempting space leaps and reality manipulation ever since Focal appeared, but the Demon Stone was unable to handle the solar energy spreading everywhere. Nothing was calculated. Even the creation of troops was not accomplished. The solar energy of Focal, Kragos, and Malugia was strongly deteriorating the function of the Demon Stone. Whoa! Nod. In the center of the story tower, Kiliak gritted his teeth in anger. Between clenched teeth and lips, futility mixed with anger was leaking out like a sigh. That is the punishment for not being able to spare words. From now on I will go looking for Kragos, my alter ego. After waking him up, I will go back to sleep. What should I do after waking Kragos? Do whatever you want. Because I chose you. That's an answer I really like. You just have to keep one thing in mind. In the end, the only thing waiting for you at the end is the end. Eventually everyone will die and disappear, leaving no trace. Even a single speck of dust blowing in the wind. A conversation I had with Malugia just recently came to mind. Is this what you meant by telling me to do whatever I want? I was deceived. I felt like I had been tricked by Malugia. She spoke as if she would help Kiliak dance the sword dance until the end, but it was nothing. Is the situation that bad, Kiliak? Wouldn't that Malugia show up and help? He must have foreseen this whole situation. So he must be deliberately excluding his power from the Demon God Stone. Ha? For what? You spoke as if you were trying to treat us like servants you could use in the future? Kiliak was lost in thought for a few seconds as he caressed the scar that Malugia had left on his neck. I was able to quickly reach a conclusion. First of all, it is necessary to close the numerous worlds that have differentiated from you. So many leftovers from your manipulation of history from 1,000 years ago. No matter what they planned to do with me or what method they used, Malugia has only one wish. He wants to use me as a consumable to close another dimension. It felt like the scar was strangling my neck. From the moment the scar appeared, Kiliak's life was in fact completely owned by Malugia. Now Malugia is simply exercising his right to use that life as the owner. Damn it, that guy named Kragos is going to help us, right? It seems like they're enemies over there anyway, so it's still difficult. There is no hole in sight to survive. Even the foolish Rhaegal sensed that fact. If the Demon Godstone was not working properly, the current power difference between the Bamul Alliance and Zippel was not at a level that could even be compared. The Tower of the Story, which prides itself on being the strongest in the sky, is just a huge flying structure. If it is not a demon stone and the wizards aboard it cannot be a variable at this point. The Ghost Corps, and Demon Corps have all recorded defeats to the Bamul Alliance several times since ancient times. Even when comparing spear-level combat abilities, there is only Kiliak in the same jeep. It was impossible for him to face the angry soldiers of the coalition alone. Even now, it is not possible to make threats under the pretext of mass genocide like Jeep has been doing. The countless people they will take hostage have already turned into golden water and is flowing throughout the empire. It's time to start struggling, Rhaegal. Jin's fire continued to get closer and closer beyond the central bridge like waves rolling in. Every time I blinked, it was getting closer like a nightmare. Soon the fire will burn down the Tower of Stories and envelop Kiliak. Then both body and soul will be burned. Ugh, that's all there is. Even if it ends, it cannot end in vain like this. I have no choice but to do whatever I can. Rhaegal, you must first destroy Elona Ziffel's body. Since capturing Elona, Rhaegal has been injecting poison into her body every day under Kiliak's orders. At that time, information such as the self of the sun god or the truth of the multiple worlds was unknown, so it was a preparation in case Elona went on a rampage in the future. But now the intention is to ruin Malugia so that he cannot use that body. It seems unlikely that Rhaegal's poison would work against the overwhelming power of the sun god, but now was not the time to worry about such things. Because it was the last time anyway. Unless a miracle occurred, which was always followed by Jean, not a single member of Jeepel would be able to return from this place alive. Okay. Jaifel's people, listen up. Due to an unexpected intrusion, we must now begin the final fight. Fight your enemies. Even if we die, our enemies will not be able to advance any further. Suhag dash. Cracked. The moment Kiliak finished speaking, the front of the bridge collapsed and blue flames poured into the center of the story tower. That moment seemed like a slow-motion picture to Kiliak. I don't know when, how, or by what reason it became so huge. The deep, ferocious eyes of Runkendal's youngest child were trying to devour him. He looks like the head of a great power that is finally coming to an end. Yes, you must have felt it. Finally, today is the end. Kiliak didn't answer but raised his staff to block his sword. The moment the sword and staff collided, part of the central part separated along with the demon stone. Jean was not impatient as he watched the demon stone fall from the tower and move away in an instant. There was nowhere for them to run anyway, and there were comrades outside. What if it's the end? The end has come anyway. Since you have not yet faced the true nature of Malugia, you can be intoxicated by this small sense of victory. Jean already knew that the demon stone was not functioning properly. As the close combat began, Jean pushed Kiliak away without once taking a step back. The space explosion and Zippel's anti-magic magic that he boasted of could not threaten Jean. It wasn't because it wasn't the same Changxiang, but because Jean knew it all too well. Don't try to hide your miserable inner self, Kiliak. Just as I know your strength well, you also know me well. I am a person who does not disappear. No matter what you guys do or what those more powerful than you plan, I will always be the one fighting in the same place. Feeling the blade grazing his neck, Kiliak pondered what Jean had just said. It was something that could not be denied. As the two people's weapons clashed and a loud noise spread, an intense explosion continued outside. Sagaju. The Golden Fleet has just arrived. The Golden Fleet waiting at Tychon has arrived. Now that Dante's safety has been secured, there is no reason left for the Alliance to be dragged around. The golden ships filled with anger were already surrounding the battlefield. There was no hole through which the Tower of Stories could escape. Open the flagship Sarah sword and annihilate all fleet enemies. Today Jeep and the Tower of Stories will disappear from this land. As a huge blade rose from the hull of the flagship Sarah, the Golden Fleet's advance began. The speed of the flagship Sarah, which was incredibly fast for a flying ship, plunged its blade into the center of the Tower of Story like a descending hawk. There was a shock wave and a roar, and fragments of the pure white mineral that made up the tower flew out. The fragments that shot up between Jean and Kiliak were unable to overcome the heat and immediately dispersed into particles. Kiliak, the blade that pushed forward without hesitation, was unable to shake off the force. I am Kiliak Jippel. I can't stand against Jean Runkendal, who is not even Soren. For his entire life he stayed in the second-in-command position, hidden in the shadow of Soren Runkendal. The force called Jeep itself was clearly the strongest, but the individual Kiliak had never been that way. The matriarch of Zippel, who had so much enjoyed so much and ruled so much, actually always harbored a sense of inferiority. The inferiority complex that only flared up when confronting Chiron now reared its head in front of the pale young Jean. Shut up, Jean Runkendal. Did you think you would have anything after this fight? Did you think the world would become peaceful? Nothing changes. Nothing. Only the demon god stone can be changed by complete control. It's not the struggle you guys are talking about. Fit. Blood spurted from Kiliak's forehead. The scar Bradamanti left on his forehead was curved like a smile mocking him. Okay? In that case, all you have to do is defeat me and prove what you just said. But you can't. Just as you have never defeated my father. Wawa-ea. The flame resonated with the flagship Sarah, spreading a deeper blue hue. In the central part of the tower, the ceiling and walls had all melted, revealing the golden scenery outside, and blue flames were fluttering everywhere. Big! Kiliak let out a groan as he shook off the blue flowers that stuck to his shoulders and arms. Shenu's unique bright red flame was offsetting the blue and white. However, the speed of offset was not very fast. It was because I was overwhelmed. Sarah, the flagship that amplifies his power, has now surpassed even a deity like Shenu. That's funny, Kiliak. Is it just this? He committed such terrible evil deeds to become the one god, but without the demon god stone, he is nothing more than an old monster. Wow! A lightspeed stab followed by two soul-slashing swords struck Kiliak's body. Although it was blocked by a hastily placed protective shield, a significant impact was felt and Kiliak's knees buckled, spitting out blood. To avoid the ensuing attack, Kiliak threw himself and rolled on the floor. It may seem funny, but if it had been even a little bit late, the head would have fallen off. The gap can't be this big. But why? As Kiliak, I couldn't understand. Although he could not reach Changxiang directly like Jean, he merged with Shenu and gained corresponding power. I certainly believed that to be the case. Even when he conquered the true demon realm and returned to his family to regain his position as the head of the family, Kiliak has always used his power to overwhelm those who resisted. Suddenly, a surprising and miserable feeling came over me at how much I had relied on the Devil's Stone. Killing Kiliak is not the problem. On the other hand, Jean was keenly aware of the situation while continuing to apply pressure. Now was not the time to get drunk on the excitement of finally being able to kill the leader of Jeep. The one we really need to be wary of is Malugia, not this old monster. We must figure out what the sun god's ego was thinking to create this situation. Kragos, who was dealing with Ban and the Netherworld's Golden Armada outside the Tower of Stories, was awakened by Malugia's will. He received Malugia's power and became stronger than before, and even supported Kiliak when he attacked Dante. This means that it was not Kiliak who made this plan in the first place. Our assumption is that Malugia is waiting for the right moment to bring destruction on all levels. And in order to destroy another dimension, we need to bring them in first. Or we have to open a way to get to them. Squeak dash. After cutting off 3 of Kiliak's fingers, Jean naturally looked around while avoiding the spatial explosion that led to his counterattack. Bligiat Nebdal Kragos focal. Suddenly the fact that there were 4 selves of the sun god gathered here stood out in my mind. 5, assuming Malugia is hiding there somewhere. If the 5 enormous solar energies are released endlessly like they are now, wouldn't that alone have some impact on other dimensions? And Malugia can plan something based on that influence. That thought occurred to me in an instant. In addition, there was also Silkia Arcia, who had the ability to move between dimensions so powerful that it was comparable to that of the sun god Focal. It was just an assumption, but there was no harm in being careful. From now on, Mr. Focal, please refrain from using solar energy as much as possible. With just his half-brothers and colleagues, Kragos can put as much pressure on him as he wants. I plan to kill Kiliak soon and join you. And Vligiat Nebder Silkia, it would be best for you to retreat outside the front lines and wait. As Jean once more communicated with Kiliak by throwing him somewhere, Focal immediately recognized his intention with divine insight. Jean is right. Since Malugia has not yet appeared, we cannot know what consequences excessive use of solar power will have. From the Alliance's perspective, the best outcome is to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible and leave the battlefield before any additional variables or events occur. Now it looks like Kiliak is barely holding on against Jean, and more than 50% of the remaining magicians of Ziffel have already died. Although the former heads of Ziffel who were resurrected from Kidad Hall or Hell were fighting hard in their own way, they were not having any effect on the battlefield. We must save Lord Alona. No, you have to secure it. Surround Rhaegal more tightly. Make sure he can't escape. It was Baradin's voice. I couldn't bear to say that I had to save Alona. There were so many people in this world who lost family, friends, and love due to her power. Still, the reason he said he had to secure Alona without killing her was because he felt that she and he must atone in some way until the end of their lives. On the other hand, there was not even the slightest interest in his father Kiliak Zippel, who was on the verge of death. That's why I couldn't forgive anything about Kiliak. He was a monster who did not even deserve atonement. Baradin's focus is solely on Alona Ziffel and Almatia Kuin, a biogolem created based on his own ego. They deserved the opportunity to atone just like he did. Rather, they should have had the opportunity rather than himself. At that time, the only decision-maker at Zippel was himself. Brother Ko. Brother Tushin. Brothers, kill that Rhaegal guy and secure Alona Ziffel. It looks like he has been poisoning Alona Ziffel's body the entire time. Only half knew it. This was something that Jean missed because he was dealing with Kiliak and taking charge of the overall command. All right. Brothers Rinpa and Baltarak also go looking for Almatia and Kuin. Yes, brother. The two Wangs who were fighting Kragos together were leaving according to orders. However, Kragos could not feel any relief even though some of the fighting kings retreated. Even though the focal sun energy that had been pouring down on him from earlier had faded. Rather, it seemed like Ban's blade was getting closer and closer. That's why Ban and Murakan understood Kragos' power. Besides, there wasn't much time. Jean would soon cut down Kiliak and enter the war this way, and Luna's Crimson Sword was also joining in piercing the solar energy. It's interesting, you mortal who inherited my power. Even Bligiat and Nebder Velshin. Those idiots must have been very embarrassed when they first saw you. Basically, you shouldn't be able to attack us, Kragos said as he held his sword. Unlike when he played Dante earlier, there was no trace of relaxation or laughter on his face. But you will never be able to do that against Malugia half-mortal. She's almost ready now. Prepare for the end. What are you talking about, you bastard? I think it would be perfect for you to work for us next to Velshin, so do your best. Unless you get beaten up and end up in disgrace like your other brothers. Murakan answered instead and sighed. Kragos exhaled his breath and unleashed solar energy, but he was unable to pierce Van's Emperor's rain sword, which had just begun. Like the day when the Alliance first completed the Golden Fleet and hit the Tower of the Story. The battlefield was divided into left and right, and was filled with the Emperor's rain sword and fire flame, which had been strengthened in conjunction with the Golden Fleet. As the energy of Jean and Ban's two Changsongs grew, the Golden Sea that had been violently turning over for some reason seemed to calm down. As if the sight was providing some comfort to the lives that were unfairly turned into golden water. To Kragos and Kiliak. It seemed like he had no ability to turn the situation around on his own. Kiliak in particular was now looking around with eyes full of utter despair. This was because they couldn't figure out where Jin's sword would fly from. He was thrown all over the central part of the Tower of Stories, and eventually fell to the lower level of the tower, breathing heavily in a pit-like darkness. "Where are you? Where will you come?" The moment Kiliak raised his head, scattering red flames in all directions. He came face to face with a sword falling like thunder right on his head. The sword had already completely cut the central part of the Tower of Stories and fallen on Kiliak. The blade cut off Kiliak's right arm and shoulder as he held the staff and was emitting a huge sword energy that cut all the way to the bottom of the Tower of Story. "Kaayak!" Kiliak screams. What used to be a strong protective shield all over my body has now become a handshake. His amputated shoulder was terrible and rough, as if it had been torn off with a hand rather than a sword. His arm was cut off and his weapon was lost. Although it is said that wizards are less dependent on weapons than warriors, the fight that was already going smoothly has no room for a twist. Pow dash! Still, Kiliak took advantage of Jin's strike and cast a space explosion right in front of Jin's face. Originally he wanted to explode his head right away, but Jin never allowed the space explosion to be a direct hit. Throughout the fight he predicted Kiliak's actions and avoided them. But this time it's deeper. That's what Kiliak decided. It was definitely a blow, and it could have been a deep enough wound that part of his face was torn off. Otherwise, there's no reason for the follow-up strike to be this late. First, get the wand back. Just as he was thinking about that and bent down to pick up the cane, Kiliak suddenly flinched as he felt something beneath his feet. Kjijk blah blah. The floor was cracking. The spot where Jin's sword had just passed wasn't just the floor in the center splitting. The entire tower was cut in two. I got goosebumps running down my back. My left hand, which was trying to hold the staff again, caught the air by an inch due to the gap created when the tower suddenly split. Kiliak's body was also leaning diagonally in the direction in which the tower began to collapse. The wand had already fallen into the darkness between the cracks and disappeared, and the Tower of Stories began to fall like a sinking ship. Their hearts, which have been a symbol of Jeep for thousands of years, are broken in half and falling to the ground. Whoa! Unlike Kiliak, who was in shock, Jin calmly took a breath. The reason the additional hit against Kiliak was delayed was simply because too much force was used momentarily to cut down the Tower of the Story. The tower's final defense mechanisms were operating. In the past, all kinds of defense artifacts that only Zippel could enjoy sounded an alarm and released magical power. However, most of them were already seriously damaged. Due to the strengthened flames and the Golden Fleet's bombardment, almost no part of the external armor was left intact. Sharp magic rays flew in from all directions. Jin didn't even need to dodge. Hundreds of rays of light scattered in vain, unable to even penetrate the heat of the fire, let alone reach his protective shield. How ridiculous is this Kiliak Ziffel? The truth is that the person who was said to be the head of the world's best company was actually just a coward who had a lot of meaningless defense artifacts installed in his house. Did you think these things would be able to protect you even a little when a situation like now comes? Kiliak did not respond but glared ahead. The light from the fire and the bombardment of the Golden Fleet of the Sun was dazzling my eyes, and I couldn't see Jin's appearance. Felt like someone was hitting my heart with a hammer. Only once in his life did Kiliak feel the same way he did facing Jin. It was the day when he confronted Soren Runkendal directly when he was young and barely escaped with his life. Feeling of defeat and fear. The fear that it is really the end now. It's stronger than the theory at the time. Even though he couldn't see it, he felt like he could hear Jin's footsteps approaching him with strides through the dizzying light. I couldn't even feel the pain in the affected area as the fire stuck to it and continued to burn. Kiliak's entire attention was focused solely on Jin. This time, like before, there is no place to run to. There was really no way to back out. The family's wizards were being annihilated by the swords of their enemies, and the route of escape was closed from the beginning. The Tower of Story is falling, and the demon stone Malugia has abandoned him. There is absolutely no chance of defeating Jin by continuing to fight. The only variable that could be called a variable was the support of Misindi. You're black-eyed, Kiliak Ziffel. But there is still a vain hope left inside. It may be because they have the support of Misindi in mind. Jin appeared through the dizzying light. He looked completely fine with only a few minor wounds visible. It's hard to believe that he fought a person who was a huge player and a pillar of royalties for a long time. But you should know better. If they wanted to help you, they would have gotten there before this happened. You may have arrogantly thought that the whole world was at your feet. But look, this is your real face. The Tower of Stories was approaching the ground. Several large chunks have already fallen into the Golden Sea and sunk. Jean felt like he had finally encountered the culprit after a long chase. The criminal who manipulated history, toyed with the world, and drove countless innocent people to death is a shabby old monster. A face filled with the dirty wrinkles typical of old people who defy providence and accumulate evil, and the eyes that once glittered with lust like a starving animal are simply frightened. The one remaining arm hung limply and trembled. The shadows were dark and long, staining the floor as if showing his past dark and dirty life. Jean Runkendal? Will you kill me? Jean, who had just stepped on Kiliak's shadow, flinched at those words and opened his eyes wide. What? Are you begging for your life now? I had predicted for a long time that his end would be miserable. I have promised and resolved for a long time that I will definitely meet a miserable end. He was the worst war criminal and massacre since history. He was a monster who desecrated the world and history countless times using the means of manipulating history, and was a terrible father who used his young children as test subjects. Evil itself. He was clearly the embodiment of power who ruled the world with one hand until he collapsed before Jin's sword. That Kiliak Jiffel was now begging for its life. Jean couldn't believe that and stared at him for a while. There are more demon stones. Demon God stone in the making. Don't you want to save the people I killed? Once those demon stones are completed, that is quite possible. It feels like my ears are rotting. If you kill me, those demon stones cannot be completed. You have experienced the return of countless people who died fighting against our Jeep more than anyone else. You saw it with your own eyes. Squeak dash. Jean cut off Kiliak's remaining arm. He fell to the floor like a stick, then managed to get up and look up at Jean again. Furthermore, I also have the power that I took from Jito. Will remember the moment I acquired Jito's final power. If you combine that power with the demon stone, you can revive the demons who died during the True Demon War. But excluding all of this, can you kill me? Ha ha ha. Suddenly Kiliak burst out laughing like a madman. And at that moment the Tower of Stories finally ended its long fall and fell onto the Golden Sea. Although it was torn and torn during the fall, the Tower of the Story was still huge enough to turn over the Golden Sea in an instant. Although there was a huge shock, Jean did not lose his balance due to the energy of fire and the protective shield. Kiliak bounced like a ball, bursting and bending all over his body, but did not stop breathing. Tsunami surged along the slopes of the tower. Jean looked at the tidal wave spreading behind Kiliak and saw the water that had been shining gold just now turning green. It was a color that Jean had already seen once in the past. Sacred place. This is Zippel's shrine that I saw when I went to save Valeria. The place where Ilona Ziffel was born from the tree 2,500 years ago. From the moment Kiliak returned, Jeep began moving the sacred site to the Tower of Story, and now the tower has been completely destroyed, revealing the hidden sacred site. The entire sea in the area had already turned green. Off! Just as Valeria recovered from her fatal wounds in the shrine, as a fully magical body, Kiliak's groaning body was seen slowly regenerating. However, recovery was not very fast, as it only imitated a complete magical body with the power of Shenu and the incomplete demon stone. There was still no room for Kiliak to survive. Are you really going to kill me and take away their chance to be resurrected? Are you sure you can do something like that? The cries of the demon stone were heard from all over the sea, which had turned green due to the power of the Holy Land. It was a multiple-layered roar. Unfinished demon stones were appearing on the sea. Although it is said that Malugia's power cannot be increased, it was clearly a demon stone. Jean could feel it intuitively. If we complete those demon stones, we will truly be able to resurrect the dead, as Kiliak said. Ha, Kiliak Jiffel, are you serious? Do you honestly believe that I will save you because of those demon stones? Jean said, kicking Kiliak's knee. His shattered kneecap protruded through his flesh and he was unable to sit down, clinging to the floor like an earthworm. Or did you think I would be a little shaken? Rather, these demon stones are even more reason to eliminate you from this world. Okay. Then I'm sorry. But even if you kill me, you won't win. Anyway, what awaits you is only destruction and the end. Kill it. No, I don't want to die. Save me. I'll do anything if it saves my life. Ha ha ha. Jean grabbed Kiliak's head. A scar was visible on his neck beneath his blood-stained face. The scar was an imprint left by Malugia. Jean recognized the sun shining on the scar as Malugia's. Celiac Ziffel. You will suffer until the end in the Runkendal dungeons and die while confessing something. Today your jeep ends. I am used to enduring pain and surviving. Do you know? As long as you live you can do anything. As long as you don't miss the opportunity. I've already been to hell. Pooh ha 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 ha. Wow. Kiliak, who was bursting out laughing, suddenly let out a groan as if his throat was blocked. Jean was shocked and looked at the scar on his neck. Wow. The scar flashed for a moment and then exploded, blowing Kiliak's head off. Jean reflexively widened his distance and looked at Kiliak's stick-like body. The body was split open and a portal opened from within. The air in Dimension 677 is extremely murky and unpleasant. A person shaking his head as he exits the portal. He was Kiliak Jippel of the 33rd dimension, the leader of the demon gods. Like a shed skin falling down. The body of Kiliak Ziffel, who opened the portal, was splitting left and right. The 33rd dimensional Kiliak Zippel that appeared there was now the last remaining Kiliak Zippel in all dimensions. Kiliak's gaze as young and white as Jin's met Jin's. At that moment Jean immediately realized. I can't beat him now. I guess so. Anyway, the information delivery is over at this point. Anyway, the Kiliak of this world is a spirit-level bastard. I feel like I'm being swayed by something like Lokia. The Kiliaks I remember were much stronger. One guy in particular was enormous. What Orgel said came to mind. Clearly the Kiliak who appeared now was him. You are the leader of the demon gods. Kiliak didn't answer right away but shook his head as if he was in pain and relaxed his body. Still, Jean could not hastily attack him. Intuition, a strong intuition, was sending a warning to my body and mind that even one failed attack could result in fatal injury, and that if I was not careful I could even lose my life. Yes, Jean Runkendal. You look neater than I thought. I thought he would look tougher than this because he must have gone through all kinds of chaos in this world, but he has a beautiful face without a single scar. Tisk dash. Suddenly blood spattered from Jin's cheek as if a blade had grazed it. If Jean hadn't instinctively stepped on the step, he would have been decapitated. What left the scar on Jin's face right now was the space explosion that reached its peak. It's not as flashy as what the just-dead Kiliak used, but it's dozens of times more threatening. But people shouldn't be judged just by looking at the outside. Jean Runkendal is indeed the person who dragged me into this shabby dimension. That was a sincere surprise attack in its own way. Strong. Even including poetry and classes, it's something I've never experienced from anyone or anything before. It felt as if an enemy's blade had touched my entire body, including my neck and back. Jean watched him with his senses stretched to their limits. The explosion that had been sounding the battlefield non-stop since the battle began had stopped. Even those who could not see this situation with their own eyes were aware that something enormous had appeared on the battlefield. I had no choice but to find out. As soon as he appeared, all functions of the Golden Fleet were stopped as if the river had been blocked by a wall. The power source barely kept the ship afloat and the protective shield disappeared like a magic light. Among the crew, those who were not particularly disciplined were holding their necks and bending their backs as if they were suffocating. The countless demonic stones that had just appeared as the shrine was unfolding had also stopped crying, so it was hard to believe that it was all just a phenomenon caused by the appearance of one person. What on earth is this? That hybrid? Even Kragos, who was being pressured by Ban and the Alliance members, lowered his head and looked at the leader of the demon gods. A power so enormous that it is hard to believe that it was his own creation. I had already felt this while dealing with Ban, but it was even more shocking than that. That mortal was clearly a hybrid. who gained vast power by devouring himself and his brothers. It seemed like time had stopped. For about 10 seconds the battlefield was filled with silence and no one moved. The remaining golden sea near the sacred site appears to have completely stopped as if it had stagnated. The specifications are different. He was far exceeding the royalties standard. For example, he could never be explained using the standards of royalties that have been used so far, such as the status of the highest level god or Changxiang. Now Jin was facing such a huge being up close and alone. Only Changsongs could accomplish that task. Cold sweat was drenching my entire body. The leader of the demon goddess slowly walked toward Jin one step at a time, as if he had now completely relaxed. Anyone will have to take a step back. However, Jin stared at him as he approached and did not back down. Instead, he held the sword even stronger. It was because you couldn't not fight just because you couldn't win. Anyway, this is someone I can't think of an answer to right now. The best course of action is to retreat somehow. But you can't do that without hitting at least once. Against that monster, the entire army, including yourself, retreats without taking any damage. That was absolutely impossible. Absolutely, unless the head of the Mashindi suddenly commits suicide for no reason. He was conscious of Kiliak approaching him with great strides, conscious of the completed space explosion, and aware of the intentions of Malugia, the person who had created this situation. At the same time, we had to find the most effective way to force our troops to retreat. Malugia clearly had an intention in making the author appear here. There must have been some kind of fight between Malugia and the leader of the demon gods that I don't know about. It was most likely a fight against dimensional interference. That's probably why he showed up alone without a drink. Every time I took a step closer to Kiliak, my body became heavier. When is the best time to accept it? For the first time since ascending to Changxiang, Jin was unable to find the perfect moment to swing his sword. The same was true for other Changsongs watching from afar. I don't know when to enter to support my youngest. If I enter incorrectly, my youngest will be in more danger. I have to protect the damn little guy. You can't measure it. The moment there is even the slightest deviation, it is fatal. At least half of the time, unlike Luna Murakan, I could see a very faint path. But it was too cloudy to be sure, and she thought there were more things she needed to do right now than supporting Jin. Kragos. The self of the sun god had to be secured. At least until now, the reason why the demon gods have not removed this world has been revealed because of the complete resurrection of the sun god. It seemed like the best chance of success would be to hold Kragos hostage. However, even as Van tried to pressure Kragos, he could not help but remain conscious of the losing side. While everyone in the alliance is at a loss. Before we knew it, the distance between Jin and Kiliak had narrowed to about 15 steps. Jin tried to swing his sword several times but held back. If things continued like this, I would soon start to run out of breath. I had to make a decision before heavy breathing escaped my lips. It's a good thing you came in person. But suddenly Kiliak Zippel stopped walking and opened his mouth. There were only 10 steps left. The reason he stopped walking was because he had no intention of allowing small variables to the losers of the 677th dimension. If you attack Jin like this, the spears will rush in all at once. Perfect moment or not. In that case, Kiliak thought that complete victory could not be guaranteed. For example, a victory that would defeat them without a scratch and prevent them from counterattacking even once until the end of the war. Now was not the right moment to achieve such a victory. As Jin expected, he fought an invisible war with Malugia while preparing to come to the 677th dimension, and as a result he came here alone. The demon goddess and the complete demon god stone of the integrated Zippel. It was necessary to secure those two elements first. I don't know how long it's been since you stopped in front of an enemy, Jin Runkendal. I never thought that something as big as you would appear in this wasteland-like dimension. I'm confused. Should I judge you as great or acknowledge some immortals? Blood Prophet dash. Suddenly a sharp metallic sound spread. This was right after Kiliak waved his hand in the air. Instead of attacking Jin, he aimed at a figure standing still in the air. Oops! A deathly scream uttered by someone followed. The battlefield was so quiet that everyone could hear the voice. It was the scream of the Demon King who stayed with Kiliak until the very end of Regal. Rhaegal was injecting poison while holding onto the demon stone Alona was tied to, but after Kiliak appeared her body became completely frozen, and she could not move. Rhaegal met his end with a hole in his chest, and no one knew where it had come from or what had left the wound. What was even more shocking was the fact that Rhaegal did not just turn into a corpse. As soon as his chest was pierced, he seemed to have experienced eons at once, and his entire body aged at a speed as fast as light and decomposed before falling to the ground. It was the moment when the tough life that survived the Jinma War finally came to an end. His magical power. No, his power includes the attribute of manipulating time. It's a level that even Alta's contractors can't dare to surpass. As Rhaegal disappeared, the demon stone soaked in poison and swollen black began to fall to the floor. At that moment there was only one person in the coalition who moved. Lord Alona. Baradin Jeep. With the sole intention of saving Alona, he tried to catch the falling demon stone by using the magic power of the wind. And as soon as Baradin screamed, the spearman naturally realized that he would be killed by Kiliak. Because of this, Jean wanted to throw himself towards Baradin right away, but he first checked that Kiliak was not moving for some reason. Are you saying Baradin isn't worth killing? Or, Now Kiliak's gaze was fixed not on Jean Baradin or the other spear stars, but on the demon stone that stopped the fall. The demon god stone, which had been engulfed in Rhaegal's poison, was shining with an indescribably powerful solar energy. Yes, Malugia, you've been waiting for a chance to hit me for a long time. You'll have to stop me somehow, right? Like all the Malugians who died to me. It was Malugia's solar flag. Like a shell breaking, the solar energy surrounding the demon god stone split apart, revealing Malugia's appearance from within. Shining golden hair swept away the green energy of the sacred place and covered the middle of the sea. All the energy that was swirling fiercely was pushed to a halt by her energy. Her eyes, which seemed to contain the universe, were facing straight ahead, but everyone in the room felt as if they were making eye contact with her. It wasn't just a feeling. She actually stared at everyone in the room, and it was a gaze that no one could avoid. Even though the shock of the power of the 33rd dimension Kiliak had not yet subsided, Jean and his colleagues were witnessing the emergence of another overwhelming being. It seemed like two suns had set on the ground. The pressure that felt like her whole body was on fire. Originally, most of the Union members should have completely lost consciousness right after she woke up. The powerful power of Jean Other Changsongs and some of his colleagues is protecting our allies. The creators were clearly aware of that fact. Even those who are protected can vaguely feel it. But if Malugia and Kiliak start fighting in earnest, too many people will die. Even Changsung can never stop that. Since the Golden Fleet's power sources are almost completely turned off, it is difficult to retreat. Even if the power source was intact, there was no way they would leave it alone. Pokal and Silkia. I have no choice but to rely on their abilities. Jean turned his head to check the location of the two people. The location outside the front lines where they had retreated was immediately apparent, but no matter where I looked, Malugia's eyes were following me. Those eyes perfectly looked into Jin's inner self. I know what you're thinking and what you're afraid of. I got goosebumps. Malugia was the true embodiment of Kingelo's desire for destruction, something he had never felt before with the sun god egos he had previously faced. You didn't call me Kiliak Ziffel. I brought you out from hiding in the gap in the dimension. Malugia's low voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Kiliak shrugged his shoulders with an expressionless face. All the Malugians who have died by my hands all say the same thing. Now that I'm here alone without any henchmen or demon stones, do you think you can kill me? Key Prophet Dash. As soon as Kiliak finished speaking, the space near Malugia suddenly became distorted. Soon the distorted space was stained black, and it felt completely different from spiritual energy or soul energy. It's as if space itself is being returned to nothingness. It seems like it denies creation in the beginning and denies existence. That force was erasing the space where Malugia was standing. No one could explain why the unbearable feeling of nausea arose upon seeing that sight. People were overwhelmed by the sight of absolute evil that desecrated creation and existence itself as life. Loser of all dimensions, Kiliak Ziffel. He was a being that could not be explained by the standards of royalties such as immortals or mortals. Even Jito, the master of hell and pain, would be nothing more than a powerful immortal compared to him. The first time I killed you I risked my life, and the second time I killed you I suffered a wound from which I had not recovered until that moment. But the third time I killed you I stopped being so afraid of you, and after that, it was just business. For example, you could say it was like cleaning. Wood duck dash. Sigh. The distorted space was now turning into a lump of darkness. Malugia looked even more bizarre because half of her body was buried in the darkness, as if someone had erased it with an eraser, and her hair stretched out like an island in all directions on the sea. Surprisingly, what Kiliak was doing now was magic. No immortal or transcendent can imitate it. Even Jean and Valeria Baradin did not understand the magic or the flow of magical power at all. The three of them and their colleagues who were most adept at magic were putting all their efforts into reading this terrible magic. I had to find even a weak spot, even the smallest speck of dust. I couldn't even dare to think of responding with vague abilities such as the power of existence or recording magic. Malugia also seemed unable to respond to Kiliak's magic at all. If this continues, she will soon be completely immersed in darkness and become a being that never existed in this world. I'm sure Malugia won't end like this. Something must have been prepared from the time this board was first drawn up. Jean gave up analyzing magic for now and began preparing for the next situation. Anyway, now was not the time to fight, but a moment to somehow retreat and plan for the next time. If we start a full-fledged war with Kiliak now, annihilation is certain. Moreover, Malugia cannot be as friendly to the Union as the ego of destruction focal. Even Bligiot was at a point where he couldn't even think of doing anything to Malugia due to his memories of the beginning. Now I have to use Malugia somehow. The battle is about Kiliak and Malugia leaving the battlefield. That was the best the coalition could hope for. To do this, we first had to prevent Malugia from disappearing in vain. It is clear that Malugia has a hidden trick. Because I can't believe that he appeared without thinking, without any estimate of the power of the demon god's Kiliak Zippel. But I couldn't just wait for that. If you don't move first, you will continue to be swept away. Pokal. First Jean called Focal, and she was already thinking the same thing as Jean. She had already passed through a portal and was standing next to Jean. Jean. Can you open the portal? Large-scale portals are a matter for Silkia, not me. The reason I was able to come to you right now is because I moved alone. Even that cannot go outside the battlefield. I have no intention of running away from you. According to Focal, Silkia had been looking for an opportunity to open a large-scale portal through which the Alliance could escape. However, I was unable to get my bearings due to the huge energy flowing like a convection current. All right. In your opinion, Focal, when do you think Malugia will recover? I am just making a similar guess as you. It doesn't seem like Malugia will just get hit, but I don't know what they were thinking about not recovering. Then, Mr. Focal, can you possibly help Malugia now? Pokal's eyes widened. Two opposing selves help each other. Never before has such a thing occurred among the selves of the sun god. For what purpose? Because it's something no one expected. In particular, Kiliak Ziffel is focusing all of his attention on Malugia right now, to the point where they completely ignore us. We have completely ruled out the case where Mr. Focal supports Malugia. Kiliak somehow creates a variable through something unexpected. But we don't know what the result will be. This is a method that does not fit the direction Jean originally pursues. The situation may actually become more dangerous. But it was not the time to question such things. In any case, even if Malugia disappears like this, it will be annihilated. Even if it does not disappear, it will be destroyed, and even if the two beings begin to clash, they will suffer equivalent damage. If I could avoid all three cases, I had to try no matter how low the chances were. As Kiliak said, he has been destroying the entire dimension of Malugia. If that experience is the same, the Malugia of this world will also be like that. What Malugia wants is the ultimate end. However, if the Malugia of this world decided that it could not be achieved with just itself and the doomed selves that followed it, Malugia decided that temporary reinforcements were needed for the true end. Therefore, Malugia is currently conducting a kind of test. Whether we will help ourselves in this situation or not. Is this what you want to say? Yes. Pokal sighed deeply. It was a story with plenty of potential. It seemed like the power that the leader of the demon gods was showing alone would be able to compete even with Malugia, whom Pokal knew. In that case, it is difficult to achieve destruction on an entire level with Malugia and the remaining egos of destruction alone. Pokal thought about it until that point and eventually nodded. It is more terrible than extinction. Using my power for Malugia. But if I succeed, I will be able to say that I am truly fortunate to have you. I wouldn't have been able to make this assumption because of my hatred toward Malugia. Whoa! A huge solar flag began to spread out from the focal point. Even then, Kiliak did not take his eyes off Malugia. I will now send some of the power of creation to Malugia. However, just as I would be reluctant to help Malugia, it would also be terrible for Malugia to accept my power. If Malugia truly embraces this power and destroys Kiliak Ziffel's attack, your assumption will be true. Fokal's energy began to pour down on Malugia like a shower. It was only then that Kiliak Ziffel appeared frightened and aware of the focal point for the first time. This was the first time in all my years of dealing with and subjugating the sun god egos of countless dimensions. Pokal, I never thought you would surprise me like this. This dimension is a strange place in many ways. The moment Kiliak said that, Pokal sighed involuntarily and glared at Malugia. Malugia accepted Fokal's power. Accordingly, he began to create his body, which had disappeared into the void of distorted space, and begin to reveal itself. And Malugia said, I can finally begin the end. The moment Malugia spoke, Fokal lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Your guess was right, Jean. Malugia wanted me to help her. If so, the possibility of escaping the immediate crisis of annihilation has increased. But Pokal could not be happy at all. It was not just because of the instinctive rejection that came from supporting Malugia, but because it might be the beginning of a bigger catastrophe. To Fokal, Malugia was more feared than Kiliak. Right now, I just have no other choice, so I have no choice but to follow Jin's opinion. Did Malugia laugh? Jean, who was about to answer, instantly felt Malugia's gaze. Those eyes and mouth that looked like they were smiling were so creepy that my body seemed to freeze. On the other hand, Kiliak was frowning for the first time. From the beginning, he had no intention of getting rid of Malugia. In order to revive Kingelo, the plan was to push him to the brink of extinction and then capture him. Thinking back on the battles I had experienced with other Malugians, I thought it was possible. You were hiding your power, Malugia. The Malugia of this world are different from the Malugia of other dimensions that have been subdued so far. Stronger and more cunning. The moment Malugia began to explode with solar power again, Kiliak had no choice but to admit that he had made a mistake. It was a misjudgment that I came into this world alone. I was impatient, Jean Runkendal, and I overreacted because of the growth of the Bamul alliance. Unlike herself, Malugia had prepared everything from the beginning. Using the Zippel of this world, the Bammer alliance was induced to launch an all-out offensive, and in the process the power of the sun god egos that the Barmal alliance had acquired overflowed onto the battlefield. As Jean expected, that power affected the interference between dimensions, and Kiliak of the 33rd dimension used it as a stepping stone to come to this world. He was completely aware of Kiliak's plan. That they are preparing to come directly to this dimension to crush the Bamul coalition. Qua! Jean was startled by the sudden scream and turned his head. It was Fokal's scream. She was shaking, holding her head, and the sun was draining from her body. Malugia was pulling out her solar energy. Qua! Malugia! What did you do when you accepted my power? I just assimilated with you for a moment. Thanks to that, I was able to open the door, so I'm thankful. Fokal could not resist Malugia's power at all. My knees are bent and I'm gasping as if I'm going to lose my breath at any moment. Pokal! Jean reflexively extended his sword towards Malugia. It was true that I had to use her, but it wasn't good to be dragged around like this. However, before the sword energy could be extended, Jean had to first block Kiliak's suddenly flying beam of light. Are you targeting Mr. Fokal? For some reason, when the situation arose, Kiliak was targeting Fokal as a top priority. Soon Jean realized the reason. When Malugia just said she could open the door, did she really mean another dimension? It was accurate. Malugia was now trying to open a door to another dimension using the power of focal. To attack the main force of the integrated Jeep, which sent only the leader and strongest to this world first. So as Kiliak, he tried to hit the poker urgently. First we have to sever the connection between Malugia and focal. It's already too late. Twaff! A dull squishy sound was heard in everyone's ears, as if a beehive had been cut in half by hand. A huge crack was opening above Kiliak's head. It was a portal on a scale that everyone on the battlefield, even Kiliak who had reigned as the loser of the entire dimension, had never seen before. The scenery beyond looked like the Milky Way flowing through Malugia's eyes. Kiliak gritted his teeth and glared at Malugia. Malugia had already made a short-distance spatial jump and was standing in front of the portal. Kiliak also matched her altitude and stretched out a hand filled with some unknown magic, but Malugia did not allow the attack as vainly as before. In an instant, the golden protective shield spread out in layers, pushing away Kiliak, who was attached to Malugia. Kiliak violently tore the shield with both hands and tried to approach again, but Malugia stopped him and sent out solar energy into the portal. Jean and his colleagues were able to see the solar energy pouring into the portal without having to face it directly. Literally, that is the power that can erase the world. That power was directed at the headquarters of the integrated Jeeps that stretched out like branches between dimensions. Even though Jean couldn't recognize that fact, he was able to infer something from the way Kiliak was desperately trying to stop it. Although Kiliak was not pushed back or mortally wounded in the battle, the leadership of the battlefield was completely transferred to Malugia. At times, Kiliak's space explosions and nameless great magic directly hit Malugia, but she paid no heed and continued her attacks beyond the dimension. On the surface, it doesn't look that terrible. Without a single drop of fresh blood, Malugia's body and protective shield, which looked like a gigantic structure, were destroyed and regenerated repeatedly by Kiliak's power. But everyone could see. Not only Jean and other singers, but everyone who watched it was able to feel it instinctively. Now, while Malugia is pouring solar energy into the portal in real time, the dimension that exists somewhere is telling us that their world is being destroyed or is suffering similar damage. Those dimensions will definitely resemble this world. Even if the demon gods rule, not everyone living in that dimension will be evil like them. There will definitely be innocent deaths, and the number is uncountable. Malugia was carrying out all those deaths and destruction with a nonchalant expression, just like pouring oil into an anthill and lighting it on fire, as if there was no need to even acknowledge that it was a cruel and terrible thing. The kingdom of Masindi, everything that Kiliak had achieved, was being destroyed. If anyone were to experience something like that, they would be shaken and broken inside. However, he also did not show any signs of despair or sadness. It was not because of the thought that the main unit of the demon gods could easily prevent a sudden attack by Malugia. They will definitely suffer uncontrollable damage. Do you think that would make me suffer, Malugia? Wouldn't it have been better to use that power to hit me? It seems clear that it is a power that cannot be used twice. Anyway, if we just conquer this world, it will be over. No matter how many dimensions we have already conquered are destroyed. Moreover, Kiliak felt that it was impossible to remove all the intact demon stones even with that power. You wouldn't know if it had unfolded right in front of you. Still, I'll admit that I took a hit. So what's next? What are you going to surprise me with again? The shock wave of the sun flag was getting stronger. Accordingly, Kiliak's magical power was also amplified, and in the aftermath alone, the stationary golden fleet was starting to be shot down one by one. Gasp! Pokal, are you okay? Pokal barely nodded. Jean tried to communicate repeatedly as he watched the golden fleet crash, but all communication devices failed. If you want to step down, your only chance is now. The one who stopped the golden fleet's power source was Kiliak. The fleet's power source can only return if his power can be suppressed even for a moment. There are two things to choose from. Either abandon the fleet and crew and retreat with only the main characters, or throw a gamble so that everyone can escape together by attacking Kiliak. The worries didn't last long. Srung! Sigmund slipped out of the scabbard. Jin's bright heart was burning bright red. And Ban was the first to recognize that energy and immediately recognized the choice his brother had made. Okay, if I leave like this, there will be no next time anyway. Let's go, brother Jean. Power will return soon. All fleet prepare to escape, Ban and Jean shouted. Since it was natural, there was no need to hide from the enemies that they were trying to escape. The belief that we can live together with everything we need now. No matter how terrible and powerful an enemy appears, the will to somehow plunge the sword into their body. The spears began to move in front of the portal. Every time they took a step, their whole body felt like it was being torn apart, but the more they took it, the more they moved forward. Walking, running, rushing. Jean and Van Luna quickly closed the distance between themselves and Kiliak. Kiliak was so busy dealing with Malugia at that time that he had no time to pay attention to the Alliance's spearmen. However, from the moment the two Netherworld rain swords were unleashed simultaneously, Kiliak had to start distributing his power. Two storms were emerging like nuclei from the solar energy and Kiliak's magic that filled the entire battlefield. The 10th sword of the King's Sword Fighting Spirit. Maingwang Rain Sword, Jial. Suzuzu. Slap. The sea, which had always been shining gold, was turning blue and white. A blue wave spread from the 5 points of view. In the meantime, the darkness of the spiritual energy spread by Murakan and the sharp light of crimson were intertwined. That power was already reaching the point where Kiliak and Malugia clashed. Although their size is smaller than the clashing solar energy and magic power, the spears do not bounce, collapse, or disintegrate. He was striding between Malugia and Kiliak. Obliteration. Originally, there was a gathering of forces that could absolutely annihilate anything that existed in Ints. All 4 of them, including Changxiang, were literally showing off their full power. Cut, crush, and kill enemies. Blades and claws shining with hatred and a single thought that bordered on a curse were rushing towards Kiliak. The first thing to target Kiliak's back was Luna's crimson sword. Her eyes held a deeper, darker, murderous intent than any of the 4. Psy-dash. Krantel's blade distorted space, leaving a strange, sharp mark. At that moment, Kiliak avoided the attack by teleporting a distance of about 3 steps. The remnants of the crimson sword extending from the blade grazed Kiliak's shoulder. The 2 consecutive cuts left only residual scars. Yeah, when I look at your face, it reminds me of something. Things from another dimension. How could I have forgotten you? Luna Runkendal, you're trying to act like a hero here too. Luna suddenly lost her speed due to the spatial explosion that unfolded before her eyes. In the meantime, Kiliak widened the distance once more and strengthened his shield. The shield rapidly swelled and grew larger. Kiliak had already settled deep within it and disappeared from Luna's sight. The Union members watching could not help but believe their eyes. With just a protective shield, withstanding the 5 great will of the spear stars, the swords of Jean and Ban could be seen being blocked by the protective shield. However, the singers were not shaken at all, as if they had already expected it. While the progress of the Emperor's rain sword seemed to have stopped, only Luna, who dug in first, continued to chase Kiliak. Kiliak's magic throbbing within the protective shield was burning Luna's entire body in an instant. Among the Changsongs, only Luna was able to withstand the flames like this. That disgusting habit of being firm and persistent is still the same. I commend you for daring to point your sword at me even after remembering your numerous and miserable defeats. Don't be bluff, Kiliak. You don't have to deal with only us now, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light penetrated Kiliak's chest. It was Malugia's solar flag. Malugia, she was clearly helping the Bamul Alliance from earlier. To be precise, from the time Focal was brought in, he was using the Bamul Alliance with other sun god selves. For humans, penetrating wounds are fatal. After all, it was where the heart was. But Kiliak didn't even spit blood. The pierced affected area gathers magic power in a mosaic-like form for a moment and then quickly recovers. Kiliak was using a considerable level of reality manipulation, using only his own power without the demon god stone. Yes, it must be very fortunate for you. Kong dash. Malugia's spear, which pierced Kiliak, returned at the speed of light. At the same time, the same type of spear flew at Luna. The first spear pierced Malugia's neck, tearing the entire protective shield she had formed like a sheet of paper. And unlike Kiliak, she flinched and showed signs of being hit. Since almost all of his strength was being put into the portal opened with the power of Focal, he was unable to respond properly. Luna completely avoided the first window and the second window, closing the distance with Kiliak again. However, the moment she swung the crantle, a third spear rose up from behind her out of nowhere and pierced her thigh. Of course, Kiliak expected her to hesitate for a moment, but Luna pulled out the spear that pierced the front of her thigh and swung the crantle at Kiliak's neck. It's deep. The blade penetrated nearly halfway into Kiliak's neck and cut it off. It just became something that never happened due to reality manipulation. Now! Luna shouted to Malugia and his colleagues. From what she observed, the only time Kiliak had even the slightest loophole was when he used manipulation. When Malugia's spear pierced his chest, he wasn't sure and didn't give a signal, but now he was sure. Jean Van Muraken. It's not that their secret intentions didn't break through the protective shield. They were deliberately pretending to be blocked. Kiliak was oblivious to that fact. It was a gamble. This method could not have been successful if Kiliak had focused solely on the singers. The spears simply maintained the power of their five senses but did not completely collide with the shield. Due to constant pressure from Malugia and Luna, Kiliak was unable to read that little trick. And if there is one more reason, Kiliak Jiffle of the 33rd dimension had never properly experienced the Light King Rain Sword. While he conquered all the dimensions except this one, the Tucson Ban has never appeared as completely royal as it does now. You're a lucky guy, Kiliak Ziffle. You have never lived in the same era as me in any dimension. The brain energy that had stopped right in front of the Myingwang Rain Sword's protective shield began to move. Before the brain energy could fully reach him, the protective shield melted like ice, opening the way. Maybe I can't say it's all that good. This is the era of Brother Jean. He is greater than me. Kiliak's eyes widened. It was something he had never expected for the protective shield spread across the battlefield to disappear so quickly. Even the protective shield stretched out far away to prevent direct contact with the Myo King's Rain Sword's brain energy was completely torn down. At the same time, Malugia concentrated all of the power she had been pouring over the portal onto Kiliak, and Luna retreated in the direction where the spears were flooding in. Finish it, youngest. Jean Ban and Muraken passed by Luna. It seemed like 3 tsunamis, not people, had risen. TSK. Golden cubes pressed down on all sides of Kiliak. Malugia's purpose was not to attack my base. Was he trying to target me from the beginning? It's really dangerous to be defeated by the shallow numbers of the Bamal Alliance progenitors. Since the battle began, Kiliak has not let down his guard even once. In order to not allow even a small counterattack, they did not attack Jean excessively and focused their efforts on Malugia, who they had to deal with as their top priority. It was just not enough. It was impossible for even the leader of the demon gods to deal with Malugia and all of the spear saints at once alone. Just as Malugia is different from other Malugias I have encountered, does this mean that the creations of this dimension are also the same? Crisis. For the first time in a long time, Kiliak Zippel was feeling a sense of crisis approaching. But I never thought it was a mistake. I was caught in Malugia's trap and ended up crossing into this dimension alone, and as soon as I arrived I had to deal with Malugia and the other stars of this dimension all at once. Rather, it was proof that he had made the right decision. Besides, such will sometimes leads to miracles. That's why the powerhouses of the 677th dimension have so far been unable to kill the mutant called Jean Runkendal. The Bamul Coalition is a powerful enemy that has never been encountered before. My thoughts were short. Since we control all dimensions except 677, everyone probably believes that since we have the completed Demon Stone we will be able to eliminate them. Wrong. Their swords are already at our throats. Kiliak smiled as he recalled the last meeting. I still have that kind of room left. Van's blade landed on Kiliak's forehead. Couldn't avoid it. The golden cubes formed by Malugia blocked all retreat routes, and wherever there was a gap, Muraken's true darkness unfolded. Kiliak had no choice but to hold on to Ban's blade with his bare hands. Wow! How could you not laugh? If I had made a slightly poor judgment, I would have been defeated by you guys before I even came to this land. Kiliak said, spitting out a handful of blood. Just as it was his first time experiencing the mysterious king's rain sword, it was also Ban's first time meeting an enemy who could withstand the emperor's rain sword like this. It was of course something I had never imagined, of course being an enemy who could grab the blade containing the condensed form of O's ultimate power with his bare hands and no weapon. Terrible vibrations and loud noises. Inside, Kiliak's trembling hands were pushing half away little by little. Even though he was spitting out blood and his eyes were turning gray, his magic power was further refined and amplified. However, the Myingwang Rain Sword is not one. The sword of the person who had summoned the leader of the Jean Runkendal demon god to this place was falling behind Kiliak. Ka-off! I barely managed to avoid getting my head split in half by ducking down. Jin's blade cut into his back and fell to the floor. There was a vivid sensation of the blade hitting the bone, and an unbelievable amount of blood was gushing out from a single human body. Covered in blood, Jin screamed as he cut Kiliak's waist horizontally again. Even at the moment when his body was split in half, Kiliak did not let go of the half-sword he was holding. At that point, even the singers couldn't help but feel goosebumps running down their backs. Square magical powers were covering Kiliak's affected area. Even when the blade was pushed into reality manipulation, there was no response, as if it were just hitting the air. However, after completing his recovery, Kiliak showed signs of shortness of breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he was exhausted, and the flow of the magical energy being emitted was not as stable as before. It was then that the Golden Fleet's power returned. The fleet immediately began retreating as Jean had ordered in advance, and in an instant a portal back to Tychon opened in the sky. Jean and Ban also retrieved their swords at the same time. Fighting Kiliak to the end now would be no different from giving his bones for his flesh. As soon as the spears left, Malugia descended to the ground as if waiting and directly dealt with Kiliak. With his entire body pierced by dozens of golden spears, Kiliak looked up at the spears moving away and said This debt, I will pay it back soon. Jean Runkendal. June 21, 1804. Kiliak Jiffel and Malugia continued the fierce battle in the Empire for about a week more after the Bamul Alliance retreated. No one witnessed the battle directly. Even the Bamul Alliance did not reintroduce troops to the battlefield. This was because it was an overly dangerous battle even by the standards of prodigies. For the Alliance, the most reasonable choice was to wait for the two terrible beings to either be destroyed together or for one side to suffer serious damage and the war to end. The fight between Kiliak and Malugia ended abruptly this morning. The outcome of the fight was unknown. It ended so suddenly that not even the Changsongs, who were waiting in the imperial waters to surprise the winner, could understand the situation. Only traces of the huge country called the Empire remain, which has become a golden wilderness. The Empire collapsed. More than 70% of the territory was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, and many more people died. There were no survivors or any remnants left in the areas that were even slightly affected by the power of the two beings. Therefore, it was a completely different scene from the general ruins caused by war. The golden wilderness, symbolizing the power of Malugia, stretched out endlessly. There are no cries of sorrow, no pleas for help, no voices seeking God, and not even the stones that were created when the building collapsed. Jean and his colleagues stood with blank faces in front of that overwhelmingly desolate landscape. Records. We need to analyze the records. Valeria. Ha! The whereabouts of Kiliak and Malugia. I needed to know where those monsters were headed. To take revenge on this world. I don't know why they suddenly stopped fighting, but neither of them are likely normal. It must be ended before recovery. Ban said through gritted teeth. It has already been revealed that whether Kiliak or Malugia, each of them alone far exceeds the power of the entire alliance. When they are in perfect condition, no matter what they do, they cannot win. Any strong enemy I had ever faced would pale in comparison to them. Tears fell from Valeria's eyes as she analyzed the records. Death, which could not be estimated or even felt, was frantically updating the record window. Maybe they didn't end the fight but moved the battlefield to another dimension. Jean nodded at Murakan's words. The giant portal that Malugia opened by taking away Fokal's power had disappeared. Even if we don't find them, they will definitely show themselves. The goal of both is to conquer or destroy this world. Which one will appear first and which one will be able to track it down first? Jean had a hunch that it was probably Kiliak's side. If he hadn't died, he would have appeared with his army. Even if Kiliak received a huge shock from the battle with Malugia if the demon god core is added, how on earth should he face it? Soren's expedition team returns after completing the construction of the main hall of Tisingian into an aerial fortress. Currently there are only 2 ways to strengthen the Alliance's power. However, I couldn't think that both of those elements were superior to Misindi. Soderet's arrangement. Soderet's final arrangements in the Black Sea. There must be something within it that can turn this situation around to have a chance of winning. And a witch. We must make him directly participate in the war. There's some kind of restriction, so even if it's something that made Orgel move for you, you have to somehow remove that restriction. The moment I thought about that, the steel portal opened and Orgel appeared. Unlike usual, he didn't act like a crazy person or have a playful face. He was also sad. The fact that the Empire has fallen and the fact that this world has already been destroyed to this extent. And he was sorry. This was because he could not provide much help in this fight. Jean, I'm sorry. If you hadn't shown up, then more people would have died during the retreat. Stop talking nonsense. Rather, I should meet a witch. Hilurum? You probably know better than anyone else. There is no answer unless he stands on our side and fights directly. Let me tell the story to Hilurum first. But it's better not to have high expectations. I also asked for her support from countless worlds. Above all, even if she were to step forward, it would be no different from the birth of a lesser evil. Good. Good. Well then, let's organize it, Hilurum. So to speak, I was your lover or contractor. In a world where there may be several of them, Orgel Remilias has always been your contractor. But what always failed? From my perspective, it's Kinzelo's resurrection. From your perspective, what's it like? What do you want? As far as I know, light is disappearing from the world. So we broke up. Yes, that is still a valid story. Orgel smiled bitterly as he recalled his last conversation with Hilurum. Removing light from the world was ultimately just another end. Still, the lesser evil is better than the worst. I knew what it meant. By the way, Dante Huron just woke up. Dante Huron had been unconscious ever since he was dramatically rescued in the last battle. It was because the accumulated shock was too great. However, a bigger problem than the physical blow was the mental one. He saw his friends right before he collapsed and felt like he had been saved, but he sensed an even darker future. The intuition that the Empire could end like this eventually turned out to be true. It is said that if Inez had not entered Dante's dream directly, he would not have known when he would have woken up. He still doesn't know what happened to the Empire. Jean closed his eyes tightly. I will meet you and talk. Soon Jean headed to Kinzelo's hideout through Orgel's steel portal. Even Bouvard and Inez weren't flirting like usual. As I approached the treatment room where Dante was, I saw him and Baradin. Jean. Dante. The Empire has fallen? A long silence followed. As soon as he saw Dante in front of him, Jin's mouth seemed to freeze. Grandfather. Has the light left behind by your grandfather disappeared? Jiamwangi is safe. Dante. It's a blackout, but you're safe. I couldn't bear to say that. Strangely enough, it was the Emperor of Swords that did not suffer much damage, and the rest of the major cities and princely states were completely wiped out, but they could not bear to let it be known that only a few small towns on the border were safe. But Dante knew. Bloody tears flowed from his empty eyes. Jean, can we win? Can you truly take revenge on those terrible beings? Every time I heard Dante's word, my guilt boiled up. Why did he return, and why was he responsible for the failures of Orgel in so many worlds? I couldn't tell before, but now my vision is even more blurry. Nevertheless, Jean nodded heavily. I have to do it. Certainly. Dante stood up and wiped away his bloody tears. My fists and cheeks turned red. I will honor the vengeful spirits of the dead people after I have completed my revenge. So please do not prepare a separate memorial service at the joint level. I want to be alone for a moment. I will gather myself for a moment and then return to the front line right away. Dante left the treatment room. Jean looked behind him and made eye contact with Baradin. Jean, I was debating whether to bring this up or not. I think it would be better. What? I was unconscious when Lord Silcia and Orgel formed a portal for our retreat. You remember, right? It was like that. I had a dream then. I'm confused as to whether it was a dream or not. Anyway, I think I heard Lord Alona's voice at that time. What? It's hard to explain, but from the moment Malugia appeared and throughout the battle, I felt like Lord Alona inside of me was aware of me. In fact, Malugia never attacked me directly. Maybe there wasn't time for it, or maybe it wasn't worth it. Do you believe that Lord Alona's consciousness still remains within Malugia Baradin? Okay, it could be just my wish or a vain hope. But for some reason, as the days passed, the voice I heard in my dream that day became clearer. And it wasn't until today that I fully remembered it and decided it was a good idea to tell you. What was it about? If Malugia kills Kiliak, I will create an opportunity to kill Malugia. And when dealing with Kiliak and the demon goddess, use Octavia Zippel. Jin's eyes widened. The preceding content is something that Lord Alona would naturally say if she were still conscious. I really hope Lord Alona remains inside that monster. But what is Octavia Ziffel all of a sudden? According to the story that Lord Alona told me in my dream that day, he was the head of the demon gods. They say that Kiliak Jiffel only has strangely human feelings for his aunt. I don't know if it's sympathy, curiosity, or interest. I didn't explain it in detail. It seemed like I was trying to avoid Malugia's eyes. Octavia Zippel, her whereabouts are currently unknown. At least there was no news of her death until Kiliak of this dimension died and the leader of the demon gods appeared. It may be a bit unexpected, but now is the time to lean on something. I will tell Valeria and Leet to analyze the records about Octavia. I hope it's true. I hope that Lord Alona is still inside that monster for real, and not just a dream. I think so. Neither Lord Alona nor I can be forgiven anyway, no matter what happens. However, sometimes I receive undeserved comfort thanks to my colleagues, because my companions know that his soul and mine have never fallen. Jean patted Baradin's shoulder as he lowered his head. Just because he was born as a Zippel, he had no choice but to become a Zippel, so he and Alona had no choice but to always be sinners. Even at this very moment we are fighting for the Union. You said something depressing for no reason. Phew. Have you decided on what to do until you find the enemies? I still can't figure it out properly. For now I plan to meet the witch while waiting for Valeria and Leet to analyze the records. As the head of the coalition, the only people who could express such feelings out loud were my friends and colleagues. Now the whole world was trembling with fear of the demon goddess and Malugia. Since the empire collapsed overnight, there are no safe areas left in the world. The number of people who were constantly fleeing to the territory of the Bamul Union was noticeably decreasing. It wasn't because I thought the tide was tilted in favor of Jeep due to the appearance of the 33D Kiliak. It just feels like everything is meaningless from the perspective of the general public. Despair and frustration, the world was sinking into an unprecedented depth of helplessness. People's hopes for the Bamul coalition are gradually weakening. But meeting a witch is also something that has to wait. It's hard to take initiative in anything. Are you afraid that if you move carelessly, the enemies will suddenly appear again and start destroying the world again? Okay, I feel like I'm being dragged along from the beginning. I can't see any room to dig in. Jean. This time Baradin patted Jean on the shoulder. Make a bold decision. There will be pressure of being responsible for the lives of everyone in the world, but if you are rigid, nothing will work. I get it. There is no future if you are dragged around anyway, and even if we lose and the world is destroyed, it won't be your fault. Lord Baradin is right. What is it, Dante? Why did you come back so quickly? Jean and Baradin turned their heads and looked at Dante. His face was clean as if he had washed his face. I didn't say I needed to be alone for just a little while, but when I was alone my thoughts kept turning to the dark side. I am a failed monarch. Therefore it is my fault that the empire fell. But you are not a monarch. Even if you lose, it's not your fault. Since I am a regressor, it is my responsibility. Jean couldn't tell his friends because he remembered Valeria's warning. However, it was true that I received strange comfort from Dante and Baradin's words. Jean, I vaguely know your secret. Jin's eyes widened. You told me there was nothing wrong with you. These are words for both you and me. We've done well enough. Maybe it was just that I couldn't do any better than that. There is just unavoidable sadness. So now it would be better to forget everything that didn't happen. What Dante said when the Sword Emperor Crusade ended and we commemorated Ron's death. That day Dante received Ron's will and vaguely learned of Jin's return. Jean locked eyes with Dante, recalling that day. Secret? Are you two the only ones who know? The enemies of the Sword Emperor Temple are stronger than before, but the essence is the same. There are just some things that can't be helped. So move. If you can see ahead, then we can also see ahead. Can you tell me too? Actually, I don't know. There are no secrets, Lord Baradin. I just wanted to comfort Jean. Okay. Baradin could not bear to question Dante further. This was because I knew how he was standing and how he was opening his mouth after hearing the news that the Empire had just fallen. In any case, for Baradin, he was just thankful that Dante was showing strength. Okay, I have to look ahead. The moment I answered that, Jin's communicator suddenly rang. Confucius Jean. Please speak, Your Majesty the King. Now Lokia Ganesto has come to Tychon. According to Lord Amaris, it was a self-immolation. He says he needs to meet Confucius and Sir Lucy. I'll be right there. Jean immediately returned to Tychon on a red owl. The colleagues did not bring Lokia into the palace but kept her waiting in the garden. Oh, you're here. Descendants. A sinner is a sinner, Lokia Ganesto. I wouldn't have had the confidence to come to the main body. At those words, Lokia took off her hood and smiled. The face hidden by the hood was a face Jean recognized this time. Not Halin Runkendal, but Lokia garnished herself as seen in records from 1,000 years ago. Is there any reason to come here to the main body without going crazy? I'm a bit tired of being treated like a criminal. These guys have no idea how the situation is going. You're so angry, strangely sensitive. It seems like the appearance of the leader of the demon gods and Malugia was something you hadn't planned on. Lokia looked at Jean. The appearance of Kiliak and Malugia was actually making Lokia frustrated. I had already known that I would not be able to completely control Malugia, but I had never expected that she would quickly summon the devil like this. I can't deny it. Yes, the leader of the demon gods and Malugia clashed too quickly. And if Malugia is defeated, this world will be destroyed by the demons. Is it because the complete resurrection of the sun god cannot be achieved? If Malugia dies. Yes, that's exactly what the Kinsalo guys figured out with their crude dream abilities. Kiliak was seriously injured in this fight. He will recover soon, but he will now try to kill Malugia. You must have realized this when you almost died once. It is impossible to capture the Malugia of this world alive. When Malugia disappears, Kinsalo's resurrection will naturally end. There is no reason for Demon Goddess to leave this dimension behind. Of course, Malugia has also caused damage to the demon god's main base, so abolishing this dimension will not be as quick as before. However, since the purpose of resurrecting the sun god has disappeared. Lokia, you speak as if you know the leader of the demon gods very well. A sneer appeared on Jin's lips as he stopped speaking. The person I have experienced is the type of person who cannot tolerate even a single mistake. And if the resurrection of the sun god is the goal of the demon goddess, it must have become even more urgent now. As you said, even the main base was hit, so a means of recovery will be needed. I don't agree with him that he would give up Malugia. Also, we are not in a relationship to talk about this. It's surprising, descendant. Now I thought you would want to hear anything to prevent the destruction of the world. Even if it's information I'm giving you. One way or another, the only thought in your head will be to use us. Is that the whole purpose of coming here? Giving information that Kiliak is going to kill Malugia and abolish this world? If that's the case, get it out of the way. Lokia shrugged and looked at Jean. No, there is a different purpose. I'd like to make a deal. Transaction. Oh, you're coming over there at the right time. Lucy, who had just left the palace, was approaching the garden. He came out late because he was trying to control his anger towards Lokia. Lokia Ganesto. You're blaming me, Lucy. But your daughter Helene came to me on her own. And now I have come to return the daughter you were unable to protect. What? Speak bluntly. Helene Runkendall's 4 daughters are still alive. I am separating the power of Araction that resides in that body. I'll give you Helene, so bring me Timar's left arm. Lucy's eyes wavered. She was more agitated than ever. Lokia took out a crystal ball from her bosom as if trying to drive a wedge. In it Helene's sleeping figure appeared. Helene left Lucy's side when she was 8 years old. In the crystal ball Helene had grown up to look like she was in her 20s, but Lucy recognized her daughter right away. Hey Helene. I am currently asleep while trying to separate Araction's power. When all that power is separated you return to being a normal human being. Surely my daughter, who is still alive and well, is not as bad as the left arm of her dead lover. While Lucy was shaking in shock, Jean realized that Lokia was on the defensive. Soderet's arrangement. Lokia is obsessed with the arrangement in the Black Sea. Since the situation is beyond calculation, there must be a reason to reach an arrangement sooner. Timar's left arm must be needed for the job. Jean didn't know the true meaning of Timar's left arm until the last time he confirmed the deal between Kiliak and Lokia using Peerhop and Ina's dream abilities. Now a strong intuition was coming to me. That left arm is said to be the key to reaching Anbi. Therefore the deal had to be rejected. It would be a big hurt to Lucy, but there was nothing I could do about it. Soon the moment Jean tried to call Lucy, she shook her head first. I refuse. What? Lokia's eyes widened. She wasn't even assuming the consequences of Lucy refusing the deal. Did you forget? Lokia Ganesto. Helene, whatever that child was to me and Timar, she was just as much a member of Runkendall as everyone else back then. Live or die, do whatever you want. If that child was weak and brought trouble to the family, I was ready to turn away at any time. Lokia's negotiations failed. Lucy, who rejected the offer, immediately began attacking Lokia's alter ego. In the end, she couldn't even take care of herself. That night Murakan found Lucy standing alone in the floating garden of Tychon Palace. Lucy. Murakan. Murakan smiled bitterly as he opened the bottle of alcohol he had brought with him. Damn, I don't know how to say this. I'm bad at comforting things. It's strange, and I'm sorry to ask you if you're okay. What does Murakan have to be sorry about? I'm not the only one losing a child to this terrible world. The two sipped their drinks while looking at the dark night sky. Lokia can't kill Helene anyway. Even if this negotiation fails, we will judge that the value of use has not completely disappeared. Whoa! Even if I die, if Araction's power is separated and I can die as an ordinary human, that would also be liberation for that child. The times are harsh. 1,000 years ago or now. I see. Whether it was then or now, we live in an era where if you aren't strong you can't protect anything. The sound of drinks being passed continued in silence for a while. Has Sagaju made a decision? Yeah. They said they were going to the Black Sea. Because I am convinced that Timar's left arm has something to do with the Soderet's arrangements there. Murakan nods. I feel like it was a good decision. You can't win by just being dragged around by the enemies while protecting your base. It is a fact that has already been proven 1,000 years ago, especially against Zippel. Black Sea. Jean decided that the Alliance should first join Soren's expeditionary force. Now I couldn't just wait for them to come back. Of course, due to the characteristics of the Black Sea region, it will not be possible to succeed in joining in just 1 or 2 days. However, the coalition had incomparably stronger power and special abilities compared to when Soren first left for the Black Sea. Even the Sun God Church once created a portal that encompassed the Black Sea. The burden Sagaju has is nothing compared to me having just one daughter held hostage. Because at every moment you will have to shoulder and judge all life except the enemy. Lucy finished the last of her drink and turned around. Let's go, Murakan. We are Runkendall. If it had collapsed from pain and sorrow while fighting, it would have collapsed 1,000 years ago. A day has passed. There are still no clues as to the whereabouts of Kiliak and Malugia, and the Union members were preparing to leave for the Black Sea. All Chongqing heads to the Black Sea. The Allies had no intention of sending just a few major troops on this trip to the Black Sea. All of Changxiang, the flagship Sarah, the Golden Fleet of the Ming Dynasty, and the main temple of Tasinjian, as well as the air fortress La Perosa. They had somehow formed a force that could break through the Black Sea and find Soren in the shortest possible time. There is no back. In any case, there was no future for him unless he joined Soren and obtained Soderet's arrangement. Thanks to Focal and Silkia. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have been able to move this fast, Jean said while looking at the two people. Focal and Silkia played a decisive role in this trip to the Black Sea. As the Veltian destruction self, he did not receive any benefit from Malugia in this battle. Rather, it was bound by Focal's power and became the power source of the air fortress La Perosa. Silkia, along with Focal, was scheduled to form a portal leading straight to the depths of the Black Sea. Depending on the situation after arrival, if possible, it was possible to create a portal connecting to Simbu and later. Your father must be aware that there is a problem with royalties. Even if it's not in great detail, you definitely know that a huge enemy has awakened that even you can't handle on your own. Jean nodded at Luna's words. As a father, you must feel like you have been struck by lightning. Isn't there a part of him that believed that his destiny would be fulfilled by subduing the 5 kings of the Black Sea? That's right. My father, before he overcame his demonic powers during the expedition, seemed like he was planning to die with the 5 kings of the Black Sea. It's a bit weird to feel this way while people are dying all over the world, but it's true that I'm still a little excited. Soren Runkendal. In Runkendal, the name was still a symbol of the family's last bastion and invincibility. Now that Kiliak and Malugia have appeared, it cannot be said that they are truly invincible, but the influence of that one person is still as effective as before. It will be reassuring when he comes back. However, just meeting them and explaining the situation in detail will not bring them back. As Brother Jean said, he already had a destiny. Morganil, the last remaining 5th king of the Black Sea. Ban was convinced that Soren would not return unless he was killed. But he won't refuse to help us fulfill his destiny. That's right, Sir Ban. Because my father has changed. Go to the Black Sea, find Soren, defeat Morganil together, and return to Ince. That was the best outcome the coalition could hope for from this incident. It is clear that Morganil is the strongest among the 5 kings of the Black Sea, but the Alliance cannot believe that he is on par with Kiliak or Malugia. As the entire Changxiang gathers, we will definitely take Morganil with minimal damage and find Soderet's final arrangement. Brother Jean, when are you going to leave? Unless Valeria's report at midnight reveals anything critical, we will depart immediately. I get it. Even outside the conference room, all Union members were busy moving around. Taking the gamble of joining Soren did not mean completely throwing away royalties during that period. Migration. The Bamul coalition was beginning the process of relocating the common people of Ince to the underworld. Although there is no fundamentally safe place in the world anymore, underground was still better than above ground. Even while the empire was destroyed in the fierce battle between Malugia and Kiliak, the underworld suffered no damage. Of course, as the basement is currently being rebuilt, the standard of living is bound to drop sharply compared to the rent, but most people applied for relocation even if they had to endure that. There were many people who refused to move, saying they would die in their hometown even if they died. Union members respected all of those opinions. It was not to reduce work, but because everyone has the right to choose their life. Especially in situations like this. Jean meditated and waited for midnight. Countless scenarios that would arise in future wars were floating wildly in my mind. At every moment I had to catch the brightest number among them. As midnight approached, Orgel came to Jean before Valeria. Jean. Did the Orgel which give you an answer? Damn no. Although your words were relayed through the demon trio, it seems that no one can meet the witch now. Not just me, but also them, the dwellers of the abyss. I think it was probably influenced by this battle between Malugia and Kiliak. I get it. I'll let you know again when I hear any news. Are you going to go to the Black Sea soon? Okay. The most important force will be absent for a while, so you will have a lot of work to do. Don't worry. Even if they suddenly attack us, we will somehow survive until you return. We all know one thing about running away since ancient times. It's always been like that even in other dimensions. My main pattern was to jump out to seize an opportunity, get cornered, use evil, and then die fiercely. Compared to that, there is still hope now. Orgel grinned and held out his fist to Jean. Jean lightly bumped fists with him for the first time and smiled. Come back as soon as possible. Okay, be careful. As soon as Orgel left the conference room, hallway became noisy. Valeria has returned. Jean. Thank you for your hard work, Valeria. Have there been any records about Malugia and Kiliak? Malugia is still there, and I found a record of Kiliak. Just as Baradin said. He is conscious of Octavia Zippel. June 16, 1804, Kiliak Zippel protects Octavia Zippel from Malugia. Valeria immediately showed the record to Jean and her colleagues. Although it was not a detailed record that revealed the situation and psychology, it was meaningful enough. You went out of your way to protect Octavia during that fierce battle. No, the fact that Octavia was alive until the 16th means that he continued to fight and protect her. Does that monster have any sense of family left? No matter how I feel, I have one more hope. Hope has increased. That's not just because of the relationship between Kiliak and Octavia. This record was evidence that Ilona Zippel remained in Malugia. She is fighting too. Even though she was used like a puppet by Zippel and Malugia for such a long time, Ilona's sincerity was never damaged. When Jean stood up, his colleagues followed suit. Now it was time to go to the Black Sea. Passage 1, Masindi headquarters. Due to Malugia's attack, the headquarters was in disarray unlike before. Most of the portals leading to each world were crushed and emitting a terrible energy, and Kiliak Zippel was sitting in a messed-up treatment room with transparent tubes inserted all over his body. Octavia. Octavia raised her head at the sound of Kiliak's cracked voice. When she first came here, she was injured much more seriously than Kiliak. Kiliak was the first to use the treatment device on Octavia, and she became clean as if she had received numerous blood. Now you can believe everything I tell you. Multiple worlds, endless wars across all dimensions, etc. That's right. Then survive in this world. Yes. Eliminating and conquering countless dimensions. Sometimes things stand out that never change. Strangely enough, one of them is you, Octavia. In all the worlds I've known, you have never survived. Something that never changes. By conquering over hundreds of dimensions, Octavia became a prominent presence in Kiliak at some point. It wasn't because she was particularly strong or particularly great. Rather, Octavia has never shined as brightly in any world as the members of the Bamul Alliance or Kinzalo. Gray. Octavia flinches. In those countless worlds, you have always stood in a gray area. Andre was a shallow guy with little talent. But he was also an excellent conspirator. No matter how dirty I tried and continued my dirty experiments, there was no need to explain it to Andre. Because he always understood me. Ah! On the other hand, how was it for you? When we were conducting all kinds of experiments, including Sandra and Baradin, you participated in all the evil deeds. However, he always showed an ambiguous attitude with an uneasy expression on his face. There was no effort to cross the line or not to cross it. I stood in a gray area rationalizing that it was all for the good of the family. Gray, as soon as she heard those words, Octavia remembered the words that Kiliak of the 677th dimension had said. It was the most humiliating moment in Octavia's life. It's really amazing. Even bastards like Buvar Gaston and Anas Caligo woke up as heroes in some worlds, but you never once changed your disgusting attitude. Not once. Kiliak thought about the images of Octavia he had seen in past dimensions. Half of them were killed by him when he killed the Kiliak of that world, and half of them were sure to die even if left alone. They could not adapt to the integrated zip code and were purged, or they committed suicide out of self-destruction. What do you want to say? There is still something in the world that I cannot see. For example, you could say it is an old concept like fate or fate. In any situation, regardless of the variables, a certain result is always achieved. Like you, who always stands in a gray area, or Kingelo's Orgel, who always rebels against me. I don't like that. It's hard to understand. It's okay, you don't have to understand. But I plan to protect you this time. If anyone from the demon gods tries to purge you, I will trample on him, and I will not allow you to end your own life. Why do you want to do that? Because I wonder if you will still be standing in the gray area like always, even if I directly intervene. Orgel, I have never been able to create a world where he doesn't resist me from the beginning. This may be because my power cannot yet change the fate of someone as distinguished as he is. But you don't have anything that great. Octavia did not show any sign of displeasure. It wasn't because I was afraid of Kiliak, but because I couldn't deny his assessment. So I want to test myself through you. Do I really have the power to change the unchanging? Even if it's still too much to climb, even if it's the fate of an insignificant person like you. If not, I must not kill Malugia. Whoa! Make sure you survive and enjoy a long life. It wouldn't be such a bad thing to be reborn as a shining being once in a while. Or it's okay to become a monster like me that will never exist again. But aren't you my younger brother? Octavia looked up at Kiliak without answering. The light fluttering in his eyes seemed to contain both madness and affection. A golden sphere large enough to cover the sky. The Union members continued to express admiration as they looked up at the sphere. It was the moment when the ultimate weapon of the Sky Fortress La Perosa appeared in Tychon for the first time. The scale was much smaller than the Ram or Tower of Stories ships operated by evil spirits in the past, but because of that it felt even more intimidating. Inside, the hull Velshin, who had been transformed into a power source, was restrained along with auxiliary power equivalent to 1,000 golden ships. Every time the air fortress La Perosa moved, little by little the space nearby was distorted. This happened only in the aftermath of the power being activated. Just 10 years ago they said Kojek was a weapon that could destroy the world. But now it's a laughable story compared to these air fortresses. Isn't that right, son-in-law? Talaris looked up at La Perosa and said, according to Orgel, Kojek, owned by the demon gods, still has that status. It's okay because Soren will be back for us too. The world is dark and rotting, but the thought that I will soon see someone I can call a friend for the first time in a long time is strangely comforting. When Soren comes, I will go see him together. Your father would have wanted to honor Ron too. Of course. Union members heading to the Black Sea were ascending the air fortress and each fleet. Jean looked around at them and thought about his enemies, especially Malugia. Clearly Malugia did not intentionally influence Velshin. Jean was sure. The power of Malugia experienced in the Empire that day would have been able to free Velshin no matter how far the distance was to Tychon. The reason we didn't release Velshin was probably because we wanted to use him to complete the air fortress. That's why he probably wanted the result of going to the Black Sea or confronting Masindi with an air fortress like now. Since the day the Empire fell, the Jean and Bamul alliance has been used by Malugia. Like a swamp, I was being dragged into a situation that had no choice but to become like that. But Jean was not offended. It's rather unpleasant for Malugia to use me. It means that unity is needed right now so it can be reversed. Malugia's design has hardened like a stalactite over a long period of time. Find and poke at any loopholes that may be as small as a speck of dust. Anyway, until that moment came, it would have been better to be used by Malugia, to avoid a future destroyed by Kiliak. All Union members leaving for the Black Sea took up positions in air forts and ships. Finally, as Jean boarded the flagship, Seraphokal and Silkia began to open the portal. Let's get started. Silkia. Yes, Focal. The power of the sun and Silkia came together to form a huge shining ring over Tychon's territorial waters. Wow, it's spectacular. Soon the rings began to move forward one by one, creating a diagonal path like unwrapped pieces of paper, and in an instant they were breaking through the clouds and reaching the sky. The ring spread out so far that the eye could not follow it, and it became wider and wider. The moment the ring completely covered the horizon, Focal and Silkia nodded. It's done. Go, Jean. We will chase after you and continue to pave the way. Chi! Aerial Fortress La Perosa was the first to begin passing through the endless loop. La Perosa spun around for a moment as if being sucked into a whirlpool, then instantly disappeared from the sight of the Alliance members. The fleet that followed looked the same. and after a while the coalition members who passed through the portal were able to face the Black Sea. Oh my! This is really the depths of the Black Sea. And that's the deepest part right near the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Luna couldn't help but be shocked. As the truth about the multiple worlds was revealed, the world changed drastically. Although it was said that the Union also gained great strength as it had a powerful enemy that had never been seen before, it was difficult to realize that it had reached the depths of the Black Sea so easily. It took my father and we years to get here. It's been several decades, including the time when my father was blazing a trail on his own when he was young. I feel somewhat vain. No need to think about it, Luna. Silkia and I wouldn't have been able to create a portal to get here if he hadn't opened the way in advance. You don't have to comfort me that much, Focal. You said something pointless. I'm serious. This land of the Black Sea is no different from unknown territory even to me. Soren Runkendal is truly a great mortal. Focal was truly impressed. It was thrilling to know that, like the current Bamul Alliance, they had pioneered this land purely with their own abilities even before acquiring elements such as the power of the sun god of the netherworld. Focal, I think we can open a path deeper. Lord Soren is creating a gap. Yes, Silkia. I was feeling it now too. Soren Runkendal welcomes us. Jean, you may be able to meet your father sooner than you thought. Silkia and Focal open the portal again. This time the rings formed faster than before due to the influence of Chiron. For example, he has now allowed the Bamul coalition to enter the Black Sea. Without that permission, even Focal couldn't create a portal this far. Enter. Yes. As the fleet passed through the ring once more, the landscape changed rapidly. This time the place the fleet arrived at was a landscape so clean and white that it could not have been considered the Black Sea. It was the first time even Luna, a key member of the expedition, had seen a dazzlingly bright landscape like a snowy field in the middle of the day. Where is this? I've never seen an area like this even when I was on an expedition. Even something that looked like snow was falling from the sky as if it were a real snow field. It was hard to believe it was the Black Sea, and the area was filled with a magical energy. The energy was radiating from a man seated in the middle of the ground. Soren Runkendal, he stood up and slowly opened his eyes. Are you here, Jean? Luna. Father. Luna was the first to jump off the bridge. She hugged Chiron without hesitation, and they looked like an ordinary father and daughter who had not seen each other in a long time. As you get older, are you turning into a child? Luna. There are many eyes watching. Well, if you're happy, it can be like this. It's so dark outside that I've never missed my father more than I do now. By the way, father, where are we? Soren looked into Luna's eyes and answered. Morganil. It's his territory. This is Morganil's territory. That calm voice contained all the pain of the Black Sea expedition over the past several decades. The harsh years that even the most loyal knights felt were infinitely harsh were finally almost over. Morganil, the last remaining king of the Black Sea. Therefore Soren did not show any signs of happiness when he saw the troops and fleet led by his grown children. We are in battle, first rider. Stand up and focus on the enemy. Luna immediately changed her attitude at the cold and cool tone of her voice, as if she was going through a demonic attack. As the saying goes, this was a battlefield. Even if almost all of the world's strongest warriors were gathered together, the Black Sea was a land where they must never relax. Of course, Soren was now the head of the family, not the father. I'm sorry, ma'am. I will correct it. The troops other than the expedition remain under the command of Sagaju Jean Runkendal. It is Morganil's energy that pours into this area. Be careful of how it seeps into your body. It would be best for everyone except Changxiang to not leave the ship until the snow stops. Jean and Ban Murican disembarked from their respective ships and faced Soren. If it wasn't for you, I would have heard you too. Jean only bowed his sword to Soren and brought up his senses without saying a word. The spears that followed Luna naturally took up their positions as if they had carried out an operation and fought with Soren yesterday as well. Hopo could be solved as much as he wanted even after finishing off Morganil. There were no other expedition members in sight. However, the spearmen could sense that they were scattered and pursuing Morganil. Morganil recognized that we were coming and started running away. Reading the movements of the expedition members, it hasn't been long. It's weak. The spearman who began advancing toward Morganille's territory noticed that his energy was very weak and faint. It was like air. You can only know that something exists by recognizing it. Morganille's energy fell like snow, so I had to be conscious of it at every moment and push it away. Morganille gave off a fundamentally different aura from the other 5 Black Sea Kings that the Alliance and the expedition had previously dealt with. Not huge, threatening, or dark. But that makes me even more reluctant. The energy that this guy named Morganille has, I think it somehow resembles the little eternal flower. Ban nodded at Murakan's evaluation. The pure white energy that gently fell disappeared quietly when it touched the body so much, so that one could not tell whether it was melting or seeping in. The reason Soren sat still until the Union fleet arrived was to clear away Morganille's energy that had seeped into his body and mind. The fleet will advance with La Perosa at the head, but be careful not to go ahead of the spears. Focus on encircling and blocking retreat routes rather than attacking. Also, artillery fire is absolutely prohibited before my order. At Jin's command, the fleet changed its formation. The advance continued for a time with surprising calm. Move, shake off Morganille's eyes and move again. As time passed, the scenery changed little by little. Morganille's pure white snowfield suddenly turned gray and visibility became extremely narrow, as if a thick fog had covered it. It was so bad that even the chanters couldn't tell the difference between people 5 steps in front of them. It was impossible to read energy or distinguish through strides and breathing sounds. This is not the first time this kind of sensory disturbance ability has been used, but it was characterized by being more precise and natural. However, it cannot be a threat to Changsong's. In some ways, it was an obvious maneuver. If the spirit's nerves are dispersed due to disturbed senses, the likelihood of being exposed to Morganille's energy increases. Morganille. Anyway, now you are the only one left. Why don't you hurry up and get the sword and feel more comfortable? Whoa! For the first time, Soren slowly cut through the gray snow and wind with his sword. Then, in an instant, the figure of Morganille hidden among the fog was revealed. It looks like a person made of plaster, and cracks spread all over its face and body like a damaged statue. It was a mark from Soren's sword earlier. To be precise, every time Soren struck a blow to the Black Sea, Morganille suffered a blow to his body. It was Soren's first time seeing Morganille from such a close distance. Morganille could not hide himself in the fog again. Alliance spears were already pointing their swords all around her. Khan and other members of the expedition team also appeared at the location where the spears had cleared the fog, and they were all gaunt and thin. It was the result of Morganille's energy continuing to permeate. Is this the last remaining king of the Black Sea? The largest fragment of the origin stone. Jean finally got the feeling that the attributes of various transcendent beings were imbued within him by the old enemy of Chiron. In fact, its appearance resembles Malugia, as if it were a brother, and the spiritual energy spread everywhere shows characteristics similar to Eternal Flower. For some reason, the sword in his hand was half deep, and his emotionless eyes were all gray before demonization, while his fingernails, which were the only thing shining black, showed a sinister figure. Even the strong enemies of the past, such as Paolato Simitzito and Luna Murakan's feelings, seemed to be slightly embedded somewhere in Morganille. Is it an illusion? No. What is this? Jean wasn't the only one who felt that way. Everyone except Chiron was shocked by the uncomfortable feeling. Only Soren was fully focused on the wounds on her body. A scar carved from cutting down the Black Sea all my life ever since I was young. It was no exaggeration to say that it symbolized Soren's entire life. I appeared in this world to cut you down. Soren's voice was trembling slightly. It was truly joy. It was my first time feeling so fulfilled before taking the life of an enemy. Morganille did not respond but fixed his gaze on Soren. Even though the spearmen completely surrounded Morganille, they did not push their swords forward. Because it had stopped snowing. Even though I was still conscious of it, I could still feel Morganille's energy heavily building up throughout my body and mind. It could be said that it was a price that must be paid to face Morganille at such a close distance. Changxiang was the minimum qualification to pay the price. It's a trap you can't help but fall into. Long-distance battles cannot proceed because there are tracking problems, and close-range battles have no choice but to start with Morganil eroded. In that sense, Morganil had already rendered one of the weapons of those who came to him useless. The Golden Fleet, including the air fortress La Perosa, could not bombard Morganil in the current situation. This was because the eroded spears could not produce the same power as usual. Or magical power, brain energy, spiritual energy. Morganil's energy that penetrated the spears was blocking most of their power. Trained body and will. There were only two abilities that the spears could use to attack Morganil. It completely blocked the energy of the 5 Changsongs. An immense power that separates the mountains and the earth, the sky and the sea. In the first place, such a force had to be fought as if it had never existed in this world. The spears and Morganil himself. If the fleet pours down artillery fire in this state, the spears will explode as helplessly as ordinary humans. Soren smiled and took a step closer to Morganil. And at that moment Morganil's blade flew first into Soren's neck. Soren struck out the blade and tried to cut Morganil's waist in return, and the spears holding her rear extended their swords almost at the same time. Morganil could not avoid all of the blades. While Barasada and the Grey Sword were intertwined, Jean and Luna Band's blades pierced and grazed her back. A new crack appeared in the stone-like body, and red blood like a human being splattered out of the crack. Before even 10 seconds had passed, Morganil turned into a blood-stained stone statue, leaving behind a slimy blood trail every time she moved. If her body had turned into an ordinary human like Changxiangdul, the fight would have already ended at this point. Chuang Kiji Geek. Every time the swords of the spearmen and Murikan's claws touched, blood and stones spewed from Morganil. Soren, who was still in charge, was covered in the most blood and debris. Death comes equally to everyone anyway. Soren Runkendal. Morganil's sword pierced Soren's shoulder. However, the wound was not very deep, and Soren cut Morganil's wrist just as she was about to retrieve the blade. Hit the mark! Morganil's wrist broke and fell to the ground as if he had been hit by a blunt weapon rather than a sword. The sword he was holding shattered like glass, leaving sharp pieces on the floor. It was the moment the battle ended. Soren wiped Morganil's blood and debris from his face and looked down at her while the spearmen caught their breath and kneeled down at her. "Is that all you have to say, Morganil?" Suddenly the vibration started. Just as Morganil was wounded every time Soren cut down the Black Sea, this time the entire Black Sea is reacting to Morganil's death. Morganil slowly raised his head and made eye contact with Soren. Even though death was approaching, the Changsongs were still able to see the appearances of various transcendent beings from her. In fact, it felt like it was becoming more intense than the first time, like a nightmare. "The reason I have decided to die by your hands now is simply so as not to violate that truth. I hope victory awaits you, my old friend. PSSS." Morganil's body was disintegrating and scattering into particles. Soon she turned into a handful of powder and remained under Soren's gaze. An expedition to subjugate the 5 kings of the Black Sea. It was the moment when the long-awaited wish of Runkendal's poetry, which had lasted for decades, finally came to an end. As soon as the expedition members nearby, including Khan, confirmed Morganil's death, they trembled and shed tears. It was a journey so painful that even the strong Black Knights of Sentai couldn't hold back their tears. Luna's eyes were also growing hot as she supported the approaching expedition members. However, Soren just looked down at Garu, who was Morganil, with indifferent eyes. "The joy I felt when I was sure I could cut her disappeared like a lie. Is this really the end?" Rather, such thoughts did not leave Soren's mind. From the day the Black Sea expedition began, I had never imagined Morganil meeting such a vain end. "Even if it's not the end, there's nothing we can do right now. Father." The Black Sea expedition ends here. Soren ruffled Luna's hair and checked the condition of the expedition members. It was a miracle that everyone survived. "You're the youngest." "Yes, father." "No, as soon as I called him father, he scolded me, but to my youngest." "Isn't the mission over now, Luna?" "That's right." It was now a well-known fact that Soren had escaped his demonic nature, but when Jean saw him loving Luna in person, he felt unfamiliar. Of course, it felt unfamiliar in a good way. "Does the fleet you brought include a treatment facility?" It has facilities that are better than those of a castle. We will send the expedition members up immediately. Excellent. Have you brought me half a drink? Of course I also brought a glass. Unlike anyone who handed out dirty pauldrons. Anyway, there are corners where it's narrower than it looks. 1 o'clock is busy. Just because we had defeated Morganil, it was not the time to drink alcohol. However, Jean did not stop the brothers from getting off the ship with the jewel liquor. This is because poetry is not just something said out of emotion. I have to wait for a while for the Black Sea to change anyway, so I'll take my mind off my worries by having a drink. Sit down, Luna Jean. There isn't much to talk about. Changes in the Black Sea. As they said, as soon as Jean and Luna sat down, the scenery of the area suddenly began to change. First of all, trees were suddenly sprouting up everywhere. These were not the poisonous thorn trees unique to the Black Sea, but bright yellow trees like ginkgo leaves in autumn. The energy of life that had been suppressed by the 5 kings of the Black Sea explodes. It's not that surprising. And it's too beautiful to not be surprised, Soren. Isn't this? Like a whole hidden world is blooming? The sound of running water was heard from somewhere, and the air, which had been stale just moments before, became indescribably refreshing. Among the trees that had already grown 10 steps high, small insects, whose names I could not tell, were making pleasant cries, and green and red flowers and grass were filling the ground. All of those changes occurred before Soren even lifted his first drink. Even after each sip of the gemstock went down, change was moving toward the distant horizon. Is this really the Black Sea? I've lived for 3,000 years, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. The entire Black Sea does not change like this, Murakan. Okay? Well, anyway, the theory is a bit uncomfortable. The kid talks to me comfortably, so you should do the same. Of course. Give me a drink. Oh yeah. The changes in the Black Sea were seen more clearly in the eyes of the Allied members waiting at the fleet. The bright yellow trees blooming on the Black Sea were leading towards a certain place like a road. While tracking down and dealing with Morganil. When Soren opened his mouth, everyone sitting nearby paid attention to him. I was aware that something huge had changed outside, because I felt a greater power than the day when the warrior spirit of the Ming dynasty was awakened. It wasn't even 1, it was 2. Kiliak Zippel and Malugia, the leaders of the demon gods. Soren immediately recognized their power as soon as they appeared in the royal palace. That power belongs to the alter egos of the sun gods called Kiliak Zippel and Malugia Father. Is this a Kiliak Jeep from another world? Did you already know about the multiverse? No, I just inferred it from what Morganil said recently. Also, it is impossible for the Kiliak Ziffel I knew and you know to become like that. Multi-world poetry was vaguely aware of the truth through a few words that Morganil had said. Now I understand, Soren Runkendal. You are special here. This is the only world where my brothers and I face this kind of result. You have not united me and my brothers anywhere. What makes you keep fighting? The reason I have decided to die by your hands now is simply so as not to violate that truth. I hope victory awaits you, my old friend. What Morganil said during the chase and at the last moment. Soren thought over his will again. If he had not decided to die, it meant that Morganil could still survive at this point. For a while, Jean explained to Soren in detail the truth about the multiverse and the terrible things that had recently happened in the world. So that's what happened. So does Morganil's will mean that he accepted me because I was needed in this world? In any case, Morganil, like the witch, would have recognized the multiple worlds from the moment a certain turning point passed. When Kiliak Jiffel disposes of this world and Malugia, the fair death that Morganil spoke of will disappear from all dimensions. Because at that moment Kiliak Jiffel becomes an immortal being. There would be no one left in the entire dimension who resisted him. If that's what you mean, didn't Morganil decide to stand on the side of this world? You could see it that way, Murakan. If you're going to take my side, why not just form an alliance like Orgel and fight together? Why are you running around and making a fuss because you got stabbed? I'm in a hurry. Moreover, even if he died on purpose, that means he was stronger than that originally. Murakan, that's quite a fresh approach. Am I wrong? No, that's true. but I think Morganil's death was due to an arrangement left behind by Soderette. Arrangement? It seems that Morganil wants us to reach that subspace. Chiron put down his drink and pointed forward with his finger. While I could see the Black Sea still changing and changing colors, the yellow trees leading to one place like a road caught my eye again. The path was so obvious that you could see it from where you were sitting. The youngest. Yes, father. I can be sure. What exists at the end of that road is probably the subspace created by Lokia Ganesto. What I've dealt with so far. He was not just a fragment of the origin stone. When you say it is not a fragment of the origin stone, do you mean that Morganil existed before the origin stone was destroyed? Okay. Gleek Kyle Snurgand. I thought the kings of the Black Sea were born at the same time, but Morganil was not. Morganil is like a kind of gigantic grudge. After wandering the world for a long time, the moment the origin stone was born, it was inhabited. Are you saying it existed from the beginning like the sun god? I don't know that much. However, since Morganil was protecting the arrangements left behind by Soderette, he must have something to do with it. That is why the path has been opened now. What do you think is in there? Honestly, I don't know. Whatever it is, it must have come to the Black Sea because now I can't help but open it. Yes, father. I had no hope. We must hope that Soderette does not defect. The moment Soren said that Focal disembarked from the flagship Sarah. Chiron Runkendal. I'm late to say hello, Mr. Focal. I can say that the scenery I saw today was one of the most beautiful sights since the creation of this world. I want to thank you for that, but I have to show this to Jean and you first. Focal was holding a box that looked like a small coffin. It was the box where Timar's left arm was stored. When I opened the box, I saw Timar's left arm engulfed in intense purple light. The Barasada hanging on Soren's belt was vibrating in response to the light. From what I have seen, it is the body of Timar and the Pharisees. It seems that those two elements are essential conditions for entering Soderette's arrangement. But there is one problem. As you can see, a curse is currently applied to Timar's left arm. Environment, a curse left by the Melka people when they took on Timar's body. With this curse, Timar's body will not be able to serve as an authentication tool to enter subspace. Fortunately, this is a problem that this body can solve. It was Amaris who came down with Focal. It's a good thing you followed along. For some reason, it seemed like there would be a moment when superancient knowledge would be needed. Currently, the only people who can reverse the curse of the Melka tribe are Lokia Ganesto and Amaris. Mr. Amaris, how long will it take to lift the curse? It will take 5 days at the earliest. If I return to Tychon and work on it, will it take the same amount of time? Okay. It is not easy for Focal and Silkia to open the portal from the Black Sea to royalty, so just wait for now. As the saying goes, as the environment of the Black Sea suddenly changed, Focal and Silkia also needed various adjustments to open the portal to royalties. Morganil is dead, but his influence has not all disappeared. All right. 5 days. Considering the external situation, it is not a short period of time. If beings like Kiliak and Malugia attack all at once, the destruction of the royal family is very possible. Celiac and Malugia, I'm glad they're both alive right now. Whatever happens in the royalties within 5 days, we will have to keep each other in check. You should not be weighed down by a sense of debt. And in Jin's opinion, they were more likely to come here than cause trouble in royalties. That is, if they recognize Soderette's arrangement as a dangerous hand. Jean composed himself and looked at Chiron. In the first place, the reason why the Alliance joined the expedition team so quickly and subdued Morganil during this trip to the Black Sea was much faster than expected. It seems that the change you brought to the royal family is greater than the change that is taking place here in the Black Sea due to Morganil's death. A portable long-distance communicator because the fleet isn't enough? I suddenly feel old. Soren was impressed by the development of royalties achieved by Jean and the Alliance. Soren, who was fiddling with the communication device as if it were fascinating, was something that Jean and his brothers had never imagined. No, father. It is a pity that I cannot immediately inform the family that my father has completed his long-held wish. Because communication is impossible in the Black Sea with royalties. Hung, you feel old? Compared to me, you're no different than a newborn, but you're so good at saying things like that. It's the same when compared to me. How old are you? I can't tell you. Just know that there are more than 300. Murakan banned Soren. The three were already treating each other comfortably like old friends. It was an amazing scene in many ways for the Alliance members, especially the Knights of Runkendal. You both lived a long time, but I have to live longer. It was a word that contained a lot of things to live for. Soren Runkendal, before he overcame the demonic fire, he had a feeling that he would meet death in the Black Sea when he reached the end of his destiny. However, after Demon Xiangwa disappeared, death was not assumed at all. I had a strong will to survive and return to my family and spend the rest of my life in atonement. Atonement for the fact that family members, especially Jean, had taken on all of Runkendal's burden during his absence. For example, he wanted to make Runkendal a better family, stronger and more solid than before, but also a family that could be fun. I thought that was the only way to atone for the dark times that passed, and that thought is still valid. Of course you should. Yes, what a great world it would be without Masindi and Malugia. Oh, there was also Ganesto. Anyway, if we just get rid of those things, there will be no such terrible war in the world until we disappear. I will make strawberry pie and eat strawberry pie together with Osundu soon and live happily ever after. Ugh, can you stop looking after that little guy by then? Wait a minute, Murakan. Are you meeting Gilly? Oh, you didn't know. Love blooms even in times of war. No matter how much you are, it's not very fun if you treat Gilly carelessly. Do you understand? Don't just talk about Runkendal's laws or anything like that. Just shut up. Let me bless you. A casual and friendly conversation continued for a while. Above, in the landscape of the Black Sea that had turned into a beautiful primeval forest, the Sky Fortress and Golden Fleet were shining brightly. It feels like a terrible nightmare where the world could suddenly end at any moment. Will just pass by. But the reality is not like that. I couldn't waste 5 days resting. I think I've had enough of a break. Now let's move slowly. Ameris is not the only one with work to do. The coalition had to scout out the changed terrain and travel the road intentionally opened by Morganil in advance. Even if this was the deepest area of the Black Sea, there was no way an enemy raid could suddenly begin. We must not let down our guard. If Soderet's arrangement really benefits us, I think the enemy is likely to come here. I don't think they Kiliak Zippel or Malugia would be unaware of this significant change in the Black Sea. That's my opinion too. Changes will always be recognized, so the key is how well they have recovered. From 5 spear castles to the air fortress La Perosa and the Golden Armada. Even if Kiliak and Malugia were completely outside the standard, it was unreasonable for them to come here injured. Also, the Rokia Ganesto ceremony must be performed. He seemed to be in a hurry to get the arrangement, so he would try to sabotage me in some way. First, let's take the path Morganil opened. You will be in charge of commanding the youngest troops. Is that okay? I am the head of Runkendal, not the head of the Alliance. It only makes sense since you are the one who has led them all this time. Soren tapped Jean on the shoulder. Even before he reached Changxiang, Jean had been indirectly recognized by poetic theory. Even on the day I met him in my world and when I received the letter. Appointing you as head of the So family was one of the best things I did while leading the family. However, it was my first time hearing these words face to face. Something is pounding in my chest, father. There is no need to value the praise of a father who was cruel and harsh. From now on, your Runkendal will shine incomparably compared to when I led it. I will support you when the fight is over. Ugh, I feel like I'm going to cry. I'm not crying either, so please don't cry. TCH, you're great. While we scout the destination, Air Fortress La Perosa should stand by at its current location, and the fleet should disperse and conduct a warning flight. The spears began to move. As soon as we passed between the bright yellow trees, a beautiful path appeared. The falling leaves seemed to be dancing and fluttering in the wind. There is no sense of threat at all. Still, the spearmen did not increase their speed and walked carefully. I kept looking back. There are concerns that the route may suddenly change like the Black Sea before. But that didn't happen even after an hour, and the same thing happened after 2 hours. Because the trees were not very tall, the image of La Perosa, the air fortress standing behind it, did not disappear. How long did it take to walk like that? The 5 people finally stopped in front of a line. It was a perfectly straight black line dividing the area as if it had been cut with a knife. It's really starting from here. Can I skip this? Aren't we suddenly moved to a dead-end area or cut off from this area? Even if you reach Changxiang and gain insight, you cannot see through everything. Moreover, it was Morganil who opened the Black Sea route here. Or magical power Reiki. It's a line made up of energy that doesn't apply to any of the 3. The color is similar to spiritual energy Father. Ban Murakan Soren and Luna opened their mouths one after another. Their gaze naturally shifted to Jean, who was staring at the black line as if lost in thought. It's not spiritual energy, but it looks strangely familiar, Murakan. Do you feel anything special? The energy that formed this line is familiar? Okay, it's not Reiki, but it's as comfortable as Reiki. No, it is an energy that feels more comfortable than Reiki. What? So if there is something to do with it, why does it only feel like it to you? It's more comfortable than Reiki. Is that possible? A deeper, richer, and darker energy. That's how Jean felt the black line. Soon Jean got down on one knee and put his finger on his black hand, and a fist-sized wave of darkness spread, as if it were spreading like ink. It's hard to explain, but it's not a harmful force for us. The other Changsongs also started pointing their fingers like Jean did. However, Sun did not react differently to their energy. Is this something Sodaret prepared for the kid? I'm a bit disappointed that I can't feel anything. I think we can go in. Starting with Jean, all of the singers crossed the line together. Then the scenery changed in an instant. When I looked back, Morganil's realm, which had been shining with all kinds of colors, had disappeared as if covered by a curtain, and the inside of the line was just a dark space like midnight. However, as soon as I took a step back, the darkness disappeared and Morganil's realm reappeared. It's some kind of subspace. Should I go further or stop for now? How about everyone follow Brother Jin's opinion? This unknown force is clearly in my favor. There must be something like an entrance to arrangement inside, so it would be a good idea to go in and see it with your own eyes. Okay, let's go. Once you crossed the black line, other Changsungs couldn't see the road at all, because it was just a dark space for them. However, Jean felt familiar, as if he was walking down a street in broad daylight. Naturally, the Changsongs followed Jean, and it didn't take long until they reached the end. This is the entrance to arrangement. Jean stopped walking and said, "We can't see anything." The Changsongs looked at Jin's back. Jean was silent for a while, placing his palm against the dark entrance. Then suddenly Jean opened his mouth in shock. "I think I know what's in here." An energy as black as night was rippling over Jin's palm as it touched the entrance to the invisible arrangement. "You think you understand? Oh, is that a good one?" Luna and Murakan shouted at the same time. "I can't say I know everything, but one thing feels clear. When I come here, I will be able to unleash this energy." "The black energy forming this space?" "Yes, sister." As soon as he touched the entrance, Jean realized that fact. Not spiritual energy, but black energy. That power cannot yet be named. As far as Jean and Changxiang know, this black energy has never appeared in the world before. Then there is a high possibility that it is a power that Sodaret prepared for Jean. Brother Jean, how do you feel about that power? We still can't feel anything from the black energy that makes up this space. It's just darkness. It's not spirituality, but it seems to be a power of a higher level than that, Brother Tushin. The Changsong's eyes widened. Murakan in particular was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Aura. The status of the power symbolizing Sodaret has always been the highest. Aura and magical power, as well as the thunder power of the netherworld or any powers handled by the highest gods, were bound to be inferior to spirit power when compared purely in terms of status. The power used by the sun god selves was superior to spiritual energy in some ways, but even that could not be clearly expressed as being superior. Only the power of the perfectly revived Kinjalo can be said to be of a higher rank than spiritual energy. At least everyone who knows Reiki well has perceived it that way. However, I could not believe that it was a power that was greater than that. There's no way the youngest would say nonsense, so that's good news. If you gain that power, you will become stronger, right? Will it become stronger? For some reason, Jean couldn't readily answer Luna's extremely simple question. Become stronger. It's a power that doesn't match those human standards. God. Although they are commonly called gods, in reality they are not merely immortal beings born from the energy of the sun god after his death, but are so transcendent that they cannot help but be called gods. The darkness Jean was feeling right now was such a force, to the extent that I was afraid that it would be possible for me as a human being to hold such power in my hands. I felt like I could no longer be human if I embraced this darkness. My hands were shaking. I suddenly felt more afraid of myself than the tough enemies called Kiliak and Malugia. However, even in the midst of my fear, I was able to intuit one thing. If we grab this power, we can win them. At least it's clear that we can fight back much more easily than we do now. Therefore, it was not a matter of choice. It had to be accepted. Once you give up being human, a war that could only rely on vague hope becomes a fight worth fighting. What am I going to become? Everything I have accumulated so far as a human, a warrior, and a jinn. Force, power, honor. And people who care and love people. It seemed like everything would suddenly be swept away by this darkness and disappear somewhere. To a realm that human Jean Runkendal can never know, somewhere that human Jean Runkendal can never love. Jean. Ah, father. Soren's firm grip gently shook Jin's shoulders. Before Jean knew it, his entire body was covered in cold sweat and he was out of breath. You are afraid. You looked embarrassed. What are you so afraid of? I don't know. Jean, I don't know exactly what you just saw, but in the end we all end up in one of two ways. Win or lose. Fight or stop. Die or live. No matter what you become, this fact does not change. Jean was still breathing hard. If we put our minds to it, we can kill hundreds of thousands with one sword. Could kill millions of people. The fear felt by those who could be swept away and disappear at any time is no less than what you feel right now. But you must not be terrified like them. Do you know what the reason is? Jean did not answer but made eye contact with Soren. He said it as if he was reproaching him, but Soren was smiling. There is no particular reason. It's just because I don't want to see it. Yes. You are my son and I have never given you love. Maybe that's why seeing you shaking now makes me feel uncomfortable. Probably sorry and guilt are common emotions that I have forgotten for a long time. This father has just finished off Morganil and fulfilled his destiny. Don't ruin my mood. Should I struggle with guilt? It was absurd logic. Jean blinked, feeling as if he had been hit on the head 10 times with a hammer. You're quite shameless, father. Luna was startled by those words and looked at Jean and Chiron alternately. It was just a joke, but it was something she had never imagined for one of her brothers to talk to Soren like this. It was the same when Soren made this joke. You probably don't think it's just a joke. My father has been feeling sorry for us ever since he overcame the devil. Soon Luna looked at Soren and opened her mouth. The youngest is right, father. You just struggle with guilt. When the head of the family and the head of the small family are having a conversation, how dare the writer interfere? Her. Anyway, you youngest have no choice but to accept my shameless request. Why is that again? You are the head of the small family and I am the head of the family, so it is so. Follow orders. The three of them, Chiron and Jean Luna, burst into laughter at the same time. Suddenly Jin's breathing returned to calmness and his shaking eyes seemed to have calmed down again. It's a little better, Dad. Anyway, if something goes wrong or strange after receiving this power, the people here will take care of it, so I made a fuss. Let's go back first. This is what I felt when I put my hand on the door. You can only enter if you have both the body of the first head of the family and Barasada. We will have to wait for Amaris to lift the curse. It's a strange thing. Soldieret said he chose you 1,000 years ago, but why did he make those two things necessary? Now that I think about it, it's strange. If Solderet is in there, be sure to ask. Yes, father. If we can go in together, let's go together. That would be fine too. Soren and Jean Luna. They seemed to be more comfortable with each other than ever. Murakan and Ban exchanged glances and shrugged their shoulders. That's a shame. Because of you, Soren, I missed my chance for revenge. What does that mean? Murakan. There have been a few times when I suddenly lost my mind like a kid. It was mainly because of memories from 1,000 years ago. Every time the kid hit me on the back of the head telling me to come to my senses. So I thought it was finally my turn this time. I would have given him a very harsh blow. If you're disappointed, don't miss the next opportunity. How dare the head of the family speak informally to the guardian dragon? I told you to do it. Soon after, the Changsongs were able to go outside the black line again. Morganil's realm still glowed bright yellow, and the air fortress La Perosa was still there in the sky. I walked carefully for 3 hours on the way back, but sped up on the way back. The Changsongs returned to their original positions in an instant. Are you here, old man? Ozdok ran out and bowed his head to the spearman. He was away from the battlefield while Morganil and the expedition team were in pursuit and was discovered by a guarded golden chest and brought here. Old man, it is Ozdok's lifelong regret that he was not able to see in person the great moment when he slayed all 5 kings of the Black Sea. I'm giving you a reduction, old man. Instead of flattering like usual, Ozdok was actually shedding tears of joy. Naturally for him, the Black Sea expedition was the most overwhelmingly difficult experience of his life. Thank you for your hard work, Ozdok. Hehe, what trouble did I have? Thanks to all the elders, even a small creature like me can live a valuable life. Master. At this point, Ozdok grabs Jin's hand. It's also thanks to you, Master. It's been a while since I've been greeting you, Master. I heard from Luna what a great role you played in the expedition. Say whatever you want. I will listen. In fact, Ozdok played a very key role in the Black Sea expedition. Without him, Soren would have needed a much more painful time to overcome the devil. Are you sure about me? Then my inner altar that you took last time. Of course it's not because I have other feelings, it's just because I feel empty. Sniff, sniff. Wait a minute, I can smell my sweets from here. Master? Could it be that you melted my inner Dan into the sword? I'm sorry. If I say something else. Ozdok cried for a moment and then nodded. It's okay. I don't have any trouble living, even if I don't have the courage to become Runkendal's butler from now on. Oh my! What is that? Suddenly Ozdok let out a sigh and pointed his finger at the sky. Dimensional door? The portal that suddenly opened in the sky had a similar shape to the one seen in the last battle in the Empire. The Milky Way appears to flow beyond the door just like Malugia's eyes. But she wasn't the one who escaped from it. It was the fleet of the demon gods. A streamlined, pure white flying ship was coming out of the endless portal. White Fleet. The war weapons of the demon gods who had conquered the entire dimension together with Kiliak instantly covered Morganil's territory, casting a dark and gigantic shadow. There is not just one portal open in the sky. White light was coming out of over 100 portals that were open like a honeycomb. The coalition immediately began preparations for battle, starting with the air fortress La Perosa, but their numerical inferiority was evident even at first glance. It seems like the arrangement is quite important to them as well. That's right, Soren. I had a feeling they would come, but I had no idea they would bring so many. How many damn cars are there? Even if I estimate it, it looks like it's over 1,000. My head hurts. Still, it doesn't seem to be in very good condition. It looks like there was an after effect of the dimensional shift father. It looks like he came here in a hurry. As Jean said, the white fleet that came out of the portal was emitting noise and vibration that felt somewhat unstable. Although the formation is stable, the protective shield surrounding the fleet is not uniform. In other words, there was no reason to watch quietly. Chuck. Jean raised his sword and pointed at the white fleet. The golden ship had already completed preparations for bombardment. I will not let anyone live when the bombardment begins. Quea. The moment a blue ray of light cut through the sky, Morganil's realm instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper in the light. The coalition does not yet know the power of the demon goddess. What great technology they have and what a great fleet they have. If even the golden fleet is no match for it, there is no hope. It can't possibly be like that. After creating the Golden Fleet, the Alliance believed that no matter what enemy they faced in the future, they would never be defeated in an air battle. That belief still holds true, but the shock I received from the head of Masindi was too great. So just as the Golden Fleet's artillery fire was about to collide, the Union members waited anxiously for the results. The Demon God's fleet could also shock us by going far beyond the standard, just like Kiliak did. Whoa, 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 whoa. A familiar explosion was heard. To the Alliance members, the moment when the enemy fleet's shield was broken seemed like a slow-motion picture. After a while, the white ships in the lead line continued to crash. Only after confirming this did the Union members feel relieved. If so, it's worth fighting for. Of course, the condition of the White Fleet was not normal, but it certainly did not seem that the Demon Gods were ahead of the Alliance in terms of fleet technology. Whoa! Are you nervous, youngest? Honestly, I wondered what would happen if the entire fleet was like Kiliak. And there's no one in that fleet. As soon as the portal opened, Jean and other spearmen were the first to try to read Kiliak's energy. Fortunately, he was not aboard any of the White Fleet. Still, I feel a lot of powerful energy. Brother Jean, you have to be careful. The Changsongs nodded heavily at Ban's words. The area that she personally assesses as necessary to be careful is, of course, creativity. The Demon Gods are a group that has conquered all dimensions except this dimension 677. Of course, even excluding the monster called Kiliak, they possess spears, and their numbers were even dozens of times greater than that of the Union. It's just that they can't all gather in one place due to restrictions on dimensional travel. First of all, there are 3. Actually, based on all dimensions, Changseong is probably not that rare. As Luna spoke, wrapping the crimson flag around Krantil Shiren, and Ban smiled strangely. Just as not all 10 stars are the same, Changseong is also the same. I need to tell you who the strongest in all dimensions is. A class. Isn't that the Kiliak Zippel of the Demon Goddess? I haven't really gotten along with him yet. Isn't that right? Yes. Show me your skills, class. I was curious about your power. It's my power, so if the opportunity comes, I'll show it. But it would be better if it weren't now. Chi. The leading ranks of the White Fleet continued to be shot down. They seemed so focused on defense that they couldn't even think of a counterattack. This means that it is the best time for the Union spearmen and superhumans to infiltrate the enemy camp. But Jean was not giving orders. This was because more efficient means of attack remained before that. Myung Wangpo. The main gun of the air fortress La Perosa was aiming at the White Fleet. As the fleet continued to bombard, La Perosa only increased its power. Ka-ia. Big. Cheer up, subordinate number 1. Kyukyakian. Inside La Perosa's power room, the egos of the 3 sun gods were screaming. In particular, Velshin, who is tied up in a restraint, looks like his whole body is swollen, as if he will explode at any moment. Originally, the driving force called Velshin had almost infinite power. But now Velshin was emitting a much more powerful energy than Dr. Qual had expected. The reason was because of the portal used by the demon god. As can be seen from the shape of the Milky Way flowing inside the door, the portal was opened based on the power of Malugia. The demon goddess opened a portal using the traces left by Malugia of this dimension, who had recently battled Kiliak, and the power of the previously captured Malugia of other dimensions. What the demon gods missed was the fact that there was an air fortress in the Bamul Alliance that used the ego of destruction as its power source. Malugia, have you come to save me? Wow! Okay, just a little more, just a little more. Done. Hey Baba. Completed. Wow! Bligiet's voice rang out through the ship's communication device and rang out on La Perosa's bridge. Myung Wangpo, let's go. No, just for a moment. Brother Boras, the power level is too high. Is it okay to shoot? First tell the Changsongs to prepare. No, I don't. Fighting brothers prepare a strong protective shield. If you get caught up in the aftermath, even if you're a brother, you'll get hurt. The singers except Soren immediately agreed to Bora's opinion. Except for him, everyone else had first-hand experience of being bombarded by enemy Ming air fortresses. Of course, Myung Wangpo was nothing compared to even that. Is that what it means to be the youngest Myung Wangpo? It seems like the power is stronger now because of Malugia's energy. Please come this way, Father. The 5 spear stars stuck together to form a protective shield. Firing! The moment when Baba's order to fire was given. Jijijit! The Changsongs could not help but be shocked as they saw a crack immediately appear in the protective shield that the 5 had spread together. It wasn't even a direct hit, so the aftereffects were only slightly noticeable. Of course, it wasn't a protective shield that the spear stars had formed with all their might, but it wasn't something that had been done haphazardly either. Our allies' spears were panicking before the enemies. They hurriedly strengthened the shield and looked in the direction where the Myungwang cannon was fired. A golden tsunami was unfolding, swallowing everything. Not only the sky, which had been glowing blue from the previous bombardment, but also the vast land that was constantly writhing with intense vitality could be seen being swept away by the golden tsunami spewed out by La Perosa. The singers lost their words for a moment in front of a scene where the expression erase is more appropriate than the concept of destroying or breaking. The numerous white fleets were completely hidden by the Myanwang guns and could not be seen at all. It seemed as if the Mayan Wangpo had swallowed up even the portal they had escaped through. I heard Dr. Qual explain how powerful the Pluto cannon is, but it's shocking. Would I be able to withstand being hit head-on by the Myanwang cannon? The singers, including Ban and Shiren, were unable to quickly answer the question that came up reflexively. Wait a minute, kid. Is this arrangement okay? I don't think it would be surprising if everything was swept away and disappeared, right? It's okay there. I'm sure, so don't worry. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if the enemy spearmen were killed. That's right. It's just one bombardment. However, the golden tsunami continued for more than 5 minutes. Due to the heat, the spears still did not come out of the shield, and the friendly fleet also stopped firing while entering La Perosa's shield. The bombardment began to gradually weaken around the 7th minute and ended completely at exactly 10 minutes. After the visibility opened, the first thing that caught the eyes of the coalition members was the remains of the white fleet piled up on the ground like abandoned corpses. It was the remains of the rear ranks. The fleet in front of him melted and disappeared without even a trace of it. If the enemy had been the first to appear, the coalition would have achieved victory in one blow. However, most of the portals through which the white fleet escaped were still intact, and new fleets were coming out of them and forming a formation. The white fleet filled the sky in an instant, but the spear stars were more aware of the Myanwang cannon than they were. Myung Wangpo had also finished reloading. How many more times can the youngest air fortress fire? Originally it would be more than 10 times without maintenance, but now the output has increased, so it will be less than that. Let's move further to the rear before the bombardment begins. What? As Ban said, did you really search for Changseong? The other two don't seem to be in normal condition either. As Murakan said, one of the 3 Changsongs of the demon gods was killed in the recent bombardment and 2 others were mortally wounded. The other 2 were also expected to die in the next bombardment that was about to begin. So those who come from now on will probably be prepared to some extent. We have to hold out until the curse is lifted, so I guess we should hope that their reinforcements run out before we use up all the Myo King cannons. White Fleet's 3rd flagship Riedel. Liddell had not yet gone through the portal. Originally they should have already gone over and taken their positions at the front, but the demon gods aboard the Riedel were gaping as they watched the advance team being destroyed by the Myanwang cannon. What on earth is this? Could it be that Malugia has also appeared? While conquering all dimensions, they have always had an overwhelming advantage in fleet warfare. In the first place, there were many cases where other dimensions did not have a fleet at all except for Jeep. Therefore, the power of the Golden Fleet and the air fortress La Perosa came as an even greater shock to the demon gods. Londo Zippel, who was the commander-in-chief of this invasion, barely managed to hold back his fading mind and looked at the crystal ball. All I could see was the ash and dust that was the White Fleet. Damage situation. Report the damage. What happened to the spearmen of the advance team? Lord Karl of the 35th dimension is believed to have died, as well as Lord Fijiran and Lord Chukon, who were mortally wounded. We have to rescue them quickly. No. The 2 give up. Not only that, but the entire remaining fleet of the advance guard must also be abandoned. Lord Rondo, but don't you know? Their bombardment doesn't end with just one shot. If you try to rescue them clumsily, you'll get caught up in it. There was silence inside the ship. Other fleets scheduled to attack in advance were also awaiting Londo's orders. Should I just enter the battlefield or wait for now? Besides, such will sometimes leads to miracles. That's why the powerhouses of the 677th dimension have so far been unable to kill the mutant called Gene Runkendall. The Bemul coalition is a powerful enemy that has never been encountered before. My thoughts were short. Since we control all dimensions except 677, everyone probably believes that since we have the completed Demon Stone, we will be able to eliminate them. Wrong. Their swords are already at our throats. For a moment Rondo remembered the conversation he had with Kiliak at the Demon God's headquarters in Passage 1. Lord Kiliak was right. Dimension 677 is different. Even that air fortress did not exist at the time of that conversation. To be honest, Rondo and other members of the Demon God Corps had expected a landslide victory before the invasion. Even though the Bemul Alliance had 5 spearships, they thought that they had prepared more spears and that their fleet power was at a level that could not even be compared. A naval gun that could kill Changxiang in one blow was something that not even the demon gods possessed. We should have invested more in strengthening our fleet. We couldn't achieve the results achieved with just one level of power. I was relying too much on the Demon God Stone at the base. Demon God Stone. During the War of Dimensional Conquest, the demon gods never once took the completed Demon God Stone directly to the battlefield. Dimensional interference could inadvertently cause problems, and acquiring local demon stones and strengthening them was a safe and efficient method in many ways. In other words, the demon gods had always successfully suppressed the region's Changsongs through the existing fleet and such demon god stones, so there was no need to strengthen the ship's guns this much. Did you say Dr. Qual? He also particularly distinguished himself in the 677th dimension. Gene Runkendall, that one person is changing everything. This is what makes this place special. No, it's already been done that way. We can't let him get that power. Such Gene Runkendall is here. I seem to picture Gene standing tall on the Black Sea beyond the portal, although Gene was actually crouching from the shock of the Mayan Wang cannon. Must be killed. Lord Rondo. Gene Runkendall must be killed in this battle. There is no need to go to any lengths to capture him alive. Must be killed. Whatever it takes. Request immediate support from headquarters at all levels. I will definitely settle the matter with him here in the Black Sea. At those words, the executives standing nearby looked at Rondo. The faces looked like they were wondering if it was okay to move that many troops without Kiliak's review. Moreover, since the main unit of the Masindi had recently suffered a severe blow from Malugia, the executives had no choice but to take an overall passive attitude. Anyway, if the traces of Malugia left in this dimension due to the last battle with Lord Kiliak disappear, a large-scale dimensional movement like this will take time. Also, Lord Kiliak already expressed his intention to launch an all-out war at the last meeting, so I will take full responsibility. We will proceed with requesting support at each level. Lord Londo, what will you do with the fleet waiting to charge? I am awaiting your orders. Charge straight ahead. Lord Rondo? Now wait. Sir Rondo, please reconsider. Malugia's energy is once again converging on the enemy's air fortress. Didn't you say a little while ago that Changsongs were giving up too? If we continue like this, we will end up the same way as the advance team. After confirming Rondo's order, the captains quickly raised their voices through the ship's communication device. As they said, La Perosa had finished loading the second Myo King cannon. The charge was not ordered to rescue the Changsongs. Your deaths will be remembered by history. Yes. I can't help it. I need an arrow holder. We have to push our troops endlessly, so that there are gaps when enemy ships reload. The main force will then enter. It's embarrassing and unfair. However, since there was no one here who was more trusted by Kiliak than Rondo, they hardly dared refuse orders. It was obvious that if he refused the order, he would be executed more cruelly at the hands of Kiliak or Rondo later. However, except for Lord Londo's third fleet, all fleets scheduled to enter have at least one Changxiang on board. Are you planning to use them as arrows too? In the first shelling, one person in Changxiang was killed and 2 survived. If more creativity is invested, the power of existence becomes stronger and the survival rate increases. If only 3 people withstand the bombardment and enter the battlefield, that is the main unit's moment. A decision will be made at any cost. In front of that decision, even Changxiang could become just a special arrow target. It was a barbaric tactic that only Misleading could do. All right? Let us wait for the day when we will finally conquer time and meet you again. Good luck. Woo! The power sources of the waiting fleets began to vibrate. For Jeep. For Zippel. With a voice full of madness, the fleet of the demon gods began to advance toward death beyond the portal through which the Milky Way flows. The second Mianwang cannon finished off the 2 previously mortally wounded Changsongs and inflicted a similar blow to the white fleet that had just escaped from the portal as the first time. This crazy time we not only finished off the fleet but also a spear castle. The other one also got a return letter. When the third Mianwang cannon explodes, the dying Changxiang will also face death. For example, the Bamul Alliance has already killed 5 Changsongs of the Misleading. As it was the same number of Changsongs that the coalition had, it could be said to be a truly tremendous achievement. Even among our troops there were no casualties at all. But aren't these guys' heads spinning? Changsongs keep dying from artillery fire, so what are we going to do? Murakan said, roughly rubbing his head. The battle situation so far was clearly a landslide victory for the Bamul Alliance, but he was feeling a strange sense of discomfort. Even though we lost 5 Changsongs, the enemy has not changed their strategy. Misleading was sending out a new fleet even before the aftermath of the second bombardment had subsided. Likewise, this time Changxiang was included in the fleet. Murakan's sense of discomfort could not help but slowly turn into a sense of crisis. You say you are the loser of all levels and can even use Changxiang as an arrow can? Jean gritted his teeth and said, Father, things are not going well. That's how I see it. The enemy commander is clearly aware that the guns of our air fortresses are not infinite. Therefore, we will continue to deploy Changxiang, so that when the power of the naval guns decreases or the reload time begins to delay, we can immediately take up a position on the ground. Yes, he is cruel and sharp. No matter how much Changxiang there is, consuming it like this will definitely take a toll on the demon goddess. A decision has been made. They're going to end us here. We must hope that the reinforcements will be cut off before the Pyongyang cannons are used up. When the first bombardment ended, Jin's expectations were already wrong. Because Misleading is deploying its troops more actively. How much longer can Brother Baba's Pluto cannon be used in the future? 5 times at most, Brother Tushin. However, the power may not be the same in all 5 rounds. Brother Boris says the hull is already overloaded. I get it. 5 times. If the enemy can continue to deploy Changxiang like now, the Bamul Alliance's chances of winning will be infinitely lower. So Jean had to choose. Will he give up on the arrangement and step down, or will he hold on to this position somehow? The worries didn't last long. Anyway, if we retreat now, the next battle will unfold in a situation where the enemy has a much better advantage than us. The reason they are overdoing it now is probably because of the arrangement. Above all, even if I step down, it's royalties anyway. There's no way they won't chase us. Soren and Changxiang nodded their heads. First, we will call for reinforcements. Father needs to help. Even if Focal and Silkia open the way. I get it. The spearmen and the alliance members strengthened their fighting spirit as they watched the endless white fleet. Even if the Mianwang cannon was exhausted, there were still the strongest warriors and fleets here. It's going to be a tough fight, but we will win. The fight grows bigger. Perhaps from the beginning, the fight between the Bamul Alliance and the demon gods was not just a local battle over the arrangement of Sodaret. A war of fate. In particular, the Bamul coalition had nowhere to retreat, as if they had lost. The power I felt in the arrangement. Even if possible the enemy takes that power, the war will end that day. A huge power whose name is unknown. The conditions for entering the arrangement to gain that power are the body of Timar and Barasada. There is no guarantee that the demon god who conquered the entire dimension would not have those 2 things. There is probably a high probability that you have it. Even if we assume that Anbi's position condition is a singularity that only appears in our dimension, their power will be enough to analyze it. Of course, if Soderette had prepared an arrangement solely for Jean, he might not be able to obtain it even if he met the conditions, but it was not a matter of certainty. Jean had no choice but to keep the worst move in mind. Now that the power of the demon gods has begun to be revealed in earnest, Jean has to gain that power in order to turn things around. Before the third Pluto cannon exploded, the spears moved closer to La Perosa. Pokal Silkia. We need to call in reinforcements. Jean informed Focal Silkia and the Alliance members of the current situation as concisely as possible. There were only 4 episodes left in the Mayang Wangpo, so there was a very high possibility that they would have to endure fierce battles for 5 full days. First of all, the portal that can send 1 ship as a royalties can be opened. Silkia and I will go on that ship with royalties. The large-scale space leap leading back here will take time, but we will try to finish it as quickly as possible. I'll wait. Royalty literally leaves only the bare minimum of troops. Jean decided to call in Kinjalo as well as almost all remaining superhumans and all major troops in the Garden of Swords Taikan Empire. We didn't have the luxury of being able to fight behind our backs. Let's go quickly. Quaya. The moment the golden ship carrying Pokal and Silkia passed through the small portal that had just been formed, La Perosa fired its third Pluto cannon. Fortunately, the firepower has not yet run out. This time the Mayan Wangpo was forming a golden tsunami that swept through the entire enemy portal. You've already killed the 7th Changxiang. The superhuman-level warrior didn't even know how many people he had killed. About 3,000 ships of the White Fleet have already been destroyed. I didn't think we'd ever see troops like this since the Jinma world bastards, but you crazy bastards, even the life of a fly would be more precious than this. The problem is that they are incomparably stronger than the true demon realm Murakan. That's right, Luna. Kiliak alone is too much, but there's no point in dealing with my subordinates as well. When the golden tsunami begins to subside, the enemies send a new fleet out of the portal as if nothing had happened. That fact was driving the Union members increasingly crazy. Still, those guys probably don't have infinite troops either. Moreover, as revealed earlier, even without the Mayanwang cannon, we have the upper hand in fleet warfare. Yes, Brother Ban. Above all, it is comforting to know that they are only sending out fleets. If the completed Demon God Stone was brought here now, there would be no reason to engage in such a huge war of attrition. It must be because of dimensional interference. 4th and 5th. Morganil's realm had already been stained with golden tidal waves 5 times, but the enemies showed no signs of falling. The Alliance members looked at the portal with bloodshot eyes, their nerves tense. Please stop now. I hope the enemies stop appearing. That wish was shattered before even 5 minutes had passed. Oh, you disgusting bastards. This time the White Fleet was coming out of the portal. However, there were no changes at all. The fleet that had consistently appeared over 1,000 ships has been reduced by half. At a glance, the arrow rest has decreased. In the past, whenever Masindi sent out a fleet, Changxiang always had at least 3 people on board, but now he could only feel the energy of 1 person. Are the enemies starting to feel like a burden too? Even if it was a disturbance to use up the Mayanwang cannon more efficiently, it is clear that they felt burdened. Based on the entire Masindi, the damage they have suffered at this point is not that great. Compared to Malugia's attack on the entire dimension not long ago, it was nothing more than a cessation of bleeding. However, it is not possible to immediately bring all the troops in each dimension to Morganil's territory. Many of the dimensions damaged by Malugia's attack were in the midst of restoration work, and they did not have time to cancel the dimensional interference. What shall we do, Brother Jean? Even if the enemy ships are reduced by half, will they still fire the Mayanwang cannon or not? If you shoot, you can bluff to your enemies that you still have plenty of ammunition left, and if you don't shoot, you imply that you don't have a lot of ammunition left. We will stop using the main gun of La Perosa, and as before, we will continue fighting only with auxiliary weapons until more than 1,000 enemy ships appear. The Golden Fleet resumes bombardment. Even if you bluff, all you get is a little time. In any case, the remaining 5 days were going to be much longer without the Mayang Wangpo. Therefore the Maiwang cannon, which only had 2 uses left, had to be used only when it could inflict maximum damage. We must prepare for ground warfare. All superhumans on board the fleet must participate. And Brother Boris. Brother Jean. If I delay the use of the Pluto cannon, as much as possible can I recover from the overload of the hull? Depends on time. If I delay it by a day, I can make at least 1 more shot on my own. However, if reinforcements Dr. Quall arrive, the work can be done several times faster. All right. Now the enemy's reaction was the key. If the enemy sees that we are sparing the Pluto cannon and deploys a fleet of 1,000 units, it is impossible to gain time. Now we have to get ready to move. Srung. While the entire sky and earth shook with the amplified vibration of the flying ship's power, the sound of Barasata coming out of the scabbard was prominent. Although it couldn't have been heard originally, both enemies and allies were under the illusion that the small eerie friction sound rang right in their ears. This was because everyone was instantly overwhelmed by the energy of Chiron. Even those on board the ship and non-combat personnel who are concentrating on maintenance without going to the front lines. Different. As he confidently said, not all voices were the same. The person who realized that fact the most was a magician from the demon gods aboard the White Fleet. That's Soren Runkendal, Andre Zippel, the Wind King of the 144th dimension. He had personally witnessed Soren's death in his own dimension in the past. He was also dispatched to other dimensions several times, and even there he dealt with Soren, who had reached Changseong or witnessed his end. However, Soren, who has drawn his sword now, is different. He was neither immersed in demonic fire nor physically weakened from struggling alone for a long time. Due to the rampage of demonic fire, it was not temporarily emitting more powerful energy. Besides, is the author half of the Ming Dynasty's fighting spirit class. Van has never been liberated intact in any dimension except this one. Therefore his power was only passed down as a legend even among the demon gods. At this level, much of Ban's performance so far has not yet been conveyed to Misindi. And even Jean Runkendal Luna Runkendal Murakan. As expected, artillery fire was not the only problem. Even if you endure it and move forward, you will have to defeat them in the end. There is a big gap. As a man who crossed all kinds of obstacles and reached success, Andre immediately recognized and acknowledged the gap between them and himself. It doesn't matter. The enemy's artillery bombardment clearly has its limits, and our fleet and spearheads will continue to be deployed. I buy time by avoiding close combat. In any case, enemy spears will not be able to narrow the distance carelessly. The firefight will begin now. A bombardment battle between the Golden Fleet and the White Fleet. Andre predicted that the coalition's leaders would not be able to recklessly step forward due to the shockwave. Unlike themselves, where numerous spear stars were waiting behind the portal, the Bammer Alliance had only 5 people. As if they had promised, the 2 fleets began firing at each other at the same time. The sky and the earth were instantly distorted by thunder energy and magic, and each time the main guns collided, a shock wave powerful enough to shake the fleet spread. It is a very high-risk tactic for the coalition to already deploy all 5 Changsongs to the front line. Moreover, they would be capable of ultra-long-distance attacks of fleet level or greater with just their strength alone. In the first place, the possibility of close combat taking place. The moment Andre thought that far, he looked over the bridge in shock. Lord Andre. The adjutants did not understand Andre's sudden reaction and just stared across the bridge. All that was visible was a huge explosion that was a mixture of the solar energy of La Perosa's auxiliary weapons and the magic energy of the Golden Fleet's thunder energy and the White Fleet. However, Andre could feel the energy of the enemy leaders in that dizzying landscape getting closer. It was even very fast. Even if you're running on flat ground rather than under terrible artillery fire, you can still believe it. Dodge to the rear immediately. Prepare for shock. Wow. Suddenly a ray of sword energy tore through the bridge of the flagship Andre was on, leaving a sharp trace. Even after the flagship was completely cut diagonally, the trace did not disappear and remained in place, emitting light. It was Soren's sword. Andre Zippel seems to have achieved enlightenment in his own way in that world. But in the end you met me here, so it's a dead end for you. Wow. Cuddud. Andrei's flagship was split in half and falling to the ground. Except for him and the lieutenant-level wizards, the entire crew died instantly without even leaving a final scream. It was just a glimpse. Those who were not directly touched by the sword and those who were not touched by the wind pressure created by the sword all died just because they stood where the trace was left. Not even a single drop of blood spattered from those who died like that. Just like a pile of dry sand being torn down by a cold wind, the body just becomes particles and disperses. Before even a few seconds had passed, the dead members of the demon god corps disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there in the first place, as if they had never stood there even for a moment. That's what happens if you can't withstand the strike of a knight named Soren Runkendal even for a moment. This is crazy. What has happened to this dimension? Fight or run away. Once you are within the gap of poetics, it is not a matter of choice. The choice was only allowed to those who were qualified to fight with Soren. Swadash. A second sword strike struck Andrei's flagship once more. The diagonal line dividing the opposing sides. At that time, the flagship was already in the process of disintegrating into particles. For Andrei and his lieutenants, it felt as if their armor had suddenly been taken off. The second blow, which flew at his bare skin, was aimed precisely at Andrei's waist. Oops. First, the lieutenants who threw themselves into protecting Andrei met their deaths. Although the sword chi was only one branch, their bodies were torn into countless branches before disappearing into particles. Still, they are the ones who endured the harshness of poetry, even if only for a moment. Thanks to this, Andrei was able to take Soren's blow, which was clearly lowered in power. Kaharat. Pain as if a bone was breaking. Even though he just blocked the sword, all the blood in his body seems to freeze and boil repeatedly, and Andrei's peaceful sense of not facing a strong enemy for a long time is torn apart with horror. You come to your senses, Shiren Runkendal. The greeting is too much. I'm confused in many ways, Andrei. The fact that this bastard became Changxiang and was obsessed with dominion, and that he even dared to take my sword, is quite shocking. It was the voice of Soren who had suddenly leapt through the bombardment. Andrei unleashed his wind-type magic to prevent him from catching, but it was not enough. Andrei's strategy to avoid close combat failed. I couldn't immediately think of how to fix it. It was a natural result since I gave distance to Soren. Ha, Soren Runkendal. You're crazy. Are you taking this risk just to punish me? Precision artillery fire was coming at Soren from all directions. Soren kept targeting only Andrei, striking some with his shield and others with his sword. The sharp wind created by Andrei sometimes brushed Soren's shoulders or thighs. Soren smiled at the meaningless residual wound. I didn't come to punish you alone. I set out to cut down all of you. I can't. In Andrei's common sense, Soren could never keep his word. Based on the entire dimension, there is usually one Changxiang in every world, and Misindi has always been able to subdue them without difficulty. You say that even after seeing the spearmen die like ants from your bombardment. We are just special soldiers, Soren Runkendal. That was the answer, but Andrei was doubting himself. Just like the day I first met Kiliak from the 33rd dimension, I felt like my insides were shriveled and my mind was overwhelmed. With this theory, could it be possible? No, that can't be true. Never. At one point I even thought about that. Soon Andrei came to his senses and glared at Soren. The White Fleet was pressuring Soren and keeping a check on other spear stars to prevent them from further joining Andrei. However, the White Fleet continued to collapse due to the full-scale advance of the spearmen and the bombardment of the Golden Fleet. However, since more were added as they were shot down, the White Fleet's front line was not damaged. Rather, the White Fleet was expanding its front line little by little. From 500 to 550, then to 500, then to 570. Thanks to this, Andrei was able to maintain a fairly convincing exchange of attack and defense with Soren. The sword staff aura and magic left an afterimage bigger than the flagship that had disappeared in the middle of the sky. Weird. The fact that he managed to communicate with someone who clearly had a gap with him was driving Andrei into a sense of discomfort. Because I ascended to Changxiang and gained the power to bend fate? It's not like that. The current interest rate is now, I'm estimating, what is it? Are you really measuring whether or not you can cut us all down? He still sees us as mere prey. It's unfathomably arrogant. Even though you know that the world is not one, and that you are no longer the strongest, do you still think you are the only heaven? How dare you do that? Of all the creative voices in this world, only Soren has not met Kiliak, so it is like this. Otherwise it could never be like this. For example, Andrei felt uncomfortable, as if Kiliak and the entire Misindi had been insulted. A person who is just a special soldier still thinks of himself as heaven. Soren even seemed to be more conscious of the fleet surrounding him and Andrei slowly retrieving the sword that seemed to have come to an end. And once again Andrei suddenly realized that too many white fleet forces were gathered nearby. Even if it's not Shiren, there are 4 Changsongs here, one of whom is a member of the fighting god class. Although the 4 of them closed the distance at once, it was strange that the fleet maintained the siege so well. Why didn't they spread it out more? Could have been more scattered. If we did that, we could have prevented the expansion of our front line, so why? A series of doubts and doubts. While unable to read the other person's thoughts, Andrei made eye contact with Soren. Those eyelids opened like a wild beast trying to bite the back of its prey's neck. This is the Black Sea, Andrei Zippel. Dudoidudiaduk. Suddenly there was a dark and heavy bursting sound like when the kings of the Black Sea roared. Andrei lowered his head reflexively. Ground? No. It was a sound that came from somewhere underground in the Black Sea, as deep as the abyss. And I am the only human to conquer this land. Ah! Oh my! The land below Soren and Andrei continued to look like the vast land was splitting apart like a lie. The earth opened its mouth like a predator. It had fangs protruding from its cross-section just like the mouth of an animal. It means the Black Sea is now mine. The Black Sea's snout continued to bounce toward the sky like a huge whale. Andrei frantically turned his head and looked in all directions as he conquered so many dimensions, seeing a landscape he had never seen before and a sight he had never even imagined. There wasn't one. By Soren's will the mouth opened and sword spreading out like an endless cliff beneath all the fleets protecting Andrei. Kwasik, 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 kwasik. Ka-hak. Andrei let out a scream that was almost like a scream and exploded his magic power in all directions. Because I entered the mouth of the Black Sea, my entire vision turned black. A heavy feeling of exhaustion that I had never experienced weighed down my entire body. Has the nearby fleet also been swallowed up? What on earth is this? Why is Soren Runkendal so chaotic? Contrary to his thoughts, Poetics does not deal with chaos. As he said himself, all he wants to do is defeat all the kings of the Black Sea and rule over this place anew. The power that Soren gained was not chaos but the Black Sea. Naturally, the Black Sea did no harm to Soren himself and the other spears of the Alliance that were swallowed up together. Of course, the Union leaders were informed by Soren that he had gained this power. That's why they deliberately pushed their enemies to eat the Black Sea. The White Fleet was sinking into the abyss of the Black Sea. Couldn't eliminate the entire fleet at once like the Main Wangpo, but as a demon god this felt more scary. This was because he might not die all at once. As for the Black Sea, even if I drank it I couldn't finish all the analysis. Kok Shiro on. Andrei's angry cry lingered hollowly in the mouth of the Black Sea. His entire body was already exposed to chaos, and if it weren't for Changxiang's energy he would have already suffered fatal injuries. Andrei could not determine the extent of the damage to Misindi. I couldn't even read the direction from which Soren's sword was flying. Defense and counterattack relying on Changxiang's insight was all Andrei could do. Nevertheless, given enough time, he might be able to find the answer. Because that is the dignity of the level of Changxiang. But Ban Lunajin and Murakan, the remaining 4 spears, were beginning to stir up the enemy lines in earnest. Of course, the first person they decided to kill was Andrei. Andrei Ziffel, you face death twice by my hands. Crimson Sword. In the darkness of the Black Sea, a ray of crimson sword passed over Andrei's neck. Andrei had no choice but to face death without even recognizing the sword. Stronger spears were pressing him from all directions. Creak, creak. The anglers of the Black Sea showed no signs of stopping even after devouring Andrei and more than 100 ships. Rondo Ziffel and the executives who were observing the battle situation from inside the portal could not help but be shaken. Under Soren Runkendal, who controls the Black Sea? That thing doesn't exist in any other dimension, but it's still going around. Rondo Ziffel simply responded to the executive's words like this. Compared to his sword, the power to control the Black Sea, it would be nothing more than an insignificant grab. As for Masindi, he has already lost 8 Changsongs. In fact, the missing fleet is likely to soon approach 10,000, and as Londo said, Soren hasn't even used his sword properly yet. It's enough to make me tremble just watching that damn black land open its mouth and swallow the white fleet. But what can I do about it? What can I do? That's right, the enemies only have 5 spear skills. We will win the fight in the end. Isn't it? Sir Rondo. Either you get scared or you use evil force to push the fear away. Rondo sighed inwardly as he looked at the Demon God Corps executives. It was fortunate that there were more of the latter, but if things continued this way, the loss of momentum was bound to be instantaneous. As we lose more troops, the restrictions on dimensional interference become stronger little by little. Does Soren's control of the Black Sea have any influence on the maintenance of the portal? Or perhaps Malugia's will is at work? Either way, as I drank, there was a lot of bad news. Meanwhile, the Black Sea roared wildly, following Soren's gaze and eyes. The sight of that terrible black land opening its mouth to swallow up the white fleet was enough to make him tremble, but now in Londo's eyes, he could see Soren's sword shining pure white. Hurry and send out more fleets. Please continue to include Changseong. We must move again with the goal of maintaining more than 1,000 fleets on the front line. Create a situation where they have no choice but to take out that main gun again. Intuitively, Rondo knew he had made a mistake. It was clearly a mistake to temporarily reduce the deployment of the fleet because Lapper Rose's main gun was burdensome. To send out more than 1,000 ships at once again, it seemed like a greater sacrifice would have to be made than before. Yes, come, everyone come. It's been a long time since I've had an enemy who doesn't run away from me. Gu Qiing. A storm of auras spread out like a cone along Barasata's blade. In the blink of an eye, the storm grew large enough to cover a white fleet ship. Can such a thing be called just a sword? Soren looked as if he was holding not a sword but a castle that had been modified to fit in his hands, or a part of nature such as the mountains and the sea. The blade, which had become so large, moved surprisingly lightly and quickly, and Soren grinned and swung the blade horizontally towards the fleet blocking the portal. Because of the endlessly expanded blade, there was no need to fire sword energy to hit the ship. The sword that became a storm swept over the fleet. If the sky were an endless huge piece of glass and the glass suddenly shattered, this would be the scene. In an instant, a sharp crack appeared in the middle of the sky, and the crack expanded as fast as light, tearing the ships below it apart. Although about 50 ships were destroyed with a single blow, there was no explosion or even a shock wave. The white fleet was simply falling apart like the gently parting waters. Countless pieces of debris fell into the air, but even that only lasted for a moment. A fragment the size of a house turns into a rock turns into a stone turns into a single shining particle. The white fleet hit by Soren's blow was scattered somewhere without a sound. The glowing particles created when the fleet was destroyed made the sky as bright as daylight for a while. Rondo was right. Compared to his sword, the power to control the Black Sea was nothing more than a mere grab. What the hell just happened? You eliminated the first line of our fleet with a single sword? Fear grows. To the demons, Soren Runkendal was originally a familiar opponent. In every dimension he resisted fiercely and met his end. The poetics of this world are different. I thought the demons knew that from the beginning. Also, he was confident that no matter how strong the Shiren and Bamul alliance of this world was, he was leading a force that was bound to win. Fear tends to shake confidence. Even Rondo was doubting his own judgment for a moment. Is it right to keep fighting like this? Is it really possible to defeat the author without Kiliak? You can't change the strategy. There is no back. In some ways, that wasn't just the case for the Bamul coalition. The Masindi had also been hit throughout the main army by Malugia not long ago, and the loss of its troops was still serious. If they retreated now without any results, the Union would be able to take Soderet's arrangement with utmost ease, and of course the war would inevitably become more difficult in the future. Suak Payat. The storm called Barasata continued to engulf the White Fleet and disintegrate it. As one human being advanced, the battle lines of the fleet that had conquered the entire dimension were being pushed back little by little. Even Soren is still not at his best. The same was true for other Changsongs who fought alongside him. The head of the family has opened the way. Secure the front line. Jean stood next to Shiren and shouted. Behind the 5 spears, La Perosa and allied superhumans who had escaped the fleet were flocking. In the sky, the shells of the 2 fleets were still exploding as they interlocked each time Soren's sword stopped for a moment. The superhumans were able to quickly join the front line with the shield support of Murakan and the Bale fleet. I'm shocked, Dad. Is that so? It's still too early. Soren lightly tapped Jean on the shoulder. You, the youngest, must be feeling it too. They started making loud noises more. Originally, it would be better to close our front line and activate the Mianwang cannon before they all escape. Jean also thought so. However, the reason why Jean called all the superhumans to the front line was because Soren did not give a separate signal. Confidence. Soren was not hiding his confidence that he could cut them all down no matter how many Changsongs came. They don't know me yet, and he who does not know me can never withstand my sword. No matter how much more the fleet escapes or how much more Changseong escapes, they can easily be annihilated once. Soren was saying something like that, and in Jin's eyes there was no doubt about that statement. What can we do? Still, as a Changseong, there will be those who endure my sword and quickly gain enlightenment. Of course, it still can't be okay. Let's put an end to them from creating variables that prevent them from trying to survive. I will accept it. Immediately after the conversation ended, the storm of Barasata that swept the battlefield for a while disappeared like a lie. In that gap, the White Fleet, which did not dare to advance, hastily reorganized its battle lines, and the fleet that was unable to come out of the portal also began to increase its speed. The reason Soren stopped the storm was to gauge it. Will the enemies continue to move as he expected, or will they change their strategies after seeing the storm stop? Rondo Ziffel has already finished his command earlier. Tell them to push in more of the fleet and Changseong and somehow secure more front lines. Of course, a fleet moves slower than a single person. Moreover, since Masindi was overwhelmed by Soren's inaction, he had no choice but to continue being dragged around. The demon gods who were expanding their lines and exiting the portal were feeling a sense of discomfort at the fact that Soren's sword had suddenly disappeared. The Soren Runkendal and Bamul alliance had already overwhelmed us. There's no way reflux or demonic fire came all of a sudden. But why? Suddenly the road began to open and we quickly took a seat, but isn't this a form of enticement for us? Could it be on purpose to use the main gun? No, there are too many superhumans of the Bamul alliance within the main gun's striking range to see it that way. The commanders and captains of each fleet were unable to read the meaning of the poem. It is impossible to believe that he was planning to finish them all off by himself without La Perosa's main gun. Masindi was forming a proper line for the first time since Soren and Changseong began to play an active role. Paradoxically, the fact that he was more anxious was giving Masindi great humiliation. 10 people. There were as many as 10 Changsongs aboard the White Fleet this time. Although they were all absolutes with no disagreement in their own dimension to Soren, they just seemed like special soldiers. As the dead Andre expressed it, the Bamul alliance and the Masindi exchanged only naval guns for a while. This was because the alliance had to wait for Soren to move first and Masindi had to figure out how he moved. Even though they had secured the front line again and sent out more spears than ever before, they could not move hastily. Above all, Masindi had decided that now that the 10 Changsongs were in place, they would be able to handle any situation that might arise. He was confident that even if the alliance had hidden the portal and used it to withdraw Soren and all of its main forces to the rear and then fire the Pluto cannon, they would not be wiped out like before. If the numbers prepared by Soren and the alliance do not exceed our expectations, Sir Rondo's main force will appear now. The moment a commander thought that far. Suddenly Soren began to walk briskly. Allies and enemies alike followed his steps with their eyes, their senses heightened. His footsteps seemed to be louder than the explosion of the ship's guns. It seemed like the battlefield was shaking even more. Soon Soren said this in a low voice. From now on I will show you guys what the sky of this world is. Runkendalos. Muwangyang Muanjang. The sword confirmed by a knight named Soren Runkendal was coming to an end. It is being erased white. Every time Soren took a step, the people watching him had the illusion that their vision was turning white. Is this Soren Runkendal's secret intention? The author is not a magic swordsman. But how can this kind of sensory disturbance occur? The 10 spears sent out by the demon gods were truly feeling as if their bodies were losing their will for the first time in a long time. A delusion that surpasses Changxiang's insight. The strongest archmages in each dimension were unable to understand the phenomenon that Shiren was currently experiencing. It was natural since I could not feel any magical power or power that created illusions. As the field of vision gradually became whiter, only Soren standing in the middle of it retained his original appearance. Not only the prodigies of the Masindi but everyone was experiencing the same phenomenon. Everyone who looked at Soren, whether enemy or ally, was being consumed by the same phenomenon. A barren landscape where there is nothing like pure white drawing paper, and no matter which direction you turn everything is white. In it Soren looked like a seeker walking alone through a snowy field. Is this my father's sword, life? Jean clenched his fist and thought. The scenery of the battlefield, which suddenly changed after the start of the Wii, resembled Soren's life. Solitude and passion with nothing visible. Thump, 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 thump. Every time Soren took a step it felt like a drum was beating in his head and heart. The Bamul Alliance felt their fighting spirit and pride boiling over as they looked at his back, and the enemies looked into his eyes and had no doubts. Isn't this just a trick whose principles are unknown? What is poetry trying to do by blinding our vision like this? The enemies felt that we was very uncharacteristic of poetry. In any dimension it was too static to be the sword of a knight who claimed to be heaven. And how many gaps are there? He walked slowly, as if he was very tired. The sword scraped heavily on the ground and his breathing was rough. Only about 10 seconds had passed since the start of the Wii, but Soren had completely lost his overwhelming appearance from just a moment ago. It seemed like the spears of the demon gods could go down to the ground at any moment and hit Soren's head. It didn't seem difficult to snipe him from above without having to go down. So Han Chongqing screamed, "Don't be deceived any further. We were too frightened by Soren Runkendal." To be exact, I tried to scream. However, his throat seemed to be filled with water, and he could only utter a gurgling sound. He was startled and tried to touch his neck and look around, but he couldn't even do that. My body doesn't move. The same was true of other Changsongs, all other members of the Demon God Corps aboard the White Fleet, and even Rondo and the executives who were watching this from inside the portal. It feels like my whole body is wrapped around something, and no matter how hard I try, all I can do is move. Everyone on the battlefield was frozen like a stone statue. Only then did the demons realize. It's not a trick. Everything in front of me except Shiren turns pure white and my body does not move. No one has ever experienced something like this. Among the leaders of each dimension there are those who briefly resisted Kiliak of the 33rd dimension, but those who were subdued and surrendered to him have never felt this way. There are 10 spear castles on the battlefield alone, thousands of wizards, dozens of spear castles waiting inside the portal, and countless demonic warriors. Just one person is making them all freeze. How could this happen? Magic power, aura, or any other special power? Soren has not yet released any energy onto the battlefield. I don't understand. However, I was able to respond by somehow finding the reason. Shiren looks very tired now, but at this rate, he could have slaughtered the entire demon goddess by himself. No matter how tired you are, you can easily destroy dozens of ships with a single sword. After all, we are not the only ones tied up. Even though quite a bit of time has already passed, there is no artillery fire or additional attacks from the enemy, and Soren's power is even binding his allies. Rondo thought. The fact that the alliance could not move like the demon goddess and that Soren was not yet swinging his sword was the only hope. How does poetry tie it all together? Unless it's an aura or magic power. But why is my vision not completely closed and only Soren is visible? Wait, really? Everything on the battlefield has been erased, but only the theory is clearly visible. as if you were standing right in front of me. Soon Rondo realized what that meant. Presence. The indescribably vast presence of a knight named Soren Runkendal. It was overwhelming everyone on the battlefield. Rondo, who was the first to realize this at the demon goddess, felt his whole body go cold and looked at Chiron once again. But he couldn't look straight at Soren. Even though he moved his gaze back to the position where Soren was, all that came into his field of vision was a single distantly large eye. Those were Chiron's eyes. Since he had not been aware of his presence until just now, Rondo recognized Soren's appearance as he remembered it. So it is only now that we are starting to see the true form of poetics. Just as an ant cannot accurately see the reality of the human right in front of it, Rondo was now unable to capture the poetry at a glance. At most he can only face one eye looking down at him. Those eyes were smiling. As if it was admirable that Mimol realized the gap even now. By that time other singers of Masindi had also realized the phenomenon. What is weighing you down? What is overwhelming you? I can only say that it is heaven. Ah! No, you are just a human who has reached the top of a spear. Qua? Rondo was struggling. Among the chants there were some who vomited blood while trying to move, some who shed tears because their feat of being a Changseong was denied, some who barely stretched out their wands toward Soren's eyes, and some who were incontinent and drooling profusely without realizing it. Masindi thought that a response would be possible if he knew the cause of the phenomenon caused by Soren. But I can't respond. When the sky rains you can use an umbrella. When the sky sends hail you can hide in a cave. When the sky sends thunder and lightning you can close your eyes and plug your ears. However, the sky itself cannot be eliminated. No matter what you do on Earth, the sky remains absolutely vast. On this battlefield Soren was just such a being. Until just now Soren had smiled at Rondo and Changseong, who belatedly realized the gap, but he was by no means a merciful being. The paddle itself. The essence of the knight Runkendal, a poet of barbarism and struggle who cuts down anything that stands in his way. He was now lifting up the barricada that had been heavily sweeping the floor. Of course the enemies can't even see it. They can only guess from the sudden wind pressure. Now the sword will fall. A heavy rain of swords will fall. Sueawea. Sisut. Countless flashes of light spread across the battlefield. Soren was swinging his sword at the enemies while keeping his stance low. The trajectory passed by the enemies like light advancing infinitely once the path was opened. Every time a single beam swept through the enemy's white shining particles poured into the white-tinted field of vision. Those who cannot overcome that presence even for a moment have no choice but to die a meaningless death and be reduced to dust. Even if it were Changseong, he would inevitably fall down after being cut somewhere on his body by the scattered sword energy. The only ones whose physical safety is guaranteed are those who have not yet left the portal. However, they too were breathing heavily as they saw the fleet wizards, the best of the demon gods, and the spears leading them disappear under Soren's sword. Rather, those who were killed by one sword did not even feel that fear. In some ways it felt like my body and soul, which had been crushed like an insect bursting by Soren's presence, were finally liberated by death. When Soren started using the sword, the frozen demons were able to move their bodies little by little. And the choice made by the weakest among them was to deliberately move forward. So that I can die as quickly as possible, so I can forget all this. Of course there were some who were determined to fight back at all costs. However, they faced results not much different from those who had previously thrown themselves into rest. Only Changseong and some superhumans very close to him were attempting to attack Soren little by little. However, all attacks from a distance were swallowed up by the sword, and when an attempt was made to close the distance, the head fell off at that moment. Just as I was unable to see Soren at a glance because I was weighed down by his presence, it was because I could not tell where and how far his sword was flying. This cannot be called a fight. Soren was clearing the demons rather than fighting or fighting them. Like the Masindi, the Bamul alliance can now move. Although the field in front of their eyes was still white, the coalition spearmen felt that Soren was gradually adjusting their allies' vision. Now, little one, please move slowly. There's a guy on the right who got lucky and got away. At those words, Jean and Luna Murakan immediately passed by Soren and rushed in the direction he pointed. The Tushan class that was with them later passed by Soren and left these words to him. You are truly the ultimate warrior, Soren Runkendal. It's like seeing my old days. Exactly? It's a pity that you aren't the same now. I wasn't being sarcastic. Soren was deeply regretful that his class was past its prime. This is because the future of war is still bleak. Of course Soren is now overwhelming the enemies alone, but the battle does not end like this. Even if you annihilate the 10 new Changsongs and the entire fleet, the enemy will send out just as many new troops. The Bamel coalition must hold out for 5 days. But not even a day has passed yet. Even if they could hold out for 5 days, there was no guarantee that Soderet's arrangement would turn this whole situation around. Isn't it the way of people like us to fight and win no matter what? Many will die. I guess so. But you and I must survive until the end and wait for the youngest. Yes, of course you should. The White Fleet continued to disintegrate due to Soren's sword, which swept across the battlefield like a blizzard. Now all allies are free from the effects of the non-perspective and are searching for and attacking enemies with their improved vision. Jean and his comrades escaped to the right side of the battlefield and were facing Changxiang of the demon goddess, who had barely escaped with his life. He had already lost an arm to Soren's sword and suffered a fatal wound to his abdomen. His face was hidden by a hood, so I couldn't tell who he was. Jean and his colleagues wordlessly plunged their swords and claws into his body. Ugh! I didn't wonder what dimension he was from or who he was, and I didn't feel strange that the realm of Changxiang could fall into vain like this. This is a battlefield where Changxiang dies like a mere soldier. That meant that the Union's prodigies could also become like that. Other powerful people, including superhumans, didn't even need to be mentioned. Murakan, you take a step back and focus on protecting Vale and our allies. All our forces must push in and set up camp. I get it. The Sword of O's non-horizontal poetry theory cannot be maintained forever. This is an area where Soren has to work hard to the point where he won't be able to use his body for a month, at most even for a day. Even after completing the 5 righteousnesses, about 3 hours was the limit to properly carry out the battle. Together with Luna, Jean tracked Changxiang, who had fallen into the void, and looked up at the portal whenever he got the chance. Masindi was still sending out its troops. Due to the pressure of the Muonkyung, the speed at which the White Fleet exited the portal was slower than before, but the scale was similar. The enemy commander is not changing his strategy at all. Do we still have enough troops to use as arrow cannons? Changxiang, whose fleet numbered tens of thousands, would be at least a few tens of yen. That alone is a force that the Union could never have imagined, but they can never be said to be the core of the demon gods. The completed demon god stone and the Kiliak Zippel of the 33rd dimension. As a coalition that had already experienced Kiliak, we thought that even those ruthless enemies were no match for it. In this situation, if the demon god stone and Kiliak appeared on the battlefield, it would be impossible to respond. No, from now on guesses and assumptions are meaningless. If you fight assuming the worst, there will be no end. Somehow I lasted 5 days. Cut, stab, and crush. While Soren was tying up all of the enemy troops, Jean and his allies roamed the battlefield without a moment's rest, suffocating the enemies. Nevertheless, the demon army persistently maintained an average of about 600 white fleets on the battlefield and consistently sent out more than 7 spears. 2 hours passed like that. Until then, the structure was such that the coalition centered on Shiren was unilaterally trampling on Masindi. However, for the first time among the creations of the demon gods, a person who properly counterattacked Jean and Luna appeared in the Muonkyung. Lord Alona? Jean almost shouted as he struck away the magic spear that flew at his head. The person who attacked Jean and Luna was Alona Ziffel from another dimension. It wasn't even just one person. Another Alona spear was already flying behind the two. They are different from the other demons of the demon gods that the coalition has killed so far. It did not mean that he was of a high rank like Shiren or Ban, or that he had a special will like Jean. It feels like a war weapon with combat capabilities beyond just a spear. Both Alona had the same appearance. On his head he was wearing a crown of holy water that was a little different from the one Jean had seen, and the numbers 2489 stood out like a brand on his left cheek. Although his eyes were lifeless, his entire body radiated tremendous magical energy and solar power even when he was still. Did he turn Lord Alona and Malugia from another dimension into a weapon? It was accurate. Kiliak of the demon gods has dealt with Malugia of all dimensions so far, and has not only taken their lives. Some of them were made into weapons directly using the completed demon stone and their own power. They were called Siang Suden within the Masindi, and the numbers engraved on their cheeks represented the number of the dimension they were in. In other words, they were Malugia who had become biological weapons in the form of Alona. Since he is not mortal by nature, his entire body is torn apart by the infinite vision, but he regenerates like crazy and reaches Jean and Luna. Even now, standing in front of the two people, they were repeating the disintegration and regeneration of their bodies in real time in a non-remote view. This was not the time to be in shock. Jean and Luna simultaneously extended their swords towards number 24. When Mu Wenjiang and the two joined forces, his head fell to the floor in an instant 24 times, but as expected he appeared to be regenerating without any problems. In addition, even while regenerating, it showed tremendous power that caused solar energy to explode in all directions, enough energy to cover the entire battlefield if not suppressed by the non-remote view. The depth of pure inaction is nothing compared to creativity. But the firepower and regeneration, it's a disaster. For example, each and every one of the holy means was like the self of the sun god. In reality, they could be said to be Malugia in the form of Alona. In other words, attempting to seal them was a more effective response than destroying them. Jean immediately saw their essence and gave orders to the fleet. Prepare the restraints. Until the restraint is complete, the flagship Sarah's superhumans must hold on to Alona Ziffel and buy as much time as possible. For Jean, it was an order that required a decision. Those who are not Changxiang can suddenly die at any time while dealing with Alona of Siang Suden. However, if the Changsongs are tied to the Xiongdan for that reason, there will be greater losses in the end. It was unknown how many more Siang Suden Alona would be added in the future. Your colleagues and allies may die due to your orders. Suddenly that fact pierced inside me like a knife, but this was a battlefield and those fighting the enemy were all warriors. Jean finally made up his mind, just as his colleagues had done long ago. Jean and Luna did not deal with Alona at all. The two men beat them and chased down other Changsongs who had not escaped Muanggyong. Of the 10 Changsongs, only 3 are still alive. We had to finish them all off before the next spear appeared. It is highly likely that Masindi will continue to try to keep Changxiang at more than 10 people in the future. Once my father's righteousness is over, there will be a lot of singers who will survive in earnest. We must match our numbers with them as much as possible. It was impossible to match even the superhuman numbers. Instead, the battle between superhumans will be able to be fought based on fleet power superiority. Siang Suden was unable to pursue the two men. The superhumans of the Alliance, including Hito and Vanessa, were already blocking them. They say that the power of the sun god is strong in our stray cat and me, but fortunately we met our master well and didn't end up like those guys. It's all about the cat here, Vanessa. He responded well and got along well, but now I'm disappointed with his reaction. I would like to ask you a favor. What is it? Awaken. I think you need to become stronger so that Lord Soga will have less to worry about. Changxiang Vanessa believed that Hito, unlike herself, would be able to reach that level. All of the Black Knights of Sentai thought so. I was planning on doing that for Miss Sandra. It's like hearing an answer like you can become Changxiang at any time. Do you know anything about cats? And I don't think your young lady will shed a single tear no matter when you die. If something like that happens, I sincerely hope you won't be so sad. You will have to live well without me. I feel sorry for taking the joke so seriously. Don't worry, I will protect my cat. The Alonas only said this as they looked at the superhumans Hito and Vanessa. Start eliminating key enemy characters. Sir Rondo, I will now share the view. That's not Changxiang? And Hito. 24. As they checked the vision shared by Alona number 89, the demons were shocked once again. It was expected that two saints would be able to cause significant damage to the enemies even in Soren's misguided intentions, but the Union superhumans that appeared on the screen were fighting like spears. It's not strange if he suddenly becomes a real singer at some point. Naturally, Hito is a character that exists in every dimension. Hito was now among Rondo's subordinates. And as far as Rondo knows, Hito has never reached the Great Castle in any world. Most of them either die while continuing their senseless betrayal and resistance or are converted into weapons by the demon god stone like the Holy Sudan. From the point of view of the demon gods, Hito was a person who was easy to weaponize thanks to the solar power he possessed from birth. It must be assumed that the author will rise to prominence. Damn it, all the information and data we've accumulated across all dimensions is practically useless here. Since the start of the battle, the demon army has suffered enormous damage, but the Bamul alliance is intact. That fact continued to grate on Rondo's nerves. Rondo let out his anger and continued to stare at Alona's screen. But now this terrible sword unleashed by Soren is slowly fading away. Now we will show you why we dominate the entire dimension. While Rondo was gritting his teeth, someone came up next to him and shrugged his shoulders. It was a woman wearing a white mask and hood. Number 677. This world is special in many ways, Sir Rondo. Lord Sillin, when did you arrive? Sherlyn Jiffel, she was a first-class executive of the demon goddess. Although Rondo, a special executive, was higher in rank, he carefully observed Sillin's feelings. It had to be that way. Because Sillin was not a direct descendant, her rank was low, and there were very few people within the demon goddess who had achieved more achievements than her. Even Rondo, who traveled through numerous dimensions and successfully completed a war of conquest, was nothing compared to her. Rondo believed that Sillin was in fact in a position to evaluate and supervise him. I came here a little while ago. The Lord has requested support from all levels. Ah! It is truly a powerful enemy. I have been through quite a few wars, but this is the first time I have seen such significant and fierce resistance. That's right. Lord Kiliak saw it clearly right from the beginning, but I am ashamed of myself for not understanding it right away during the meeting that day. There's no reason to think that way, right? He's obviously way ahead of us. I'm glad I made the right decision now. To Rondo, those words were a warning. A warning that as much as the right decision was made, if this fails, there will be a price to pay. We lost a lot of troops due to stronger than expected resistance, but it wasn't as bad as the atmosphere. Soren's sword is fading, and although there is a half of him fighting, I don't think he will suppress our troops any stronger than Soren. Is that really true? Even if Ban shows combat power greater than Soren's, that's it. The remaining troops are 4 times greater than the troops lost, and they are constantly being replenished. Above all, since you have come to Lord Sillin, how can they turn things around? That's strange. What are you saying is strange? The Lord Rondo I knew was definitely smarter than this, but you're saying things carelessly, perhaps because you're looking at me. Sillin's calm voice sent a chill down Rondo's spine. However, Rondo soon came to his senses and made eye contact with Sillin. Behind the mask, black eyes were shining. Lord Rondo's enemies have reached the final legacy of Sodaret. That's a legacy we haven't really seen anywhere else in the world. And the enemy will now be able to enter the property in 4.5 days. 4.5 days? It means we don't have much time. For 4.5 days, Rondo wondered whether his fleet would be able to finish off his enemies within that time. It seemed possible, but I wasn't sure. In the first place, it seems that Sir Rondo did not know this information until I arrived, so how could he have said such a careless thing? It looks like your rationality was already somewhat paralyzed by fear before you noticed me. As the worst evaluation continued, Sillin lightly tapped Rondo's shoulder as if to ease his nerves. But you made a very good decision to push your troops into the arrow canister. As time was not always on our side, the best course of action was to invest troops unconditionally, even if it is extremely inefficient. Soon Rondo was heartbroken. Thank goodness. Sir, do you have other things to do? That's right. I have to give some information to the Lord, so I answered the call. I have work to do. The reason Rondo and other high-ranking officials of the demon gods fear Sillin is because she is the person who contributed the most to subduing the rebels in addition to the war of conquest. Rather than fighting only in that world like Orgel in each dimension, there were people who resisted across all dimensions like the demon gods. They mainly worked passively, going back and forth between dimensions, but tracking down those passages was a much more dangerous mission than the war of conquest. If you are not careful, you will be trapped in an infinite space called a dimensional passage, unable to live or die. It is very rare for someone to succeed in a dimensional passage chase more than 3 times, but Scylla had a history of succeeding hundreds of times. It looks like the remnants have finally revealed themselves. Yes, I have to find him and eliminate him from now on. So if his movements are not deeply related to this war, I will not participate in the battle directly. All right, 4.5 days left and the appearance of rebels. Is there any other information you can give me? Lord Kiliak is in the final state of recovery. Are you finished recovering? No. He said it would be over in about 5 days. 4.5 days. Isn't it strange that the time when Lord Kiliak recovers and the time when the enemies reach the legacy are almost similar? It almost felt like something invisible was helping the enemies. Rondo nodded heavily. The phenomena of luck and coincidence were particularly favorable to the 677th dimension. Kiliak does not participate in this war. In the first place, Rondo had not considered participating in the war himself, but if the situation turned around, he had one less thing to look forward to. I will fight while being mindful. Yes, then I will just trust Lord Rondo and go. Soren's discussion ended and 12 more hours had passed since then. Exactly 1 day has passed since the battle began. The battle did not lull even for a moment, even after Mu Wenjiang disappeared. A fierce battle continued without a single second of rest, and casualties were now occurring in earnest in the alliance. Ha 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 ha. Vanessa took a deep breath and looked ahead. I saw Ilona in Seong-Sudan, her entire body tied up in restraints. It was the 8th Ilona that the superhumans of the 45th Alliance successfully sealed. Vanessa, are you okay? You look old. Your body doesn't keep up. There is nothing we can do since we have been fighting harshly ever since the Black Sea. Please return to the flagship Sarah for a moment and recover your health. Hito couldn't bear to say those words to Vanessa. Ilona is still being added, so if she is absent, the damage to our allies will increase accordingly. The enemy fleet now numbers more than 1,000 and is encroaching on the front line. I could have used the Mianwang cannon to erase the enemies once, but I had to save it as much as possible. If you hold out until reinforcements and Qual arrive without activating it, even once, you can increase the maximum number of shots. Moreover, firing the Mianwang cannon now was no different from annihilating the friendly forces infiltrating the enemy lines. But if necessary, it is also an unavoidable choice. Quadadadad. Suddenly a dull roar rose above Hito and Vanessa's heads. A golden ship hit by the enemy Changxiang's magic beam, and the White Fleet's main gun was split in half and exploded. Although it is not the golden flagship of the Taikan Third Fleet, there are about 50 Alliance members aboard it. Every single one of them would face death. It was my first time. The golden ship was completely destroyed and shot down. Although they only lost 1 ship while destroying well over 10,000 enemy ships, the golden ship had no choice but to continue to fall to the ground just as small cracks spread and collapse no matter how strong the defenses are. Less than a minute later, the second golden ship was destroyed and the third and fourth crashed at the same time. The golden box is literally earning 100 per day, but it is slowly reaching its limit. In front of the infinity of the White Fleet, which continues to escape through the portal no matter how much it is destroyed. Hito and Vanessa naturally advanced a little deeper into the battlefield, avoiding the falling remains of their allies. I could feel the newly added energy of Ilona. I think it would be good if our leader didn't know about this. How could you not know? Lord Soga is Changxiang. You must have recognized it more clearly than we who were right under the destroyed golden ship. It was just as he said. Lord Bran of the Seven. And a lot of Union members just left. I'm leaving. Jean was aware of his allies' death much more accurately than Hito and Vanessa. Even their facial expressions, voices, and demeanor as they died in the explosion inside the ship seemed as if it had happened right in front of them. That's why everyone is worried about Jean, but he doesn't show any signs of distress or hesitation. Until the war is completely over. Not just the war here in the Black Sea, but until the fight against Masindi is completely over. All the sadness and guilt had to be buried deep inside. Even if not only the members of the Union who only know their faces and names die before their eyes, but also those they love the most. Because he was so determined, Jean did not go to support even though Vanessa and the superhumans were crossing the line between life and death in seconds on the battlefield right behind them. Even if I had some free time, I didn't go. Instead of helping the superhumans, whenever I get the chance I have to recover at least for a moment and prepare to face the next Changxiang. Charge. If you retreat just because the shield is down, it's over. Stick closer to them and tighten the wire. Soon Jean shouted, and the Golden Fleet increased its speed by loading new ships into the destroyed first row. In that case, the Ming Dynasty brothers will be the first to die. However, the Ming Dynasty did not find Jin's orders offensive. They were people who would die for each other at any time. Let's go, brothers. There are now 3 days left. The time of war was passing slowly and cruelly for both the demon gods and the Alliance. There is no end. Since the exact size of the enemies was unknown, the Bamul Alliance was bound to become mentally exhausted faster as time went by. No matter how much you kill or cut down, after about 10 minutes a new white fleet will appear and fill the empty space. In addition, the Golden Fleet's defenses are gradually collapsing, and the rate at which casualties occur increases each time. But the members of the coalition did not lose their morale. It was thanks to the sight of Changxiang and superhumans fighting fiercely on the front lines on the ground, not inside the golden box. Among them, it was the singers who especially boosted the morale of the Union members. The Masindi had already sent dozens of Changsongs to the battlefield. However, among them, there was not a single person who had as significant an influence as the founders of the Union. From the very beginning, he was reduced to ashes by the Myung Wangpo, or even if he barely survived, he was knocked down by the joint attack of the Alliance Spear Stars or died because he could not overcome the martial arts world. Even now that Myung Wangpo and Muanggyong are gone, the composition has not changed much. Soren, Van Jean, and Luna. This was because the 4 men searched for the enemy Changxiang and defeated them individually. For example, the singers of Masindi were unable to find their position. Shiren, that's the ship. It was half. Unlike Soren, she had not yet unfolded the sword of the reigning king of the last 5 gods. If you deploy it, you will be able to wipe out enemies in an instant like a non-Wangkyang and take full control of the battlefield for at least 2 hours. However, after unleashing the final act of the Emperor's rain sword, she cannot fight in an intact state like Soren. Therefore, it was necessary to save as much as possible for future variables. There are still 4 days left in the war, so it is not known whether Jean, who has been arranged after 4 days, will be able to return immediately. Instead, Ban used the most outstanding senses and insight among the 4 to immediately detect the location of the demon god's creation whenever it appeared on the battlefield. I understand. Before Soren could respond, half a dozen swords were already hitting the ship like thunder. Soren then swung Barasada into that position, and the ship immediately split into crosses and disintegrated. Except for the sharp roar of the thunderbolt unique to the king's sword, there was no sound of the ship exploding. Soren's sword continued to disintegrate into nothing but scattered grains of sand. Of the 50 crew members, only 3 survived. 2 10-star wizards and 1 Changxiang. Among them, the nearby Alliance superhumans rushed towards the wizards, and Jean and Luna joined Changxiang. Tisk. 5 seconds. Number 3 seconds. From Masindi Changxiang's point of view, he can still find a way out if he holds out for just 3 seconds. The White Fleet's support bombardment and magic covered the members of the Alliance, and other Changsongs that escaped to a slightly distant location could have intervened in that much time. Asleep. However, there is no way his visible path of escape could not be seen by the coalition spearheads. That's why Jean and Luna clung to him like demons. They weren't afraid of getting hurt. Even when the counterattacking magician's light beam passed by the corner of his eyes, he increased his speed more explosively and swung his sword more boldly. Changxiang. Those who reach that area tend to imagine fighting with those who have reached the same position as themselves. The battle between 2 people who have been trained to the limit is likely to last for a very long time without even a single gap between the walls. Unless it clearly has an advantage over the opponent Changxiang like Shiren or Ban. However, a battlefield with multiple spears was an area that was difficult for even them to imagine. Throughout all of history, there has never been so many creative talents concentrated in one world. If this is the first time for everyone who has reached a similar level, the one who adapts faster will naturally have an advantage. Changxiang did not deviate from that truth. In that sense, the Alliance's spearmen were accumulating experience much more effectively than the enemy. They are breaking away from the framework of a perfect and solid fight, and choosing to attack solely based on their wild nature like an animal. In other words, the coalition's leaders were throwing gambles at every moment. A gamble where 4 or 2 people can kill the enemy Changxiang in one go. Quad Duk. The axe sword Krantil struck down the spear wizard's staff. The moment the blade penetrated halfway into the body of the staff, the wizard pretended to counterattack Luna and fired a beam of light at Jean, who rushed backwards. Neither Jean nor Luna can read the moves at that moment perfectly. Therefore, the right choice would have been to step back and look at the next move, but the siblings held out their swords until the end. The beam bounced off Bradamanti and scratched deep across Jean's cheek, and Luna pulled Krantil away and struck the wizard in the face with her fist. Tisk dash! The wizard used a protective shield to absorb the shock, but his face was crushed like dough and took on a grotesque shape. He died due to Jin's consecutive blows and Jin's stabbing that was sure to be a fatal blow. It was before the 3 seconds that he tried to hold on had passed. At first glance it seemed like one person Changxiang was captured without any significant damage, but it wouldn't be surprising if either Luna or Jean ended up in serious injury. That kind of structure has already been going on dozens of times. Jean and Luna barely escaped serious injury, and that could be said to be the result of extreme luck. But now, in addition to luck, I have accumulated experience points. While the Union's chanters were getting their senses, the Masindi's chanters were still at a loss. No 3. Even if only 2 people are in position, it is impossible to kill the enemy generals in this way. If 2 or more people chant at the same time, the battle line will immediately start to move forward. The White Fleet's bombardment poured down behind Jean and Luna, and the flame-type magic of another Changxiang wizard, who was 1 step behind, exploded. When the Youngyam and Crimson Sword siblings radiate sword energy, and withstand the attack for a moment, Soren and Ban, who were approaching just now, break through the artillery fire and charge at the enemy Changxiang again. After that, the roles change for a while. It was the same for Ban to find the location of the enemy Changxiang, but it was Jean and Luna's job to create an opening for Soren to penetrate there. But even in the meantime, allies were dying non-stop behind the scenes. The golden ship exploded, the knights were killed, and the superhumans were seriously injured. The worst war in the history of the Bamul Union. The Sword Emperor's Temple, the Battle of the Haunted God, the Battle of the True Demon, the Battle of Jiakmyong, and even the final battle with the Jeepal of this world. Even in all those battles, the Union had never suffered so many casualties. Ka-ah! This time Soren and Ban's swords pierced the enemy Changxiang's neck and chest. Unlike Jean and Luna before, they did not suffer any serious injuries, even though they carried out unreasonable attacks. If the trend continues like this, the Alliance will be able to penetrate deeper into the enemy camp once more and hunt down the next Changxiang. However, the war situation is ready to laugh at the coalition at any time. With Soren and the semi-overwhelming Changxiang at the head, they could not maintain the upper hand forever. The youngest! It was Soren's voice. The beam of light from a Changxiang wizard who had just exited the portal and had not yet been captured by Ban was falling on Jin's head. There is a world where the lost magic of Chenmi, a light-type magic, has been restored. Jean managed to block the beam by raising his sword like a shield, but was unable to completely absorb the impact. Wow! After spitting out a handful of fresh blood and being thrown back about 100 steps, he immediately stood up, assessing the extent of his internal injuries. There was no follow-up hit. This was because Soren and Luna had already gone in to put pressure on the wizard who had shot Jean. Jean looked around, washing away the feeling of regurgitation for a few seconds. It was in the middle of a close combat between superhumans. Knights and wizards with at least 9 stars and Ilona of the Holy Sudan were fighting, causing earthquakes all over the battlefield. At the center are the former Black Knights, including Hito and Vanessa. If they hadn't captured the Ilonas, the battle between the superhumans would have already turned towards the demons a long time ago. After gathering his energy, Jean tried to jump again to join Luna, but at that moment he saw the back of a person. Ghost Captain Lotta Froki's most loyal subordinate and colleague. He had already lost his right arm and was dealing with the crowd of demonic superhumans. If left as is, there was no hope of survival. Therefore Jean reflexively tried to spray sword energy towards Lotta, but he gritted his teeth and changed direction. Spending a few seconds watching over him could result in hours of suffering for the entire coalition. You thought well, my lord. Go ahead. Even the Ghost Fleet commanded by his younger brother Feyfrock was not supporting him. And Fey also felt the same way as Lotta. He said it was right for Jean to just pass him by. Lotta survive. Lotta smiled to herself as she watched Jean walk away without answering. And the moment Jean finished re-entering the battlefield of the spears, the ghost Captain Lotta Frock became a person who could never answer again. Lotta's death broke the balance of the battlefield he was on. The superhumans of the demon gods passed the path he had blocked and began charging directly toward the Golden Armada, and Jean only blinked once as he recognized the flow. For now that was the only way to commemorate Lotta. Whoosh whoosh. Luna let out a deep breath and looked back at Jean. She was speaking with her facial expressions. In the end, the story goes that 2 Changsongs of the Misleading took their place at once. I have to choose the youngest. Even if it means risking damage to the fleet, we can either bring more superhuman strength here or take more risks and fight among ourselves. It is correct to choose the former. Jean had no choice but to make a heavy decision right away. Now was the time when the condition of the Changsongs was more important than any other force except La Perosa. Just as he was about to call more superhumans out of devastation, Jean turned around and looked behind him. Wah-wah! A huge golden portal was opening above the air fortress La Perosa. Focal and Silkia returned with reinforcements. It was a point where superhumans had no choice but to be sacrificed. If you had known this would happen, you would have just come to the Black Sea together from the beginning, right? Jean, perhaps we are too late. Orgel was the first to spread his wings and come out of the portal. Behind them, Kingelo's fleet and Runkendel's golden fleet were showing their majesty. Shiren, where are my grandchildren? This old man finally sees you. Afterwards, Ballas' booming voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Soren smiled as he looked back at his grandfather, whom he had reunited with after decades. I think my grandfather is still the same. The fleet, numbering over 1,000 units including Runkendel and Kinzel, quickly escaped from the portal and took up position. First of all, there was no need for the Union to sacrifice superhumans to deal with enemies. The enemies gritted their teeth at the sight of the Allied forces entering the war out of nowhere. If things continued like this, the fleet battle would start to fall behind again, so Misleading had to make the choice to send out troops faster than planned. A choice that inevitably comes with a great price. The 2 Changsongs of the Misleading who were about to take action were also retreating to the rear. Now they were going to take on the absurd role of having to somehow withstand the Union's onslaught and survive until the next generation of spears came out of the portal. Kingelo and Runkendel's fleet did not proceed with the bombardment right away. First of all, it was necessary to secure friendly forces within the enemy lines and combine them with the existing fleet. The White Fleet also stopped firing and made a move to reorganize its battle lines. In other words, the artillery fire of the Union and the Demon Army temporarily stopped, and the battlefield was entering a temporary lull for the first time. A fleet of over 2,000 on both sides troops filling the ground. For an instant, the battlefield became so quiet that it was hard to believe that there had been such a fierce fight just moments ago. Only the vibrations of power generated by the fleets of each force reorganizing their ranks were sounding heavily. Among them, Jean looked back at his allies and then took a step toward the enemy. Just now, the Alliance's most faithful servant ghost, Captain Lottafrock, was stabbed to death by the enemy's daggers. Those who loved and cherished him as I did must remember this day. Rada Frosai sacrificed his life for the Union's victory rather than his own safety until the end. Jean beat his chest several times in memory of him. A deep sound rang out like the sound of a distant drum. Today is the day any of us could die fighting. Not just today, but every day will be like that until we tear all of those bastards to pieces. Soon Jean raised his sword. It is a tiring fight, a sad fight, and an unfavorable fight. I would like to thank everyone who is standing here with me. If I were to die on the battlefield, the only thing I would leave behind would be to say that I was proud of you. Testament? What are you talking about so unluckily? I spat so that no one would criticize me. Those gutter bastards should leave the will, not you. That is correct, Orgel. So while you're drinking, I'd like to ask you guys something too. What are you fighting for? For what did you become a dog of Kiliak, and for what purpose did you endure this terrible battlefield? What do you want to say and leave behind when you die? I was genuinely curious. How can so many people risk their lives for one person's desire to achieve unity on all levels and for one group's desire? How can even the Changsongs obey so unconditionally? There was no answer. Masindi organized his battle without a sound. I see that you have no faith. Even if it exists, it will only be a broken and deteriorated remnant by the tyrant called Kiliak Zippel. What do you gain by conquering the entire dimension? Is it such an honor to complete a world created just for you with the demon god stone? You proud soldiers, you are wrong. Jean continued talking and pounded his chest again. Everyone in the Union watching him was pounding their hearts. The only correct answer in the countless worlds that exist in all dimensions is right here. I'm standing here. If you haven't realized that yet, there is only one future for you. If more people die than us, they will eventually perish and disappear. The tip of Bradamanti's sword was aimed at the enemies. At that moment, the Union fleet began advancing and firing, and the superhumans continued to descend to the ground and rush towards the enemies. The fight that started again was the same as before. The Bamul alliance, where reinforcements arrived, seemed to have a slight advantage, but the demon gods were also sending out the troops waiting inside the portal faster. The superhumans were still roaring as they dealt with Alona of Siang Sudan and the elites of the demon gods, and the spears were penetrating deep into the enemy's camp to track down the enemy spears. However, the sound is different. The Union members, who were exhausted from the bloody battle that lasted for nearly 40 hours, heard Jin's voice and thought about themselves once again. What are you fighting for, and what are you enduring this hell to protect? It was for life. All the memories in this world, which was just Dimension 677, to the demon goddess before Jean stood out, were for the people who share those memories. Not everyone who joined the Bamul alliance had good intentions from the beginning. Some joined to succeed, some to survive, and some to follow the trend. But even those who did were now all of one mind. They say that they must fight to protect this world and life, as they have enjoyed the benefits of being part of the Bamul Union. For example, there was a sense of debt inside the Union members. This was exactly the same as Jin's concern about the sense of debt he had as the only returnee. Among those fighting here to fight against the demon gods, there was no one who did not owe a debt to this world. Ha ha ha, grandson. The more I see, the luckier you are. I spent my whole life fighting, but I met such a great grandfather and had such wonderful children. How cool was your great-grandson just now? What is certain is that my speaking skills are not like yours, haha. Hey grandpa, don't overdo it. I can't die again. Because I only have one arm. Oh Jonah. Then we'll go catch them, so have a hard time, grandson Changxiang. The Knights of Runkendal were carrying out a medical examination following Ballas' loud voice. Beside him, the superhumans of the Alliance were gathering around Dante and Baradin. What the fuck is that? How far will these bastards go to despise Lord Alona? That's right, Lord Baradin. First of all, it would be better for us to bundle up weapons in the form of Sir Alona and find a way to support the losing side. The enemy has too many Changsongs, so we should be able to join them at any time. Dante was by far the most important among the superhumans. He is the person who will be the greatest help, along with Hito, when Changxiang suddenly needs superhuman support, such as right before reinforcements arrive. However, in Dante's eyes, there was no way to find a path. Since the front line is like this, enemy spears will definitely appear from the rear, and the distance from the friendly spears will inevitably be that much further away. While Dante was thinking for a moment while cutting down his enemies, a person came up next to him. Eltiot, the great Chongmying people who achieved the creation of harmony. Even though he is a Changxiang, his body is damaged, and he is unable to display such an action, but his power of harmony is still able to have sufficient influence on the entire battlefield. Oops. Don't stop chopping down your enemies even for a moment because of useless worries. From now on, this body will coordinate all of the rear ranks. You and Hito will form a battle line so that you can join the Changxiang side at any time, and so that the troops on the ground can fight as safely as possible. So from now on, whenever you see me, follow my steps and fight. Dante followed Elliot's steps and moved as he said. Then to Dante's surprise he felt as if a path that had been invisible to his eyes was revealed little by little. From then on a refreshing wind of harmony began to bloom throughout the battlefield. Like the wind, Elliot moved between battlefields and continued to hold the Allies' battle lines, and at the same time he repeatedly returned to the vicinity of Dante and Hito to open new paths. Sometimes they even entered the battlefield of Changsongs and drove the fleeing enemy Changsongs towards friendly Changsongs. All of this was something only he could do. Luna is using the Crimson Sword too harshly. I can't stand the rest of the time like this, so exercise a little more restraint. Yes, master. And Soren, you are also in pain from using the 5 medicines just now. I'll tie up their feet for just 5 seconds so they can rest. There are now about 80 hours left until Amaris lifts the curse remaining on Timar's body. The Bamul Alliance literally poured all its power into this war, and all the Alliance members ended their worries in the process. I realized again the reason for fighting and looked back on my life. However, as time passed, the enemies and the members of the Masindi were worried. I couldn't help but notice what Jean said. What am I? It was a question they couldn't answer at some point. Something unseen is helping the Bamul coalition. Rondo sighed deeply, remembering what Scylla had said. Now I was starting to wonder if something as transcendent as I said was really helping the Bamul alliance. Otherwise the situation of the war could not have been like this, even though the objective power difference was this large. And that wasn't just Rondo's idea. What do they believe in that makes them fight so desperately? I definitely have to be pushed, but I'm not pushed. I don't fall down. How? The fear of an infinite enemy swarming in. Until now it was the Bamul coalition that had suffered from that fear and fought. In fact, the Masindi is sending out more troops despite losing thousands of fleets and dozens of Changsongs. But now the soldiers of the demon army could not find fear on the faces of the members of the coalition. Even when their necks were pierced by a staff, their bodies were torn apart by rays, and their entire bodies were ravaged by magic, the members of the alliance did not stop moving forward. Our stars are fighting out there. Hold on. Brothers, we will not forget this day. The roar of Union members was constantly ringing both in the sky and on the ground. Kick them out, they are definitely getting tired. Continue to aim at the sniper unit Jean Runkendal and the spear stars. Keep pouring in without stopping for a moment. Even before this fight began, Masindi was confident that the outcome had already been decided. They say that they who have conquered all dimensions cannot be defeated by just one dimension, and that no matter how fierce the resistance, nothing will change in the end. It was not a shallow fighting spirit based on obedience and blindness. Desperation to protect the world, determination to choose the future with one's own hands, and solidarity. That fighting spirit has the power to endure the fight that must be fought. Just as the Changsongs overcame their fate, there was a power that made impossible things possible, like the power of Jin's existence. In other words, it is infinite. That's why Masindi was now feeling afraid. The fear of an infinite number of enemies, the fear that the outcome might be overturned. You probably think you're special. Faith, pride, all of that is just an illusion. I'll crush everything. Even when he drank, he did evil. Reaction to fear without denying the enemy's beliefs, no matter how advantageous it was impossible to fight sanely. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in the deepest part of the Masindi's main camp, and in front of them the superhumans and the saints were clashing. In the center of the battlefield, the Bamul alliance maintained a front line centered around Runkendal and the Ming dynasty. Some Tuangs and Mary, who were pushed out while performing the sealing of the Xiongdan, led the alliance members. Whoops! Lord Daytona. It's okay, stay where you are. We must support Sister Mary. If we are pushed back, it will be difficult for the fleet to support the Changsongs. Kaha'ak. Are they really the knights of Runkendal, the blood relatives of the Jean brothers? You're quite brave. Lord Rinpa. Left. Ha 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 ha. At Mary's voice, Rinpa's great sword spat out a blue thunderbolt. All of the magic beams coming from the left were blocked, but the ground on which those holding out in the center were suddenly split in half. The Black Sea must have been moving according to my father's will? Even now the Black Sea is devouring the White Fleet and the forces of the demon god according to Soren's will. But it wasn't as intense as the first time. Soren had clearly used up a lot of his mental strength by maintaining Wii for a long time, and now he was under the most control along with Jean. Therefore it is impossible to completely control the Black Sea. Additionally, the enemies were also adapting to the battlefield over time. Mary and the knights of the Ming dynasty spread out and tried to escape the divided land. However, thousands of green hands suddenly sprouted from the scorched earth and grabbed the knights. Ka! It was a dark world connection magic that had never been implemented in this world. Not everyone could escape its grasp. About 20 of Runkendel's guardian knights were captured and disappeared into the darkness, and 2 of the underworld clan also suffered casualties. Brother Shull! Spread out and avoid. The magic knights hastily tore up the paper and tried to suppress the magic, but the demon lords are a group of the most powerful magicians in the entire dimension. They easily kept the magic knights in check and expanded the magic of the dark world. In an instant, the knights guarding the center of the battlefield were being annihilated. It's not that there's a problem with your father, they caught you off guard. If the front line collapses like this, it will be difficult for fleet support to reach the battlefield of the Changsongs. Mary, who had distanced herself from the crack, gritted her teeth, deciding to go in front of it again and hold on. After all, you are nothing without someone like Jean Runkendel. Are you not afraid of death? You're welcome, it's a blessing that only those like us who have transcended providence can enjoy. Just as the Tana brothers were preparing to throw themselves together with her, with the same mindset, there was someone who was flooded with darkness magic before them. Teto? 12 King Teto stretched out his spear and formed a lightning zone blocking the rising green hands. Cheekik. Ugh! But you can't stop everything. 5 hands pierced by lightning grabbed Teto's limbs and melted them. It's right for me who is strong to hold on. Hurry up and take their heads off. If we don't stop this, everyone here will melt. The 3 passed by Teto in an instant and rushed toward the wizards hiding under the White Fleet's shield. Brother Tana's sword struck the shield first, and immediately after the crack appeared Mary's poisonous snake, penetrated into it. Phew! The venomous snake's blade pierced a wizard's head and plunged into the ground. However, he was not the core of Yanhuan's magic, and the siblings attempted to infiltrate again to attack other wizards. At that moment, a ray of light from the sniper unit, which had been aiming only at the Alliance's spearmen, cut off Haytona's right arm. Haytona thought, he just lost an arm. Behind him, a warrior clearly greater than him is risking his entire body and waiting for us to succeed. I open the way. You and me go to Daytona together. How about you alone? You can do it. Even though it had just hit the Daytona with full force, it was a protective shield that only made a small crack. However, perhaps because he was prepared, Haytona swung with his only arm and one side of the White Fleet's shield was completely torn apart. Go! Finally, Mary and Daytona were able to completely enter the protective shield and cut out the core of the Yanhuan magic. The heads of the dead wizards rolled on the floor like balls and were crushed by the shock wave of the battlefield, and the siblings looked back. The green hands rising from the cracked floor disappeared in an instant. And Haytona wasn't standing there. Only the shattered remains of the chainsword remained as they tried to block the attacks of enemies flying toward the rear of Mary and Daytona. Teto's voice could not be heard. He left after dealing with all the poison of darkness magic alone. While Mary and Daytona returned to the battle line, Belize picked up the spear Teto was using, kissed it once, and slammed it into the ground. You can cry later, Runkendels. Okay, later. We will never be pushed behind Brother Teto's window like we are now. Of course, even if I die, this is where I am. No one can pass by. Although great sacrifices were made, the Central Front was protected. They focused only on that fact and pushed away the sadness of losing their brother. Thanks to this, the Golden Fleet was still able to firmly support the Changsongs. The swords of the spearmen who had just lost their children and brothers did not shake at all like Teto's spear, which was firmly planted in the ground. However, corpses were now piling up even in the battlefield of the Changsongs. The fact that the corpses of the enemies were not scattered like dust meant that Soren was getting tired. Since we had been dealing with enemy spears for over 2 days, no matter how good the theory was, it couldn't be the same as the first time. However, the enemies still did not dare to confront him and the spearmen of the Bamal Alliance head-on. Still, more than 5 people have never sat down at once. Have we not been able to push out the central front until now? The only voice of the Alliance there is Murakan, so what on earth are they doing? It was crazy for the command staff of the demon army to deal with the allied spears. Since even the Seong-Sudan continued to be sealed in the same situation as the Changsongs, no support could be expected from the troops who had already arrived on the battlefield. Lord Rondo will not send his main force until the center is pushed out. In the end, these creators are just wasting time. Rondo was scheduled to enter the battle after the demon god spearmen secured the front line and confirmed that Laparosa's main guns were all exhausted. But the next moment, from the closest portal to the battlefield of the Changsongs, the White Fleet's third flagship Riedel began to exit the portal. At the same time, the second flagship, which had just joined Rondo, also appeared to leave the portal together. They had finished preparing to gather the spears from inside the portal and send them out to the battlefield all at once. Lord Rondo? Why are you seeing me now? As soon as Jean saw that, he made a quick decision. Even if you and your allies have no choice but to be swept away by a direct hit if you have to fire the Maiyangwang cannon here and now. Otherwise, Changxiang was boarding the White Fleet in numbers that could never be tolerated. Raise Laprasosa and fire the Myo King cannon here. Rondo smiled bitterly as he watched Laparosa rise and then turned his gaze to Jean. Now we will use the main gun of the air fortress Jean Runkendal. Let's all die together. Which one will be able to survive to the end and ravage the remaining enemies? Changxiang, who was close to 30 years old, was on board the fleet led by Rondo. It is clearly an unreasonable number. From the demon god's perspective, there was no reason to send out so many spears without knowing that the Maiyangwang cannon's operation had completely stopped. Moreover, the coalition's chanters were now visibly exhausted. It was clearly a more reasonable decision to stick to the existing strategy, wait for the Alliance's spears to become more tired and continue to shake up the central battlefield with the remaining troops. However, Rondo went to the battlefield even though he knew this fact and that Jean would definitely use the Myo King cannon. He even destroyed one completed demon stone from another dimension to temporarily relieve the restrictions of dimensional interference. You made us think too much, Jean Runkendal. I was playing around with it and kept shaking hands. But it was a simple problem. In any case, everyone is equal in the face of truly great power. Lord Kelly is not here, but your air fortress could do that for now. After the battle began, Rondo and Masindi were shocked at every moment by the power of the Alliance. Among them, the most shocking was by far the Maiyangwangpo. It was what made Masindi hesitate the most, more than the inaction of Soren or Ban, which overwhelmed other singers. As you said, we are just soldiers without faith or pride. But that allows us to cross the line more freely. Laparosa was rising and aiming at the battlefield of the spear stars. Rondo smiled as he saw Laparosa rising like the sun. You must have been prepared to slaughter both enemies and allies, right? Madness is not your exclusive domain, Jean Runkendal. Come. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. A vast solar system was forming on the barrel of Laparosa's gun, which had escaped from the ship's hull. Qual sweated hard as he looked at the various numbers that appeared on the power screen. This is crazy. Are you really going to shoot me? The power is increasing ridiculously. They just used a large number of portals to further resonate between Malugia's power and Velshin. If you shoot like this, all of our allies, including Changxiang, could die. It was a number that even Qual, who developed the mysterious cannon himself, had never imagined. Baba, tell the leader to reconsider just once. This is no different from telling us to kill all our allies. At those words, Baba shook his head with a heavy face. There was no communication from Jean or even Ban about reversing the decision. Dozens of Changxiang escaped. There is no other way, Qual. I don't think I'll be able to focus on maintenance and finish after just one shot. When the Maiyangwang cannon was first fired, the Alliance's spears gathered together and formed a protective shield. However, since it is now a position that is directly hit by the orthodoxy, it seemed better to spread out as much as possible and use the enemy commanders. Jin naturally thought that his allies would have made the same decision. However, instead of scattering, the Changsongs were showing signs of trying to unite around Jin. Everyone protect the youngest at all costs. Father. The decision to use the Mianwang cannon was a good decision. But even if you die, what will be done with the arrangements? Even if everyone else dies, you must survive. At Soren's words, the Changsongs except Jin nodded. Jin was about to refute but closed his mouth. It was already too late to disperse again, and it was actually the right thing to say. You have to concentrate, so don't complain about it, brother Jin. No, I will be protected quietly. That's right. Qua. As soon as Ban answered, the Mianwang cannon fell on the battlefield. The golden tsunami fired diagonally first appeared to melt all the enemies camped near the battlefield with its heat alone. The artillery bombardment fell as fast as light, but before the artillery hit, blood burst out from the eyes, ears, and mouths of the friendly spearmen. TSK. Ka. Only Jin, surrounded by spears, did not shed blood. The shock that should have gone to him was shared by all the other singers. Jin gritted his teeth as he stared at the backs of Shiren and Ban. Because of the golden tsunami caused by the Mianwang cannon, the enemies were not visible. However, the general movement of the enemy spears in the flow of enormous power was recognizable. You, the youngest, read the enemy's movements. We don't have enough time to protect you, and to lead whenever necessary. We must catch as many enemies as possible before the Mianwangpo ends. There's no way that more enemies won't be added in the future, but it's clear they've upped the ante. Among the Changsongs guarding Shiren and Ban Jin, only two were speaking, because it was something only they could do. This was the same not only for the Union's chance but also for all of the demon gods' chance. Take advantage of that. Soren was saying those words to Jin. Let's use ourselves and Ban to unilaterally attack the enemies in this golden hell while enduring the Myo King cannon. No one has died yet. They were quietly enduring the Myo King cannon with a protective shield spread around Rondo. As expected among them, there is no one who can do other activities within Myeongwangpo like my father or half-brother. If we choose the right path, we can be the only ones who can cut them down, as my father said. The enemy Changseong, who was completely defenseless, was able to finish him off even without using great swords like Decisive Strike or Ohui. If only I could reach it through the Mianwang cannon. You have to look at the road carefully. All you have to do is break through the vast and dense golden tsunami and reach the enemies. Myeongwangpo is shaking wildly like a storm. In other words, the path Jin could choose was changing every moment. Jin, who was observing the golden tsunami, suddenly looked at Shiren's back once more. I felt like I could see my father's past. After a lifelong battle against the Black Sea, whose terrain changed every day, he ultimately won. Finding my way through this today is not that difficult compared to my father's fulfillment of the fate of the Black Sea. Concentrate and you will find it. If you take one wrong step, you never know what might happen. Soren's right arm could suddenly be torn off and Luna could have died. Father and half-brother. How far can you attack? 300 steps. 300 steps. Both people answered at the same time. In that case, the steps that the Changsongs had to take were about 100 steps. You must not fail even once while taking 100 steps. Jin took a breath and calmly examined the light of the Myeongwang cannon. From now on, everyone should move at my pace and pace. I will take one step forward. As Jin took a step, the Changsongs began to move along with him. You need to take 2 steps to the left and move forward again. No, just move forward again. While walking 20 steps. Jin never made a mistake. It is a perfect reading of the ever-changing flow of Myeongwangpo. However, it was not without problems. The speed is too slow. If things continue like this, there is a very high possibility that Myeongwangpo will end before my father and half-brother enter the attack range. In that case, the moment the Myeongwangpo's influence disappears, the Alliance's spears become more dangerous. Since you cannot kill more than 3 enemy Changsongs with a single Myeongwangpo, you will be immediately attacked by the rest. Of course, if the second Myeongwang cannon was fired again, immediately the same situation would be repeated, but the problem was the short period of time before the second bombardment. The Alliance's spears had to withstand the attack of more than 20 spears while completely devastated. Even if you take risks, you have to take chances. We need to move faster, even if the path is not clear. The moment he thought about that and was about to take his step, Jean suddenly looked ahead in shock. The backs of Soren and Ban were still there, but a familiar blue window appeared in front of them. Valeria? It was a record window. Of course, the reinforcements brought by Silkia and Focal included Valeria. However, Jean deliberately did not invite Valeria to the Battle of the Changsongs. Firstly, she cannot endure this battle. It could be said that the minimum standard for withstanding a fierce battle was Changxiang. Therefore, Valeria could not show the records in this way in the first place. Second, she had to analyze the records of the entire battlefield, because we need to figure out the size of the enemy's troops. Lastly, it was judged that no matter how great the recording magic was, it was impossible to analyze the flow of Maya Wangpo in real time. Even while being described in the record window, the flow is bound to change more quickly in real time. But now the record window that appeared before my eyes was showing Jean the way. Go forward 7 steps and stop until the third wave ends. A colloquial description that has only appeared once in Valeria's record window so far. As soon as Jean saw that sentence, he remembered what Valeria said a while ago. Your Jean Runkendal was successful. This is probably a record that I from another world left to me from this world. Valeria from another world is helping us. She left a message back then. Can't be an enemy trap. Jean knew the unique flow of Valeria's magic better than anyone else in the world. There was no doubt that this was Valeria's magic. Even if it's Valeria from another world. Another reinforcements have arrived. We will take 7 steps forward. I can reach those 2 black guys before my father's Pyong Wangpo is over. The record window was continuously being updated. Jean was able to approach the enemies several times faster than when he read the route alone. What is this? How can it move so fast in this main gun? Rondo's eyes widened. Another incomprehensible thing was happening. As many as 30 Changsongs, including Rondo, are completely stranded and are concentrating all their efforts on defense, but the Alliance is suddenly speeding up their advance as if by magic. Even considering Soren Runkendal and Tushin Van's transcendent power, this doesn't make sense. Even those 2 must be protecting Jean Runkendal and moving around with him as their eyes. They forced their way into the game by sending in the main team. However, from the beginning, an ominous feeling, as if things were going astray, was creeping in. Not only Rondo but the other leaders of the demon goddess also did not understand the situation. I just can't accept it. If the distance is closed like this, only we will be attacked. No one can move under the fire of La Perosa. So the moment we gave up the distance, hell would unfold until the barrage was over. Even after investing the greatest power in history into the 677th dimension, the demon gods have yet to achieve any significant results and have lost many of their founders. If we were to be unilaterally defeated in this attack again, we might not really be able to win the war. You must remain calm. Obviously, they couldn't move this fast just a moment ago. That means that even if there were spears above the spears, their speed was originally limited. The reason I'm so anxious is because they probably did it more than us. So what was added? Rondo concentrated on reading the energy of the Union chants buried in the barrage. Other than the movements becoming bolder, nothing had changed. It's not like any of them have suddenly awakened to a higher level like Soren or Ban. The flow of enemy artillery has not changed, and no matter how advanced the enemy's technology is, it is impossible to control this enormous power to their own advantage. Witchcraft. Suddenly Rondo had the feeling that someone was performing a magic trick. Someone who has yet to catch his eye on the battlefield. And as far as Rondo knew, there was only one that could do this kind of magic. Rebel. The rebels were helping them. It looks like the remnants have finally revealed themselves. Yes, I have to find him and eliminate him from now on. So if his movements are not deeply related to this war, I will not participate in the battle directly. I remembered what Silan said earlier. Survivors of the Grey Owl, one of the very few rebels who has survived so far, avoiding the pursuit of the demon god. If the person Silan had gone to eliminate was a leader of the rebels and was directly involved in this battlefield and helping the coalition, then this could be fully explained. I'm sure there are rebels. He's giving information to the enemies using recording magic. I almost couldn't understand it because I was weighed down by the huge shadow of the miracles shown by the Union's leaders so far. However, there was one strange thing. Could it be that the light that was loaded missed the rebels? That can't be possible. A monster that has never failed to chase hundreds of times. It is highly likely that there were more rebels besides the dimensional passage, or that they are people who suddenly appeared now. All you have to do is kill either one. Rondo took out a black stone from his arms. When Rondo grabbed the heart of the completed demon stone and crushed it, black energy suddenly appeared like stains all over the golden tsunami of the Mayan Wangpo. The rebel leader is supporting them. Once the fire subsides, we must find him and eliminate him. The spearmen of the Bamul Alliance were shocked when they saw the black stain and stopped for a moment. It's so sad. That's so extreme. At the same time, Jean saw that as soon as the stain appeared, the recording window became unstable, as if it would be crushed at any moment. I don't know what that black energy is, but it's not really threatening. However, since it is such a strange energy that it does not disturb even under fire, it could become a problem at any time. We're already in trouble, Brother Van. Messages from Valeria from another dimension are being cut off. It must be the influence of black energy. The black energy that flowed out when the Demon Stone's heart was broken could not actually pose a threat to the Alliance Spear Stars. It only limits the rebels' unique ability recording magic and dimensional movement, but has no killing ability at all. There is no need to be afraid of black energy. That's just for me. Ply. 2 more steps. A new distorted memory window was appearing. Fortunately, the messages were not completely cut off. However, from now on we had to proceed by adding predictions to the given information to some extent. Valeria. Before moving again, son, Jean thought of Valeria sending a message. In any world, she would have been the last survivor of Hister. And after fighting Jeep all his life, he would have finally reached the truth of the multiple worlds and would have continued his fierce and difficult resistance. Now she must have risked her life by appearing on the battlefield. Just for this moment he would have endured those harsh times and constantly wandered the lonely world between dimensions. Trust me, Valeria. I believe in you too. In order to speed up the process, without the perfect information that Valeria from another dimension gave us, a miracle must occur. You have to risk your life. From now on you could suddenly die while moving, but it's worth it. The reason Valeria from another dimension appeared here now is because she was confident that we could win. Let's take 2 steps forward and 5 steps to the left. Immediately after advancing that far, the record window opened again. Girl? 5-3. This time the damage was more severe than before, but Jean moved forward without hesitation. 7 steps forward, pause, 5 steps, 3 seconds, rest, then 1 step again. Changsong's move like a body centered around Jean. Rondo had no choice but to look at that sight once again. Now you probably aren't getting complete records from the rebels, so keep up the pace? If Rondo had been Jean, he would have quietly waited for the Myo King cannon to subside and then inevitably started a battle at a disadvantage. Here, if you take even one wrong step, your few spears will turn to ashes in an instant. In reality, the coalition's chanters were repeating the process of standing in front of death and returning every second. Although the direction and number of steps were never wrong, there were moments when the strides were slightly off and Luna's head almost exploded. In this way, Jean received the damaged message and moved forward 50 or so steps further. The distance traveled so far is 95 out of the 100 steps that were the goal. Now there are only 5 steps left. Even though they were practically standing right in front of them, they still couldn't see each other because of the fire and black stains that were pouring on them. A black record window opened in front of Jean. Now I couldn't read a single word of what was written in the record window, and Jean had a hunch. This was probably the last record seen on this battlefield. Although he couldn't meet Valeria from another dimension in person, Jean seemed to know her. How fiercely and cruelly she must have been sending a message while avoiding the black energy of the demon goddess. Jean thought about her for a moment and caressed the black record window. Felt like touching blood-soaked paper. Whoa. Brother Jean is now 5 steps away. I guess Valeria's records are unreadable. What shall we do? Chiron and Ban said while breathing heavily. At what point and in what direction will we narrow down the 5 steps further? In fact, Jean had already come to a conclusion. From here I will take the 5 steps alone. Brother Jean. Then they'll think there's something wrong with us. Of course they will try to launch an offensive to catch me and the formation will naturally collapse. It may only be a moment. Even if an enemy leader suddenly appears in front of you, there is no way Changxiang 30 will lose his temper and rush at you. However, even they had no choice but to focus solely on killing Jean for a moment. In the same situation, even the leaders of the alliance would all do the same. Remove all the power you used to protect me immediately after I came forward. And we enter at that moment when the formation breaks down. Just as I have done so far, exactly in the direction I have taken. If you do that, Brother Jean will be the first to die. The moment you make a mistake. The reason we followed Brother Jean, even though we could have died suddenly and instantly just now, was because there was absolutely no chance of Brother Jean dying. Ban is right. Half-brother and father. You two are exhausted now. Perhaps when this fight is over and you look back on today, you will know right away. Rather, if I want to save myself, I have no choice but to follow this method now. Jean was already taking a step past the 2 people. Chiron and Ban tried to grab him but dropped their hands. I get it. Let's begin. Unlike before, Jean jumped over the remaining 4 steps in one go. Then, just as he expected, an attack from the demon gods poured in, and one of the beams of light penetrated his left shoulder, completely leaving a serious wound. That's it. But it was a success. Rather, Jean went in prepared to lose 2 limbs rather than just a penetrating wound, and the enemies were not able to inflict that much damage to Jean. From the enemy's perspective, it was an attack that was attempted while taking the damage from the Maiyangwang cannon. Immediately, Soren Ban and the remaining spearmen followed Jean into the enemy camp. You're finally seeing faces this close. From now on you'll realize that the time you endured was a happy one. The first crimson sword Luna's Crantle clawed at the enemy camp. Are you sure you are the human who endured this barrage just now and moved all the way here? The demon gods in the front ranks who barely took the blow gritted their teeth and glared at Luna. Clearly she was not a transcendent figure like Chiron or Ban, but Changxiang just like them. Moreover, the fight began under worse conditions and the path was more difficult to overcome. Of course his strength must have decreased, but Crantle was hitting his enemies more fiercely and fiercely than ever. She has already lost a younger brother. There is no way she doesn't know that Haytona lost his life while protecting the center of the battlefield for the Changsongs. I'm just fighting a fight so fierce that I can't be sad even for a moment. But this time Jean almost died right before my eyes. Luna's uncontrollable anger, hatred, and vengeance were all wrapped around the blade. I am the sword that protects Runkendal. That fact will never change in any dimension, and this time all will never be lost. I will definitely destroy you, and allow the family members to return to the Garden of Swords. Luna's sword, which she swung while shouting, seemed unrefined and fierce. It seemed like a wild and destructive sword just like her before. However, Eltiot did not reprimand her even after seeing her sword. Calm in the storm, Luna's sword actually touched the ideal of harmony he pursued. Fierce yet precise, rough yet flexible. For example, sadness and hatred were completing her sword. You do not fall into the trap of falling into demonization or becoming more perfect. This was possible because of faith. Those who fight only for destruction and conquest have a mind that they cannot help but forget, even if they realized it in the past. Red tears filled with sadness and resentment flowed from his eyes, but his field of vision seemed to be infinitely wide, and he was constantly detecting the weaknesses of his enemies. Squeak dash. A spear from the demon goddess was cut in 2 by the Crantle dyed crimson. He was unable to properly counterattack due to the pressure of the Mayan Wangpo. The same was true for most of Macindy's Changxiang. Even though they had an overwhelming numerical superiority, they were being attacked one-sidedly. To prevent that, they tried to kill Jean somehow. The Alliance's spearmen were deliberately penetrating deep into the Macindy formation. The intention was to use the enemy's shield to withstand the Myungwang cannon and fight. Stop it! If more of them come in, it's over. A shout so urgent that the voices broke came from the formation of the Demon Corps. Of course they could not disarm the protective shield that was connected, because that only means that we should all die together. There was even a Shiren and Ban in the alliance, so it was bound to be much more advantageous. Misindi the outsider had to endure an uncomfortable fight until the end of Myung Wangpo. You don't think that Myung Wangpo will end in just one go, do you? You stupid bastards. Orgel shouted, protecting Luna. Jean started the battle with 2 Myung Wangpo left from the beginning. There was even maintenance of the qual, so even after one of them had been used up, it was expected to be able to fire at least 2 more times. If the structure was maintained as is, it was entirely possible for the Alliance's spearmen to literally massacre the 30 spearmen of the demon goddess. Damn it, I'm being pushed back even though I've done this. The continued shock. Rondo felt dizzy inside and looked at the situation. The spearmen were unable to counterattack even once and were falling down in vain. If the bombardment continues just one more time, it will be virtually annihilated. But they don't treat you like that. He decided to change his plans one more time. Everyone listen to the demon goddess chant. Disperse as soon as the bombardment ends. Scatter to all sides of the battlefield, induce a melee, and focus only on killing Jean Runkendal. Rondo has now decided to rule out victory. We decided to admit the terrible fact that we could be defeated by the heroes of just one world even after deploying nearly tens of thousands of fleets. However, even if you lose the battle, you can still win the war. Even if they lost all of their troops, if they somehow managed to kill Jean within the remaining time, the Bamel Alliance had no future. Even if Soren Ban and the rest survived, there would never be a turnaround without Soderet's legacy. Rondo deliberately calculated the moment the bombardment would end and gave the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the gunfire died down and the spearmen of the demon army immediately began to leave the battlefield. Where are you going? Are you talking about being a loser of the entire world? Jean shouted as he fired his sword energy at Changxiang, who was trying to leave the battlefield. But my insides were burning. Leaving the Changsongs now means that they have no intention of winning the battle. Are you saying you want to wait for Kiliak? Or not? Jean couldn't help but feel confused. Misindi had shown confidence by even using his spears as arrow holders, but now he seemed to have given up on victory. Toong dash. Oh my gosh. Soren and Ban stood next to Jean, blocking the magic beam that flew at him. Brother Jean, I think they decided to focus only on killing their brother. I was thinking that too just now, Brother Ban. It was clearly a choice conscious of Soderet's legacy. If you don't let me gain that power, you will probably decide that even if you lose everything in this battle, you will ultimately win the war. Or maybe we decided to buy time until Kiliak comes. Jean soon figured out Rondo's intentions. Soderet's legacy enemies were most wary of this unidentified transcendent power. 24 the number of surviving enemy Changxiang at the end of Myung Wangpo. Among those who are trying hard to escape the battlefield, about 30% will be killed by the remaining Myo King cannons before they can join another battlefield. The remaining 70% could not all be safe. Those who were seriously injured would soon fall under the joint attack of the coalition spearmen. In particular, if they were not properly formed as before, they could not avoid being attacked individually. This was because there was no one, even Changxiang, who could handle the poetry and classes. However, from now on it was not the Misindi that was being dragged around but the Union, because the Alliance must chase down the scattered prodigies of the demon gods. In other words, Misindi gave up victory and instead took the initiative. If enemy spears start to invade the central battlefield, even if we win, we will have to make a lot of sacrifices. Wow! Jean gritted his teeth and held his sword. If the Minwang cannon can be activated more than 4 times, we can minimize the damage to our troops. I guess I have no choice but to trust Qual. Brother Jean, from now on Soren and I will continue to be by your side, so that we can protect ourselves even if enemy raiders suddenly arrive at the same time. Jean nodded. If Soren and Ban were tied up by Jean, many of our allies would be killed by enemy spears in other battlefields, but there was nothing we could do. All right, let's get moving first. It's at 3 o'clock. Let's take care of the guy whose arm fell off Brother Ban's sword a little while ago and then start the chase. Of course, the two don't just protect Jean in one place. Rather, the 3 of them, including Jean, had to be the most active in tracking down the enemy. You have to have Shiren and Ban to quickly put an end to the enemy's creation. Retreat the battle lines slowly from the central battlefield. Eltiot adjusted the positions of his allies according to the rapidly changing flow of the battlefield, and in the meantime Laparosa captured the positions of the enemy spears and reloaded the main gun. Quaya! The moment the golden tsunami exploded through the gun barrel, the spears of the demon gods were unable to withstand the force like they had just before. It was a natural result as the demon god spearmen grouped together in groups of 3 at most and left the battlefield. However, while some people were dying in Myongwangpo, there were spears that entered the central battlefield. They quickly shot down the golden ship and put pressure on the superhumans, and the allied spears were always one step behind to stop them. This was because they were still outnumbered. Moreover, since it was not possible to fire the Myongwang cannon at enemy spears mixed with allies, the enemies were showing their spear-like performance for the first time. Fortunately, the Masindi did not penetrate very deeply into the Union lines. Since their goal is to kill Jean, they must secure a distance from which they can target Jean at any time. As long as Kiliak doesn't come for 40 hours until the curse is lifted, there will be no problem protecting my brother. However, it is unavoidable to sacrifice that much to our allies. Ban swallowed his words and wrapped his brain around Sigmund. It's a strange thing. Passage 1, Masindi Headquarters. Octavia turned to look at Kiliak's sudden muttering to herself. Octavia was just about to meditate as she accepted the magic and power he had given her. Even though her power had not yet been fully refined, she looked as young as when she was in her 20s. Why are you doing this, Sir Kiliak? I have never once seen Sillin handle things sloppily. If it's Sillin, it's the person you mentioned last time. Unlike me, he is a very great person. Kiliak burst out laughing as if it was funny to see Octavia being so rude. Yes, Sillin lost sight of the rebels for a moment on the battlefield of the Black Sea. Thanks to that, the Bamal alliance gained victory and Londo was put on the defensive. Soon Kiliak thought of Sillin in silence for a while. There was only one rebel that Sillin could not completely handle. Valeria Hester, the head of the Grey Owls, who survived dozens of encounters with Kiliak. I didn't want to move until the recovery was completely completed, but I think it would be better to go there in person. Wouldn't it be dangerous? Then when Malugia appears. To that Kiliak shrugged his shoulders and answered, then it is actually a good thing for me. At this point all we have to do is subdue Malugia. Get ready, I'm coming right away. We shouldn't worry about Brother Jean, but we should make sure Brother Jean doesn't worry about us. Don't be afraid. No matter how many voices there are among your enemies, they are not great. Kao said as he pulled out his sword. Julian was also beside him, aiming the thunderbolt Harmilla into the sky. Boy, you are better than Paytel. When I see those dogs like spears I feel dizzy, but I manage to pick up my bow. Listen carefully. I will open the way for you to smite your enemies with the flesh. That's when you attack. In reality, Julian was barely holding a bow. However, even though my whole body broke into a cold sweat under the pressure of the enemy protesters, my grip on the demonstration did not waver. Kao-sama is much stronger than me, so shouldn't we reverse the roles? Your arrows cannot crack their formation, so this is correct. Take aim and it will begin. Pa-dash. A blue arrow fired from the great archer Shinsal flew into the protective shield of the White Fleet at the head of the enemy line. The first arrow failed to reach and was swept away by the enemy's magic and disappeared somewhere. However, it seemed as if a gap was opening up between the enemy's magic little by little due to the non-stop continuous firing. Every time Kao let go of the bowstring, the ground shook, a heavy shock wave spread, and everyone watching him swallowed dry saliva, whether they were enemies or allies. Is this the Ming dynasty? They can push back so fiercely against the Changsongs. The true power of the Ming dynasty, including the Tushan class, was not revealed at any level. Even though I can't help it because I'm conscious of Jean Runkendal, it's still shocking to see arrows fly through the spear's magic. It is not as wide-ranging an attack as a naval gun, but it is sharper. Julian gritted his teeth next to him and cast an arrow. Before even 30 minutes had passed, blood was pouring out of Kao's mouth, ears, and nose every time he pulled the bowstring. Julian blinked his eyes every second and looked like he was about to faint, but the power of their bows did not decrease at all even after an hour had passed. how many enemies were killed and how many allies were killed. Now even the Changsongs could not accurately count the number. There were still dozens of spearmen on the battlefield, but their keen senses were only focused on their movements to kill each other. What is certain is that many people died. Hito and Vanessa on the battlefield far away from Ko and Julian were looking at their fallen comrade with a staff stuck in his chest. A black knight from Runkendal Squadron who accompanied Heijin Creel Shiren on expeditions to the Black Sea for decades. Even in his final moments when he was vomiting blood and losing consciousness, he had only one thought for his family. Vanessa, please be the head of the family. Please be the head of the family. You worked hard, Heijin. Rest in peace. Even the person who dedicated himself for such a long time cannot recover the body. Vanessa put his sword in the ground and pointed it at the enemies again. She had already lost her left arm and her pale ribs were showing through the torn armor. Dozens of cuts and stab wounds were visible on Hito's body as he stood next to him. Hito. Speak. I don't have much left now. Hito could not answer. In fact, it was a miracle that Vanessa was even standing right now. Still, if there are no other surprises in the remaining time, this battle will be our victory. What happens next will depend on Sagaju, who has obtained the inheritance. Please survive until the end and fight with him. Until everything is completely over. I will. In front of the two people, Elona from the Holy Sudan and a magician from the demon gods were sitting in front of them. Hito thought. Vanessa would never be able to avoid their attacks a second time. However, the moment after Seong Suden and Changseong's attack began, Hito looked at Vanessa's back with doubt in his eyes. I said there was no time, but I didn't say it was over. Still, I will definitely die without becoming Changseong. However, his name will be enshrined in the mausoleum as a superhuman who cut out the Changseong. In that sight, Vanessa's desperate, inexplicable fighting spirit resonated somewhere deep inside Hito. As a monster, I wanted to protect someone like the day I just escaped from the Black Sea and met Sandra. From a life of protecting only one person, Sandra, to a desire to protect Vanessa, to a desire to protect everyone. Even if we go, let's make sure we cut that guy down. The scene continued as Vanessa, injured and dying, received the enemy's magic in front of Hito at every moment. Hito attempted to take more attacks himself to make her feel at least a little more comfortable, but for some reason the more he tried, the faster Vanessa's sword whipped at his enemies. For the first time since Hito had been living as a monster and an uninhabited person, he was experiencing a transcendence that touched his flesh like this. Soon he realized what he had to do. Fight as much as you want, Vanessa. I will inherit your transcendence. Okay, that's good. On the battlefield opposite, the two, Dante and Baradin, faced each other and glared at the enemies surrounding them. Now is the time, Dante. Jin's rear will soon be empty. I understand. They were waiting, deliberately pretending to be stranded by the enemy. This is so that if there is a gap in the movements of the friendly spearmen covering the camp, they can immediately rush in and fill it. As Rashid gently cut through the air, blood gushed out like a fountain from the demonic belt surrounding the two. This is an intangible sword? Dante Hiron has been conserving speed all this time. Every time Dante's eyes flashed, an invisible sword energy swept through the enemies. It is true that the overall level of the demon goddess was high, but it was impossible for even the top knights to grasp the difficult-to-read intangible sword. This was all the more inevitable since Baradin's magical power, scattered everywhere, was once again disturbing the properties of the intangible sword. A group of elite demon warriors instantly turned into a pile of corpses. Before all the blood splattered from them had even settled to the floor, Dante was leaping towards Jean. The whole time I was acting like I was struggling. It was a method that would never normally have worked against the enemy, but as their senses were not perfect right now, they had no choice but to be caught off guard. You probably thought you had a chance to set up camp, but you were wrong. What I'm saying is that my colleagues were conserving their strength even as they watched their allies dying. Helen's secret weapon scratched Han Changseong's back as he rushed towards Jean. Wow! Even that ended up being just a scratch because it was Changseong, but the sword technique drew a straight line along the spine. The wizard let out a groan and fell to the ground, and below him the hellfire unleashed by Baradin was seething. Even in the midst of this, Changxiang of the demon goddess showed his mighty power by unleashing his magic power to disperse the flames. After clearing away the flames, what appeared was the coolly shining sword of Orgel. Squeak dash. The head fell off with one blow. Orgel turned to the left again without even looking at his corpse. The enemy's rays of light aimed at Soren and Ban during their brief absence were flying there as well. There is no time to rest. After defeating the beam with Dante Baradin, Orgel raised his head and looked up at Jean. Jean was holding his left shoulder, which had been pierced earlier, and was breathing heavily. The Changsongs and the Alliance's elite devoted their whole bodies to protecting him, but the injuries he had already suffered could not be helped. Because we cannot risk death, we must survive. Jean was unable to transcend reality as he had always done before, and as the superhumans on the battlefield, including Vanessa, were currently doing. If you are prepared to die, you will have the confidence to swing your sword at your enemies even if your heart stops and your breath stops. But you can't do that while trying to survive. The bones and flesh are rotting. It looked like light magic, but did it also have dark properties? There is no major problem with enduring the battle yet. However, if the poison, which cannot be completely eliminated even with Tsinhyol and Mampakju, is left alone, it will definitely become a problem. It was a time when Saint King Rani needed treatment, but of course it was a situation where he could not go to the rear. Still, it is clear that they are paying a heavy price for giving up victory. The spears targeting me are being destroyed individually, and the battle lines of both the fleet and ground troops are not collapsing. But I'm anxious. There was still too much time left to think about a future of victory. In 20 hours something unexpected could have happened in some way. The most terrible variable was of course Kiliak. Normally Jean would have assumed the worst and acted accordingly. But now if Kiliak came, there was no way. It gave me goosebumps that the best I could do was to fight and hope he wouldn't show up. Intuition or instinct. The moment Jean thought of Kiliak's face for a moment, he suddenly became convinced. I was confident that he would come looking for me and that such a monster would not miss an opportunity like this. They might not come because of the aftermath of the battle with Malugia? That can't be possible. He will definitely appear here. And when he comes, what should I do? What can you do? The spearmen, even Soren and Ban, are already seriously exhausted, and the Maiwang cannon may be able to operate a few more times. Twice at most, but even if a miracle happened and I could shoot several times that number, I didn't think I would be able to catch Kiliak. I kept asking myself questions I couldn't answer, such as what I could do. First of all, I had to let you know. Father and half-brother. He will come. The moment I said that, a new portal was truly opening in the sky. Unlike the previous portals that used the power of Malugia to create a shape that seemed to flow through the universe, this portal was just as dark as an endless cave. As soon as the portal opened, everyone on the battlefield stopped moving like in a play. In it, a predator of all dimensions was revealed. I can't move. Everyone except for some Changxiang froze, as if they were animals facing a predator at a dead end. Kiliak was slowly walking through the sky as if he were taking a walk. Every time he took a step, people's hearts pounded. Just like the day he first appeared in the Empire, the power of the ships weighed down by his power stopped. Not only the brain power that powers the Golden Fleet, but also the magic power of the White Fleet is fading away. However, unlike back then, no one was grabbing his neck as if he was suffocating. The reason was purely because all the singers of the Union were present here. The power of their existence blocked Kiliak's influence even to a small extent. He even stopped fighting and did not pay any attention to his subordinates, who knelt on one knee and showed respect. The first thing he looked around was the dead demonic spears and the traces they left on the battlefield. In Kiliak's eyes, every moment of their final moments was clearly visible, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. I felt it last time too, but this 677th dimension is a truly amazing land. While 50 Changsongs died on our side, you only lost at most a few superhumans and a few dust-like people. They say there are Van and Soren Runkendal, but isn't this an excessive result? The number of destroyed fleets, dead demons, and sealed holy means is countless. Kiliak was amazed by that fact. The fact that coincidence, obsession, madness, faith, and pride alone can produce this result. Maybe it's not just that. There may also be some kind of reaction caused by so many worlds rejecting me. Kiliak, whose thoughts went that far, let out a chuckle. The author is Kiliak Ziffel, the head of the demon corps. He was quietly assessing the power of the leader of the demon gods, whom he had only heard about in words. I wonder what kind of monster it is that even half of the fighting gods cannot be defeated on their own. Endlessly vast. As soon as Soren began to focus his attention on him to understand him, he was able to come to the conclusion that measuring his power was meaningless. It feels as if the universe is standing on the ground in the form of a human being. But strangely enough, there is no feeling of awe. It seemed as if something brilliantly shining, unique to humans who endured pain for a long time, overcame adversity and overcame death, was missing. Even though he was an opponent who could lose his life if he made even a single mistake while fighting him, and who was extremely intimidating just by standing still, I never felt afraid. Also, I didn't have the desire to compete. All his life Soren had looked forward to an enemy who could push him to the limit. Before overcoming demonic fire, some of the kings of the Black Sea could be considered worthy opponents, but Ince had never faced such an opponent. Except for Ban, who is an ally. It's not that I don't think I can win. To Soren, Kiliak seemed like an object who could not feel the joy of duel and struggle. I think this is how a farmer feels when faced with sick and rotten land that can never be cultivated again, no matter what he does. Soren said, making eye contact with Kiliak. Hehe. Does this mean that I am an unpleasant opponent who I don't even feel like fighting? This is the biggest insult I have ever heard in my life. So you are Soren Runkendal of the 677th dimension. On the contrary, Kiliak was receiving a fresh shock from seeing Soren. The reason is because he is stronger than anyone Kiliak has ever seen. Since he had never personally seen the heyday of the Tushan Ban in any dimension, it was clear that in his eyes Soren was the strongest warrior in all dimensions. It was at a level that could not even be compared with the hundreds of Changxiang who were subordinated to the demon gods. Even compared to other levels of poetics that he wanted to obtain obedience to every time. You are special, Soren. It seems to me like you too. It's completely different from the Kiliak Ziffel I knew. At the end of this dimension, I devoured all the world's Kiliak Ziffels. There are a lot of friends that I don't feel like I can relate to. I once again think that you and I are a little similar. You have become the most overwhelmingly powerful being among the same people in so many worlds. Kiliak Ziffel, do you want to earn my respect? At those words, Kiliak's eyes became sharp. The Changxiang and executives of Misindi, who were watching the scene, gritted their teeth at Soren's disrespectful attitude. Kiliak recognized the fact and stretched out his hand in the air. Then one of his subordinates, who was the angriest among them, flew into his grasp and was pinned in the air. Wow! Sirku Kiliak. Kidad Hall, who reached creation in the 173rd dimension, was the loser of that dimension and followed the orders of the demon gods for a long time. What made you so angry, Kidad Hall? Even though he is a Changxiang, he has been weighed down by the energy of Shiren, and has not been able to inflict even a single insignificant amount of damage to his enemies. Now that I'm here, he's in triumph like a miscellaneous boat that has been turned around. I'm not like that, it's just that. You are no different from a stone rolling by the side of the road. Changxiang? Even if you add up all the voices of the countless demonic forces that came to attack the Alliance, they cannot match the value of one person. I'm sorry, Kie. I'm crying so hard. That's it. As Kiliak slowly clenched his fist, Kidad's body was crumpled like paper. The skin crumbled like dead wood, the bones disintegrated, and the blood dried and disappeared in an instant. Soon Kidad turned into a lump of pure white magic and fell onto Kiliak's palm, and he lightly swallowed it into his mouth as if swallowing candy. Still, it's not that bad for a meal, so it's funny. It's disgusting to see. What a surprise. I thought there was no way you didn't know that the essence of life is ultimately to eat and be eaten. It is natural for animals to eat each other and for humans to trample and kill each other. But you don't fall into that category, so it doesn't feel like you're a natural disaster. You are something that should not exist in this world. Something that needs to be protected, something that needs to be cut down, and something that should not exist in the world from the beginning. In Soren's view, Kiliak was definitely the last. It was my first time. Even the kings of the Black Sea were classified as beings who deserved to be cut down. Is that so? Kiliak shrugged his shoulders and looked down at Soren. Then I guess you don't want to be mine this time either? Have the Soren Runkendels of other worlds ever obeyed you? Does not exist. Unfortunately. It's the same this time too. Now that my destiny of eliminating the kings of the Black Sea has ended, a new destiny has arisen for me. I will cut you down and destroy you, Kiliak Jiffle of the Masindi. Kiliak narrowed his eyebrows as if he was truly bitter. Naturally, Soren Runkendel is not absolutely necessary for him. Compared to him, he is significantly inferior, but he already has numerous spears and is under the command of numerous gods. However, this time Kiliak wanted to test his abilities. So I want to test myself through you. Do I really have the power to change the unchanging? Even if it's still too much to climb, even if it's the fate of an insignificant person like you. If not, I must not kill Malugia. What Kiliak said to Octavia after saving her. The desire to twist things that never change in any dimension. In some ways that could be said to be the biggest motivation that drives the Kiliak Jeep of Dimension 33. I understand. Can be painful, but it can also be enjoyable. There are still elements left in this world that can stimulate me. If you disappear, there really won't be much left, but I can't help it. Just die. You are the strongest knight in the world. P28. The moment Kiliak finished speaking, Soren was engulfed in a tinnitus that tore through his mind and was faced with the sensation of his vision becoming dark in an instant. It's a fleeting moment. But it is possible to die. Indeed, for the first time in a long time, Soren lifted his sword, reflexively. The moment the enemy attacked, he concentrated only on defense, completely unaware of its trajectory and power. Tisk dash. If it weren't for Soren's aura, the previous blow was so powerful that even Barasada would have been cut in two at once. Even though Soren lost sight in an instant and could not predict the direction at all, he accurately parried Kiliak's attack with his blade. Big! However, he had to deal with the next blow while his body was floating in the air, and even then his vision had not returned. Father! Shiren! Lunaban and Jean rushed to cover him at the same time. However, Kiliak's beam was faster than theirs, and Soren also relied purely on instinct to raise his sword like a shield. Whoops! Another loud noise rang out, and this time Soren fell to the ground, barely able to regain his bearings. Just like in the last empire, both of them are incredibly rich. This attack was quite sincere, but I never thought it would be blocked like this. It almost makes me wonder if I should have just finished recovering. There was no longer any smile left on Kiliak's face as he said that. It wasn't because I lost my composure after confirming Soren's inaction. He was seriously deciding to kill everyone here. I was confident that it could definitely happen. I'm crying. Soren spat out a handful of blood that had risen up his throat. As soon as the battle began, he suffered internal injuries. His body had already been fighting fierce battles day after day without resting even for a second. Nevertheless, the spears of the demon gods have so far been unable to pierce Soren's strong body, but not Kiliak. Invisible attacks keep coming. Now my vision, which had turned black, was once again turning white. His eyes seemed to be burning as if he was looking directly at the sun. I could endure as much pain as I wanted, but the problem was that I couldn't properly determine Kiliak's location. It was to the point where I couldn't even tell the exact distance to those who came to my side to provide cover. Vision is not like light magic. You're manipulating reality. It was as expected from the theory of reality manipulation. Kiliak was able to carry out powerful manipulation and distortion even without the demon stone. Soren calmly concentrated his mind on understanding Kiliak's abilities. This is an opponent who can face death if anyone makes a single mistake, so that everyone can remain calm. Even if his eyesight has disappeared, he is a poet. Flow of power. Soren quickly converted the power originally used for eye power into sixth sense. Examining the situation with just that sense was frustrating, like looking through opaque glass, but for Soren that was enough. It's a manipulation of reality that obscures our vision. Are you okay? I was experiencing the same phenomenon as the peninsula theory. Unlike other voices, the manipulation that blocks the view is only applied to two people. This was proof that Kiliak was very conscious of the two people. It's okay. However, Kiliak did not blindside the two because he lacked power. Goo! Magic spheres formed by Kiliak were floating everywhere. There was a pure white sphere that shined like the sun and a black sphere that looked as if a whole ink had been poured into the space. Mying 1gye m1gye. The final destination of magic that only Kiliak of the demon gods can reach in all dimensions. Dozens of magic spheres as gigantic as Mount Tai were dominating the sky, swallowing up even the White Fleet. Crack, crack, crack. Foo! Lord Ku Kiliak. Ka-a-wak. An explosion occurred as the fleet was sucked into the sphere and the screams of the demon gods on board were heard. Because all the fleets on the battlefield were not functioning properly due to Kiliak's power, they were unable to escape from the slaughter of their leader. I couldn't resist, and I didn't have the will to resist. As if it happened often, the demons who were lucky enough to avoid the sphere remained silent. Still, today is a happy yet disappointing day. If I annihilate all of you, I will never have to fight like this again. Let's have fun. Dimension 677. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light began pouring diagonally from the sphere that filled the sky. Magical power containing both light and dark attributes that falls countless times like rain. That terrible and cruel rain instantly covered the entire battlefield. The sound of rustling is as soft as leaves rubbing against each other. However, each and every one of those countless drops of rain had the power to tear not only the White Fleet but even the Golden Fleet as if they were pieces of paper. Everyone gather towards La Perosa. Hurry! Murakan shouted in an urgent voice. He was protecting his allies with veil the entire time, and he could tell as soon as he saw Kiliak's reign. Many people will die. La Perosa was the only ship among all ships that did not lose its function. However, the risk to take was too great to support Changxiang by clearing away the rain with the Myingwang cannon. La Perosa was putting all its energy into forming a protective shield. Oops! Brother Tantel. The Ming dynasty, who were at the forefront of the central battlefield, were bound to be the first to be hit. A ray of light passed right through the center of Tantel's optical heart and struck the ground. Spears were sticking out all over the visible land. Tantel looked back at his brothers while clutching the spear that pierced his heart. Ugh, hurry up! Go, brothers! After a while, his entire body was buried in the spear, and most of the soldiers nearby died like that. Brothers, let your mad hearts run wild. Let's not die in vain. We have to hold on for a moment, even if it's just for 1 second. Little by little, blue lightning rose between the black and white windows. It was the last flame of the casualties who were about to die. It is not without meaning. Obviously, the window was only for a moment, but there were people who were pushed or twisted by the force and whose lives were saved thanks to it. However, the front line from the center of the battlefield to the rear had already completely collapsed. It seemed like we would never be able to form a front again unless we stopped the rain. What are you doing? Go and catch the fleeing enemies and kill them. Throw your whole body so that they don't have even the slightest hope, Kiliak said. The story of jumping into the rain of light and darkness was in fact no different from telling our allies to rush in while dying. You will be able to chase properly if you have at least Changxiang. But the demons were following orders. Like fanatics, they were coming down from the ship and attacking the retreating Union members. It seemed like most people died before even taking 2 steps. Those who died like that became a handful of magic power like the Kidad Hall and were absorbed into Kiliak's body. In the first place, he had no intention of sparing most of his subordinates. This was because he thought it would be better to use his own magical power to destroy his enemies. Even if he absorbed the magic power of those who were not Changxiang, it was just a drop of water added to the sea, but Kiliak simply devoured his subordinates ravenously. Crazy bastard! Kondash! Orgel's sword struck Kiliak's shield. You get fired up every time you see me. A person chosen by the Orgel witch. Isn't the witch now regretting that choice? Oh, it doesn't matter since there is no alternative anyway. Anyway, this will be the last time I see you. If this world is truly destroyed in the end, all that awaits you will be an endless void. You put all my worries into this topic. You want poetry? You're just a human who pretends to be above everything. Ultimately, you also want to have someone by your side. Someone who can understand you, someone who can accept you. So I guess he's obsessed with Octavia too. Suddenly a huge pillar of light fell from the sky and struck Orgel. Among the two spheres located at the highest of the spheres forming the rain, it was a pillar that was launched from the central body of Myingwan. Gaia! The magic that took Orgel's life hundreds of times in so many dimensions. He struggled inside the pillar but was unable to break through the wall. Instead, a ray of highly concentrated crimson sword energy cut down the pillar that bound Orgel in an instant. In the meantime, Orgel escaped from the pillar and was breathing heavily, his whole body melting. I can recover, be careful. Luna, a dark pillar falling after her, was barely able to avoid the black pillar. It wasn't completely avoided. About half a finger grazed my shoulder. Luna quickly looked at her shoulder. The part touched by the black energy is disappearing? It's only about half a finger, so it's just a little bit of skin and muscle. Even if he had been cut by a sword or magic, it wouldn't have been a fatal injury, let alone an injury that would have caused him to hesitate for a moment. However, Kiliak's dark source magic is different. Completely disappeared, as if it never existed from the beginning. Not even 3 seconds had passed. The part that had been touched by the dark source magic had completely disappeared, as if it had been erased with an eraser. I knew it intuitively. Even if the Holy King Rani comes, the lost skin and muscles will not come back. It was an extremely small area, and there was no significant pain other than the affected area disappearing. Nevertheless, the pressure of erasing one's very existence is on a different level from a typical injury. The pain of being cut by a sword or being burned by fire was nothing compared to that. If the area touched by the dark source magic was not part of the shoulder but a vital area such as the head or heart, even Luna, who had reached Changxiang, could suddenly die without being aware of anything. Also, even if the missing affected area did not cause problems right away, there was no way to be certain that it would continue to do so in the future. Like now, even if only a small part of the area is scratched, the area that is being erased can grow larger like mold spreading. The uneasy premonition soon became reality. Luna noticed that the affected area was slowly but clearly expanding. At this rate, the entire body would be erased within a day at most and 12 hours at the shortest. Moreover, if the body is erased beyond a certain point, it is impossible to fight, even if you are alive, so in reality death had no choice but to come sooner than that. Everyone be careful. Just a swipe of black magic is enough. Hey Luna, this is the end. Existence is erased. Orgel, hurry up and prepare for the next attack. As an Orgel, it was my first time experiencing magic in the dark world. There was no need for Kiliak to use the dark source plane to end Orgels from other dimensions. Even the power of Changxiang's existence could not overcome the magic power of the dark source world. Fortunately, because Luna was a prodigy, she held on instead of disappearing right away. Fucking damn it. Orgel, who understood what Luna meant, was blaming himself. It was not easy to shake the thought that Luna would not have been harmed if she had tried to attack more carefully. Still, I had to shake it off. Orgel held the sword because he was an opponent who could not survive even for a moment without pouring all his senses into the fight. Even if you just brush past it, its existence is erased. Since the opponent was already inexplicably strong and possessed such abilities, it was not easy for the coalition spearheads to launch an active offensive. There is no answer. At least we must be able to fight while excluding any residual wounds in order to somehow create a variable. What should I do? The moment Luna thought so, in the background a Ming dynasty was seen running towards the spears through the Kiliak rain, carrying someone on his back. Brother Belize? Chill to King Belize. She was carrying Valeria with 6 spears stuck all over her body. And Valeria shouted at the chanters, I will be able to prevent manipulation and distortion. You can do it. I said it, but I'm not sure. But Valeria couldn't stay still. The comrades I gave my heart to for the first time in my life were dying in vain by the second in Changsongs, and their loved ones were bearing the greatest pain on the front lines. As the Federation's only recording wizard and the only hister in the 677th dimension, I had to find something to do. Jeep's history, manipulation, and distortion. The only one they can call their natural enemy is the Hister. Since we haven't found all the lore sites yet, we haven't reached perfection, but on the other hand, the enemy has gone beyond perfection and reached transcendence. Still, it seemed like there was something that could be done. There had to be something that could be done. Otherwise, there was no reason to be born a Hister. As a Hister, there was no reason why I endured such overwhelming despair, loneliness, and responsibility. Great. For my brothers and colleagues, for the world. I don't value this life, Valeria. Dump. Belize dropped Valeria off her back and collapsed. Belize! Tears were flowing from Valeria's eyes as she hugged Belize's neck. With the last of his strength, Belize lifted his hand and wiped away her tears. So don't cry, neither with your eyes nor with your heart. And protect those who survived. Belize's cold hand fell. 1,000 steps before she arrived at the battlefield of the Spear Saints, Kiliak's spear had already been stuck in the center of the light heart. Peninsula Jindo. There was no excitement in screaming Belize's name. It was a battlefield where you couldn't preserve your life even for a moment if you didn't put it off, and deal with your sadness like that. The moment it has even the slightest impact on the battle, Belize's death will be in vain. Instead, Ban covered Jean, and Jean took a seat next to Valeria in the meantime. We didn't even have time to call each other's names. From then on, Jean tried to protect Valeria and close the distance between her and Luna, and Kiliak poured magic towards her as if she was bothering her. Valeria Hester. Yes, I forgot about you. It seems there is such a thing as emotions in this world. It's refreshing to see you cry like that. Me and Ban will hit all the spears and beams. Go to Luna. Countless spears striking down magical powers from the world of darkness and the world of darkness, pillars of death that erase existence. This time Jean ran with Valeria on his back. Jean felt Valeria's tears on the back of her neck. But by the time it reached Luna, she was no longer crying. Because we have to fight. I already looked at the records while I was being carried on my back. Valeria got off Jin's back and checked Luna's injured area. Can you fix it? Can Kiliak return the distorted reality to its original state and prevent Luna from being erased from this world? Soon Valeria nodded. Lord Luna, I can solve this. Just focus on the battle again. However, if I am affected too deeply by the magic of the Dark Source world, I cannot take it back. That's enough. Luna made eye contact with Valeria once and then wrapped the crimson flag around Crantle again. Soon as Valeria closed her eyes and began to radiate the blue magic characteristic of recording magic, I could feel the progress of the affected area really slowing down. You protect me, Jean. Of course. And I'm sorry I can't fix your shoulder. Only the Holy King Rani was able to heal Jin's shoulder. Even then, there wasn't much time left. I'm fine with just one arm, so focus. I will definitely protect you. Jean wrapped his spirit around Bradamanti. Looking at that Kiliak Jiffle again, it's funny that he was so conscious of whether he could remain human. People must be protected. You must protect your loved ones, colleagues, and those who trust and follow you. From the beginning, obtaining Soderet's final legacy was not a matter of choice. But even without that, you can protect it. I didn't return to gain something like a life where I can't protect anything without that kind of power. I'll prove it to you, Kiliak Ziffle. No matter how many worlds you have conquered, this is the only place I am. Why did I go back in time? It's for moments like this. To protect this world where loved ones exist. For the first time after regression, Jean realized that the worry he had been holding for the longest time was finally over. People whose lives have changed due to their own regression, people whose lives and deaths have changed, people who have suffered, people who have been blessed. All of them would eventually be eaten by that monster and disappear. There would be nothing left. Every person, every animal, even a blade of grass. Therefore Jean returned to leave something behind in this world. The price is sadness. A sadness that will never be again. Even though Jean was concentrating all his mind and senses to defend against Kiliak's attack, he could hear the voices of his dying comrades behind him and the spearmen. It was conveyed as if it was inevitable that the wind would blow. Vanessa, rest in peace. Lord Zed. Go back and leave it alone. Listen to the Dark Lords send at least one more colleague to La Perosa, even if it means dying. Owl? He's not dead, right? Oh, Jonah. You know how to make that kind of expression too. That's enough for me. You have to go with the wind. Even if the final voices left by those who loved their lives and sacrificed their lives to the world become more distant. If I held on and reached the inheritance, it might be the last time. As a human being, I have no choice but to face sadness and struggle in pain. Therefore, even if it is something that cannot be kept, you must say it. Even though you cannot keep it, you must say that you will keep it. Jean was standing in front of Valeria like that. Big. Jin's whole body was trembling as he gritted his teeth as the magical powers of light and darkness flew into his already broken body. Kiliak is strong. He blocked Soren and Ban's vision and constantly took on attacks containing the full power of the spear stars while persistently targeting Valeria. Wow! When the light source magic power was struck out, one's mind became dazed, and when the dark source magic power was removed, part of the body was erased. Then Valeria grabbed the record manipulated with blue magic and created Jin's body again. When the shoulder disappears, it finds the shoulder. When the arm disappears, the arm. When the leg disappears, the leg. And when the heart disappears, the heart is found. The more it happened, the more Kiliak unleashed his power with an indifferent face. Jean Runkendal is definitely special. When I saw one in person, it wasn't as shocking as Soren Runkendal. If they weren't there, it wouldn't be strange if they collapsed at any time. Wait, what about that? Kiliak's eyes widened. This was because a perfect energy suddenly soared throughout the battlefield to the point that even he was mistaken for a moment. Golden energies shining like stars. Although the rain of Myingwan and Amwan filled the battlefield in a dizzy and dense manner, a golden energy could be seen spreading within it. The energy was even expanding rapidly. Inside, even Soren or Bansword could not push Kiliak's magic forward at this speed, at least as far as Kiliak knows. It is the power of regeneration. The identity of the golden energy that blooms like a flower is the power of rebirth that Jean gained upon reaching Changseong. It wasn't my first time seeing it. Jean was not the first to encounter an enemy using the power of regeneration while conquering an entire dimension. But there has never been such a perfect and vast power of rebirth. Soon Kiliak smiled as if he had discovered an unexpected gem. I must take that power, Jean Runkendal. One more reason to kill you. Psy-dash. A white spear fell from the sky and grazed Jin's right cheek. At that moment Valeria was shocked and couldn't help but lose focus for a moment. Aging. Kiliak changed the direction of the attack. Randomly trampling on things was not efficient as there were two sides, and the method of erasing existence through manipulation and distortion was also being hindered little by Valeria's abilities. Kiliak still has a lot left. The next card taken out was time. Even I haven't had all the time yet. Can you handle even this? Valeria hissed her from Dimension 677. Jin's face was aging rapidly, starting with his right cheek where the white spear had grazed it. Wrinkles were formed and the skin became saggy. Then even in the fierce battle, the muscles that were stronger than steel shriveled and Jean instantly became an old man. I cannot handle the aging that is spreading to Jean and his colleagues alone. I need your help, Quicantle. As Leet was reading the battlefield, she was already sending Quicantle towards the spears. However, Kiliak had already anticipated this and had completed two preparations. Of course, the power of Quicantle are never a threat to Kiliak. However, even an ordinary piece of firewood can have meaning when thrown into a huge fire, so there was no reason not to do it if it could be cut easily. Firstly, to make the rain stronger so that Quicantle could not pass through, and secondly, to make her despair even if she gets through the rain with someone's help. Come out, Olta. Your limbs dare to work a miracle. A silver dragon that has never shined in any other world. Thank you. As Kiliak waved his hand, another portal opened in front of him. The next moment, the one who came out of it was the being who created Quicantle. The god of time was an Olta from another dimension. As soon as he felt that power, Quicantle stopped flapping his wings and looked up at Olta. Ah! Even though it is a different dimension, it cannot be said to be a different god. At least as far as Quicantle recognizes them, they are exactly the same being. Even though he was subjugated by Kiliak and fell into a being that could no longer be called a god. What can I do, Lord Kiliak? To the voice of Ulta, who bowed his head, Kiliak responded as follows. Recover the lives of your limbs, find your contractors, and tear them to death. All right. The immortal Kiliak was manipulating even the beings that humans called gods. Next, high-ranking gods such as Ulta Shenu Melzire Atelmian and Rikta appeared from within the portal. Dozens of phoenixes, including Belit Manor St. Quiche, were also exiting the portal. Naturally, the order of one contract, one phoenix did not apply to Kiliak at all. Gag! Key Prophet. The good news was that the god's powers seemed limited. On the other hand, the phoenixes resonated with Kiliak's magic power and spewed out flames stronger than those known to the world. Oh, Ulta! Quicantle was unable to escape the shock. Quicantle, that is not your Alta, Murican shouted. Of course Quicantle knew. However, I am so overwhelmed by my instincts that I cannot move. A silver ray of light extended from Ulta's grasp and was flying towards Quicantle. No one could help Quicantle. Murakan had no time to spare as he had to protect all of his allies, and the spearmen were receiving attacks from Kiliak and his subordinates. So he had to avoid it himself, but Quicantle couldn't move at all even when the silver ray pierced his heart. Phew! Oops! Blood poured from Quicantle's mouth. Pieces of her broken heart were falling from the hole in her chest. Silver Dragon, if she were to be, she would turn back time and postpone her death. However, the opponent said that his power was limited, but he was an all-star. I can't turn it back. Although it was not apparent on the outside, Ulta's rays were binding Quicantle's power. The inevitable death has come. The past years were flashing through Quicantle's mind. It was mainly a regretful memory. Failure to participate in the Sword Demon War 1,000 years ago, loss of Murakan, loss of Timar. I can't end with regrets until the end. But I also had the same memories of meeting Enya, meeting Jean, and meeting my colleagues. And the memories of this moment when we are fighting to protect the world. Guardian Dragon inherently puts the safety of its contractors first under any circumstances. But now Quicantle was making a different decision. I need someone who can use the power of time for my colleagues, even if I die. There was only one person who could take on the job. Enya, she was now aboard La Perosa. But strangely enough, I felt Quicantle's voice coming from inside me. Mr. Quicantle? Enya, people need you. The power of time. Enya was facing the power of the silver dragon that Quicantle possessed, rising like water inside her. Silver water, like a river or a road, was spreading out before Enya's eyes. It was a river that only Enya could see, and only the silver river was flowing in Enya's eyes. Everyone else standing around him seemed to have stopped time, and the battlefield visible beyond the bridge had completely stopped. So I'm sorry you have to follow the road and come here. Intuitively, Enya knew that if she passed through the Silver River, she would reach the battlefield of the Spear Stars. I don't know what the principle is. However, it was clear that the power of time that Quicantle finally poured out in her resistance to Ulta was temporarily separating her from the time of this world. I'll go. To protect his colleagues, he summons contractors to the most dangerous battlefield in the world. But paradoxically, it was actually a way to protect Enya. Even though Enya has the only power to help her colleagues, if she misses this urgent time, she will not be able to accept herself. Enya ran through the Silver River with all her might. It felt like the frozen time would break free at any moment and I would lose track of time. The opportunity that Quicantle had created so desperately could not be wasted. Ha 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 ha. I ran out of breath with the determination to go even if it meant dying. As soon as we passed the Silver River, the scenery we encountered was once again dizzy with fast-moving battlefield enemies and Quicantle's body in the distance. See you later, Mr. Quicantle. Enya did not approach Quicantle's body. The point she arrived at after passing through the Silver River was right next to Jean and Valeria. Enya? How? Valeria. I will take Quicantle's place. Silver magical energy was flowing from Enya's staff. The magic of time flowed gently like the wind and blended into Valeria's blue magic. Then Jin's suddenly aged face slowly began to return to its original state. The shrunken muscles filled up and the thin bones filled up again. So everyone was working miracles. Everyone was burning like fire. Now Jean had to protect Valeria and Enya, and the two had to restore all of their allies who had been affected by Kiliak's aging. The magic of silver and blue light engraved on the window to restore the constantly updating aging operation of the record window. Is it possible to get everything back to that extent? Kiliak's dry voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Even though miracles continued, it was impossible for Valeria and Enya to stop the manipulation and distortion he caused with just the power of two people. Soren Runkendal was aging most severely. Nevertheless, Soren transcended even his old and weakened body and fought equally, but there were clearly limits. It repeats, growing older and younger every second. The gods and phoenixes summoned by Kiliak persistently showered him with power and fire whenever he temporarily aged. Ban and Luna Orgel are doing their best to block Kiliak's dagger, but his future also seems to have been decided. Because the magic of aging was spreading throughout Changseong without a moment's rest. Gah! Even when they summoned Tess to fight against Kiliak's phoenix, they were not afraid of Tess. They all descend without hesitation to bite off Tess's neck. A phoenix does not die, but I have killed countless phoenixes. They are pitiful beings who cannot exist for even a second if the flame world disappears. You will be no different, Tess. It looks like he's angry because he couldn't get me even after conquering so many worlds. Try it, Kiliak. I wonder if I am any different. Jiaik dash. Tessa's right wing, which was being bitten by the phoenixes, was torn off. Kiliak's ray of light cut through like a sword. His phoenixes were also cut down, but it was insignificant. The torn bodies of the phoenix were weighing down Tess and Jean. The heat melted the protective shield, and Tess let out a heavy breath and glared at Kiliak. Kiliak was pointing to the sky. A land where the order of reincarnation, the flame world, exists firmly beyond the end of the sky. Soon he waved his hand once and the sky split in half. Fire system. The realm of Tess, filled with blazing fire, was revealed through the split sky. There will be countless phoenixes and souls on the path of reincarnation in the fire who have not yet chosen a contract. Jito, who is on the same level as you, was destroyed by the hands of your contractor, and now the hell of this world is not fulfilling its role. Even your contractor did it, so it's easy for me. Look, the order you have maintained for eons is so fragile. Dudoi dudiaduk. When Kiliak clenched his fist, the entire flame system was crumpled like a piece of paper. The path of reincarnation was cut off, the souls passing through it burst and scattered, and the phoenixes and those that had not yet been formed could not even scream. Even the Soderettes and witches must have realized that they could not ascend to the flame plane, so they must have been confident. Are you trying to challenge me when you are at best one of the common immortals? Gay. The collapse of the flame world is like Tessa's essence being torn apart. Tessa's flame quickly faded, and Jean felt the pressure that protected her from Kiliak's phoenix's weakening. When I look back, I see every moment of crisis. Tess saved Jean countless times. But now Jean cannot save Tess. Jean, don't think like that. Before we knew it, Tess had become so small that she looked like a hawk and had fallen onto Jin's shoulder. Tess. Look over there, golden flowers are blooming even in the collapsed flame system. It is your power that blooms throughout this battlefield. It's your influence. This is proof that you are not defeated by that guy. I have existed for so long that I can't even remember, but this short time spent by your side was the most fulfilling. As he said, Jin's power of regeneration was flickering even in the now completely destroyed flame world. Of course, I have a lot to share. Like all of the other colleagues who have died so far, there were so many things left unsaid. But Jean just nodded. Tess was not left on his shoulder then. However, one thing is that Tess did not just disappear. Just like Quicantle did, she used all her remaining strength to dwell in Jin's light heart. A symbol of eternity and immortality, the phoenix and their king Tez. Although insignificant in Kiliak's eyes, Tess's immortality was to protect Jean from aging from now until the end of the war. Valeria Enya. Now I can't get old from his manipulations. So please focus on other people. The two people nodded. Even if you lose a god, lose a guardian, lose a comrade, the fire that never goes out even if it has just been extinguished. The will to resist had to keep burning. Hoo-hoo! Luna let out a heavy breath and wrapped a new crimson flag around Crantle. Even though he was exhausted, Shim Honky radiated the same deep light as the first time. Since Jin's aging was ruled out, the Changsongs were able to breathe a little easier. Of course, the situation has not fundamentally improved. I just temporarily pushed away something that was only getting worse. With the destruction of the Flame Realm, one of the most important orders of the world had already disappeared in the 677th dimension. Reincarnation, now the souls of the dead have nowhere to go. At the back of the battlefield, the spears of the demon gods, the fleets of the gods' phoenixes and wizards continued to push the Alliance members. There were more people who did not make it and met their end than those who entered La Perosa's protective shield. Only an hour has passed since Kiliak appeared on the battlefield. If this continued for 17 hours until the seal was lifted, Kiliak would definitely annihilate the entire Alliance within that time. No matter how many miracles occurred, no matter how strongly I resisted, no matter how much I sacrificed my whole body for my beliefs and pride, it seemed to be a fact that would never change. Father, what should I do? Did you get old for a while and then become weak? You are asking all these questions. Soren said as he struck down Kiliak's beam that flew next to Luna. It's because I can't seem to find an answer. I'm not afraid of fighting, losing, and dying. But when the family's colleagues think that all their people are disappearing, I feel like I'm going crazy. Did you think Demon Xianghua would come to visit? That's not true. It will be so. So it's okay even if you feel like you're going crazy. That means you are getting stronger. Also, aren't we the only enemies he has left? Malugia. Naturally, the coalition was hoping she would appear on the battlefield. Even if what she fundamentally wants is destruction in the end, there is a high possibility that there will be more variables favorable to the Alliance. I too would like Malugia to come here, Soren Runkendal. Chang dash. Myingwan's spears were raining down on Soren's head. Since his vision was still limited, blocking these multiple attacks was the most difficult. In an instant, the number of residual wounds increased. Aging started immediately from the affected area, and Soren escaped the area where spears were pouring down, making fun of his body, which was rapidly becoming heavier and duller. It's better to get everything done neatly here. It's not a bluff. He was not a person who needed to show off. Kiliak still has a few more moves left. Just as the legacy of Sodaret and Malugia's invasion remain in the Alliance. And he was a person who didn't need to hide those numbers. Aren't you curious about what power the completed Demon God Stone has? Kiliak, who had been floating in the sky just a moment ago, was now stretching out his hand right in front of Soren. Luna and Van Orgel rushed at him at the same time and slapped his hand away. The same pattern as the last battle in the Empire followed. Although 3 swords were stuck in his bare body, his arms were distorted like a mosaic, nullifying all attacks. This level of manipulation and distortion is possible even without the Demon God Stone. This alone would be quite frustrating. But soon the most outstanding Demon Stone will arrive here at my summons. This was why Kiliak waited for Malugia. When he arrived at the completed Demon God Stone, it was as if all variables had been completely blocked. I will use that power to absorb Malugia, and you will gain the power of the Sun God and be reborn as a being who can completely control even time. You're particularly obsessed with controlling time, Kiliak. Isn't that inevitable? That's the only power I haven't gotten to yet. So far, hundreds of Oltas have been killed or absorbed. Nevertheless, in order to control time, the full power of the Sun God was ultimately needed. Malugia is the final piece. Completed Demon God Stone, a complete Sun God. I couldn't even imagine the power of Kiliak Ziffel, who possessed both of those things. It's so bad that not even Kiliak himself can guess. There is nothing more enjoyable than being able to turn the irreversible path of changing the unchangeable and making the non-existent exist. For the first time, Kiliak was showing signs of excitement. He burst into laughter like a madman and accepted the swords of his enemies as they passed through his body. Meaningless attacks that don't even leave a small scratch. 17 hours. This is the time you need to enter subspace where Sodaret's legacy resides. You can't go there, that's why I came myself. Are you sure? This time it was Jean, not Chiron. Kiliak turned his head and stared at Jean. Jean Runkendal, you seem to have gained some confidence after enduring aging? You can read everything on this battlefield like your own body. No, maybe I can be aware of everything that happens not only on the battlefield but in the entire Black Sea. In fact, Kiliak was even aware that small monsters at the entrance to the Black Sea were hiding in burrows. I was able to feel it naturally without having to strain my senses. For example, you can perceive everything that is happening on this earth right now. But didn't you just say it yourself that you haven't conquered time yet? But how can you be sure of the future? Do you really not know that the logic that it is a natural result just because you are stronger than us can go wrong at any time? After about 10 seconds of silence, Kiliak nodded. Yes, that's true. Parrot. Suddenly the spears that were attacking Kiliak flew out in all directions. From then on he was pushed back by the magic power of the light source and dark source that exploded. Then white and black magic began to color the earth. If you step on the wet ground in a beautiful garden, your body will age, and if you step on the wet ground in a dark garden, your body will disappear. Although it looked overwhelming, it was not an effective attack. The Changsongs were able to continue the battle at the same level without having to step on the ground. However, Kiliak did not use his magic power to pressure the Changsongs. It's a story that can never be refuted until I devour Malugia. Immediately after Kiliak finished speaking, something fell from the sky. A huge golden shining being fell to the ground as if a whole star had fallen. It was Malugia. She had hair as long as a river, just like in the Empire, and those hairs radiated solar energy as they dug into the ground like roots. But it is different from that day. Malugia's solar energy was not able to quickly push away Kiliak's magic that covered the ground. This was because he was suffering more from the aftermath of the last battle than Kiliak. That was the reason why it fell so violently, as if it were falling. As expected, you were hiding near the flame system, Malugia. Well, there was no other place to hide. You couldn't have done something foolish like crawling through the dimensional passage. Ever since he destroyed the flame world a little while ago, Kiliak had been planning to strike Malugia somewhere around that time. That judgment was valid. Malugia was concentrating on recovery and had stopped existing, so she was unable to defend against the flame realm and Kiliak's magical beasts that spread around it. As a result, it had no choice but to appear on the battlefield now. Originally, she was scheduled to enter the battlefield exactly 15 minutes from now, fully recovered. According to Malugia's calculations, the Demon Stone would arrive at the battlefield an hour later than that. 45 minutes Malugia was able to make it so that Kiliak could not use it even if the Demon Stone arrived in that time. It was judged that it would be possible if they could use the Bamul coalition to pressure Kiliak together. In other words, because the full 15 minutes were not completed, a fatal problem arose in Malugia's plan. We must protect Malugia, Jean instinctively screams. Malugia was now clearly weaker than what the Empire had seen. So the moment Malugia is subdued by Kiliak, the variable disappears. As soon as the Demon God Stone arrives, Kiliak absorbs the suppressed Malugia and gains the power of the Sun God. As Jean was shouting, Kiliak was already trying to tie up Malugia using the magic he had spread out on the ground like a net. The spearmen reflexively took steps to avoid the magical power, but quickly changed direction when they heard Jin's voice. Whoops! Big! The magical power of Myingwan M1 ravaged the entire bodies of the Changsongs. Getting old and erased. There are limits to the recovery of Valeria and Enya. Once the limit was exceeded, there was no turning back. Myingwan, I take care of all the aging. You just get rid of the cancer center. It was Orgel. Thanks to his characteristics as a demon and being chosen by Halurim, he was the person least affected by aging. He had already died once and was given new life by the witch. But no one can know. How much time he could endure was something that even Orgel himself did not know. That means that the limit to which Valeria and Enya can turn him around is also unknown. If he were to get rid of all the magic power of the Mingyuan world by himself, he could have aged for over 1,000 years all at once. Maybe even more than 10,000 years. Woo-ah! The spearman followed Orgel's words. Otherwise I could be annihilated while saving Malugia, so there was nothing I could do. The spears continued to push away Kiliak's magic power and approach Malugia. When all the magic that had enveloped the earth disappeared, the spearman sighed and checked for Malugia. Fortunately, she had gathered her strength and was looking for an opportunity to launch a counterattack against Kiliak. And Orgel's fingers looked bony. Zara! Kiliak's magic power that attacked Malugia was split in half. Between them, the swords of the spear stars and Malugia's golden rays shot out. My whole body was swept away. Kiliak once again fabricated the fact that he was hit, but unlike before, it was not perfect. Most of the sword energy and solar energy disappeared when it touched his body, but blood spattered. It has been revealed that there are limits to manipulation. However, he did not lose his composure. This much was expected from the very beginning when Malugia, who was recovering, was summoned. Is this according to your plan again? Malugia, did you call me? Sadly, I guess not. Isn't it too weak compared to that day? Say whatever you want, because you won't be able to do that after the apocalypse. A golden spear pierced Kiliak's shoulder. Malugia, who was about to continue his attack, momentarily flinched and looked at the sky stretching out behind Kiliak. The light of rebirth left behind by Jean was shining between the destroyed Reincarnation world and the nearby areas where he was hiding. It was shining more broadly and more intensely than ever before. In some ways, Malugia found the light more annoying than Kiliak. A light that seems to say that this world cannot be fundamentally erased. Where are you selling your mind, Malugia? Light of rebirth? Is this really something that bothers you? You are also coveting this power. Despite conquering so many dimensions, you have never encountered anything greater than this. You can say that, but there is nothing this light can change right now. Focus on the fight. Otherwise, it will get torn somewhere like this. The dark source magic that was formed as sharp as a blade cut off Malugia's waist. Because I lost focus for a moment due to the light of regeneration, I was unable to prepare. Even if the cut flesh and broken bones were immediately refilled, the solar energy was bound to disappear to that extent. Fortunately, since Malugia is a transcendent being, the incident ended only with injuries. It is such a sad thing that you, the embodiment of destruction, associate with humans and those who have the light of rebirth. You're already starting to get hurt so much. Do you think you can survive another hour against me? In 1 hour, the completed demon stone will arrive on the battlefield. On the other hand, the time required for the alliance was 17 times that much, and even that did not take into account Jin's activities within the arrangement. The situation remains hopeless. But Malugia smiled. Celiac, Jin Runkendal gave you a good warning. You can read the movements of small objects tens of thousands of steps away, but you can never know the future. Kiliak's brows narrowed. But I'm different. I'm not perfect, so even though I'm gloomy, I can still understand to some extent. The item you are waiting for will not arrive on time. As soon as Malugia finished speaking, a new golden portal was formed behind Kiliak. Inside, an immortal appeared holding a sword like a warrior. Kragos. Kragos, the ego of the sun god who pushed Dante to the brink of death and pushed the empire into the abyss of destruction. He was neither sealed nor destroyed on the battlefield that day. And right after the battle was over, he entered the dimensional passage under Malugia's orders. To prevent the demon stone from arriving on time today. Your limbs are pretty rough, Kiliak. They are used to dealing with beings like me. And it was almost dangerous. Sigh. Kragatha's sword grazed Kiliak's shoulder. And just as Kiliak was parrying Kragos' subsequent attacks, he recognized traces of magical power that he could not sense from him originally. Hister's magic, recording magic? Hister's magic remains in Kragos' body. What that meant was clear. Rebel survivor Valeria Hister helped Kragos. But it's strange. Did Valeria Hister help Kragos by shaking off Silen's pursuit? As long as Silen doesn't completely lose sight of Valeria. Kiliak thought about it until then and shook his head. It happened anyway, and those who had to pay the price were right in front of us. Kragos, you incompetent bastard, would not have been able to travel through the dimensional passage alone. It's funny that they are the sun god selves who cannot even realize their instincts without the help of mortals. That is why you are always blocked by me. Suzuzasut. Kiliak's magical power was connected to the demon god's portal that was open in all directions of the sky. I want to check. How damaged was the road to move the completed demon stone? Even Kiliak was trembling and screaming as if the work was painful. Clearly defenseless, the Federation and Sun God selves rushed at him fiercely. However, access was not easy due to the shock waves generated by the magical power and the portal. Just as the spearmen were about to swing their swords after breaking through the shock 5 seconds earlier and entering range, Kiliak widened his eyes and regained his senses. Okay. You delayed it quite a bit, Malugia. I must admit my head is getting hotter after a long time. Anger is an emotion I had forgotten about. There was murderous intent in Kiliak's eyes. Unlike his calm face until now, his magical power was also rushing wildly and fiercely. Soon Kiliak grabbed Krago's sword with his hand as he tried to widen the distance. The blade shattered like glass and Kragos punched Kiliak in the face. You guy! However, the fist could not reach and was cut off in front of Kiliak's eyes in a space explosion. The space explosion reached its peak, and a moment later Kragos' entire body was cut into dozens of pieces. Ka! The sun splashed like blood and flesh. Kragos tried to regenerate his body, but Kiliak was already holding what could be called Kragos' core with both hands. It beats like a living human heart. The sun god's ego does not fundamentally disappear. Did you believe in something like that and approach me so foolishly? Phew! As Kiliak closed the core, a dull sound was heard. Kragos' eyes on the half of his head turned white as if they had been blown out, and his scattered pieces of flesh stopped repairing and twitched in the air. You, one of the byproducts of a failed god and one who cannot be said to be special, dare to touch my body. It's very unpleasant, Kiliak said as he threw the remaining Kragos core in his hand to the floor. It didn't die. However, Kragos was the flagship, having barely recovered his human form. If it weren't for Malugia's protection in the next moment, he would not have escaped extinction. The only ones who can survive here are Malugia and Jean Runkendal. Everyone else will die before the demon stone comes. Sodaret's legacy? You honestly don't think you can get it by holding out for 17 hours, do you? Myingwan Amwan's magical power was spreading radially. Even the spears could not avoid them all. As soon as the wide and dense net was spread, blood burst out from Valeria and Enya's mouths and noses. Ugh! There was too much distortion for the two of them to handle. But I can't back out. If you take a step back to avoid the magical power, there are allies barely wandering the line of fire. Can't we just use them as a shield? Well, in the end, it's not a bad choice. There would be no point in doing so anyway. But it's funny, even I don't choose any means or methods. How can you be so complacent? As the saying goes, Kiliak was a person who could do anything to realize his desires. Killing enemies and killing allies. Even now his magic power was spreading widely, crashing into everything it touched like waves. Not only did it devour the Alliance members who somehow tried to enter Laperosa's protective shield, but even the spears and gods of the demon gods that attacked them. Shut up, what do you know? It was Orgel. To him, Kiliak was a nightmare that would repeat itself forever. It was a wall of despair that could never be overcome and a fatal wound that was constantly repeated. I lost everything while fighting against him. I lost countless comrades and precious memories with them, and all that was left was the pain that has transcended hundreds of dimensions and continues to this day. This evil bastard has nothing but desire. There is nothing precious, nothing meaningful, nothing to protect. Are you saying that you will become the only god? Destroy the last remaining place. Even if we fall, the universe will stop you. The world will not leave you like that. Orgel swung his sword with his thin arm and blocked Kiliak's path. We have already passed the limit where life can be restored. He just wanted to take his memories with him, even if he died. The memory that something remains from the long struggle and resistance from hundreds of dimensions to the 677th dimension. By far, it was the people. The people who are fighting together here now, the people who didn't know the truth and pointed their swords at each other not long ago. That was the last glory that Orgel received. It would be a shame to just kill you. That's why I purposely left Orgel some lifespan. Kiliak used wind pressure to push him away as if he was not worth dealing with. Orgel threw his whole body into trying to get rid of the magic power of the light world on his own, but the reason he didn't die of old age was actually because Kiliak controlled it. Yes, I expected it to some extent. He wouldn't have used more of Myingwan's power to taunt me. So do you feel pleasure? That can't be possible. That is why there is only emptiness waiting for you. But I'm glad, Kiliak Ziffel. If I fall in battle, I will become a soldier of the abyss like always, and people will remember me. Even though I can't remember them. After today, the only thing left to remember you is me. How many times have you said something stupid? The future you set is worthless. Orgel smiled as he said that. And at that time a golden portal was opening behind the air fortress La Perosa. That wasn't the portal that Kiliak had opened. Inside the portal formed by the sun, the selves of other sun gods were coming out. Ilonu, the self of reconstruction, and Araction, the self of destruction. Both egos were using Runkendal or someone who was once Runkendal as their host. Ilonu? Moreover, even Araction, cried Bligiet. Since Malugia and Kragos had already formed a temporary alliance, it was highly likely that they had also come here to fight against Kiliak. The problem was that they were not the only ones who came. Lokia. Lucy's face distorted. Lokia Ganesto and her family also appeared on the battlefield through the portal of the sun god selves. Ah, don't look so hateful. We didn't come because we liked it either. Can you please let me in for a moment? Lokia was talking as she looked up at Lucy's screen accurately, as if she knew the internal facilities of La Perosa. Get out. If you don't feel comfortable letting them on board, it's not a bad idea for you to come out since you're inside the protective shield anyway. It would be nice to see my daughter's face after a long time. Lucy's eyes wavered when Halen's story came out. The daughter who had been missed once 1,000 years ago and given up once recently was staring at the battlefield of the Spear Stars with a strong solar flag wrapped all over her body. I wanted to express my hatred through evil. However, Lucy soon calmed down her excitement. No matter how terrible it was, now was not the time to be swayed by personal emotions. I'm leaving. Lucy, who came out of the bridge with her colleagues, was shocked as soon as she saw Lokia. A wrinkled face with no trace of youth was not visible on the screen inside the bridge. As expected, you are so kind, Lucy. You should have laughed at me instead of just being surprised by my appearance, right? Shut up and just say what you want. It's business. At those words, Lokia was silent for a few seconds as if she was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lucy looked at her daughter standing next to her. It was the same face that Marcos had when he was about 17. However, his entire body was shining with the sun, and only the empty instinct of destruction was shining in his eyes. Well, I'm not sure anymore. Why am I doing this? Losha devoted virtually all of his efforts to assessing the situation in the Black Sea. Using the numerous worlds he had created so far, he recreated a situation similar to the present. The aging of the body was the result of repeating the process. When all the reenactments were over, Lokia came to the conclusion that she had to somehow get to the battlefield. Because Jean shouldn't die now. If that happens, ultimately no one, including Ganesto, will be able to obtain Soderet's final legacy. From my perspective, too many plans went wrong. So it would be difficult to define business in one word. Let me just say for sure that I am here to help you. What? I hate Jeep too. How can we trust you? What can you do if you don't believe? Dragon Sword Lucy Runkendal. Lucy couldn't answer. At other times, even if Lokia brought 2 of the sun god's selves, he could handle it. If it weren't for Kiliak in the first place, the alliance would have won against the demon gods. But now, as soon as Lokia starts attacking the alliance, the already difficult battle situation will truly descend into abyss. What can you do with a lucky woman who can just sit still and boast that she made a beautiful choice? Can you add power that will help in battle right away like me? Or can you help us lift Aaron's curse faster? Araction and Eloanu join the battle and speed up the lifting of Aaron's curse. These were the things Lokia was trying to do now. Lucy gritted her teeth and glared at Lokia. Lokia paid no heed to the gaze and extended his hand to his first rider, who was waiting for orders. Joshua Runkendal. He had been given the power of Ilonu by Lokia. Joshua, my most loyal rider. Go hit the Kiliak jeep. Even if my entire body is shattered and even my soul is torn to pieces and reduced to dust, for the sake of my family. Of course I will, mother. Joshua knelt down on one knee and kissed the back of Rokia's hand. Lokia looked into Joshua's eyes for a moment. Even though what awaited him now was only a blasphemous and miserable fight, there was no hesitation in his eyes. I think you understand me a little bit now, Joshua. If that's the case, I can accept my whole life. Lokia brushed Joshua's hair once and then turned his gaze to Lucy. Lucy, wouldn't you like to say something to your daughter? If we head to the battlefield now, Haylin will definitely never come back. My teeth were shaking. Unlike Joshua, Haylin seemed to have no human consciousness at all. Nevertheless, I had no choice but to follow Lokia's words. As a mother who always gave up on her daughter and gave up on her, there was something I had to say. Even if Haylin can't hear. I'm sorry, Haylin. If there is a next time, then you should live happily with better parents. A person should live with only as much pain and happiness as he or she can bear. Couldn't bear to cry. With a calm expression, Lucy tried to touch Haylin's shoulder, the face she had been longing to see, but withdrew her hand. Haylin had no reaction. Mom, we will go too. Lon Vigo Mu and Ganesto's remaining riders also drew their swords. Lokia knew better than anyone else that they could not be of any meaningful help in this war. Yes, you too will need at least once a moment where you can become a spark. Even if it's an ugly flame that can't impress anyone. Go and try it out. I won't deny you anything. Ganesto's riders and Araction began to run toward the battlefield. Joshua and Araction, who gained the power of Aloanu, raced into the battlefield, pushing away their enemies without hesitation, but the remaining riders showed signs of being overwhelmed as soon as they escaped Laparosa's shield. Ka! Their limbs were torn apart by the magic of the demon gods, and when they regenerated and stood up again, the Union members' swords pierced them. Since the situation had not yet been fully communicated to the coalition members, Ganesto's riders were merely enemies who had appeared again like cockroaches at this moment. Even if the spread ends, it will still be the same. We have come to support you under our mother's orders. There were no Union members to answer their cries. Not only do they not have the luxury of doing so, but whether as enemies or allies, they are not the ones who can bring about much of a twist in the battle. It's fun. After all, those children are now fighting for Runkendal. Even though the intention is not for Runkendal but for me, and no one welcomes those children, they swear at them, spit on them, and stab them with knives. You are a terrible person. No, it's not even a person. You said you would help us, but until this moment all you have in mind is how to take Timar's left arm. It would seem that way, but this is what it means to be tied up, Lucy. It makes people miserable. Now then, I guess I'll have to do my job too. Lokia raised her arms. I can help lift the curse as long as I can use the minimum amount of magic. The big snake Amaris must be loose inside La Perosa, right? I don't think they'll just let me into the bridge, so you can detain me. Don't arrest Lucy, just bring her. It was Leet who was watching the situation on the screen inside the ship. Oh, Leet. Will you be okay, Chief Butler? Anyway, we don't have the power to detain him right now. I said that knowing that. They will definitely try to stab you in the back at a critical moment, but that is better. Rather than enduring 17 hours against that monster. Not binding would be slightly more effective in removing the curse. As expected, the head deacon has a quick grasp of reality. 17 hours? Against the leader of the demon gods? Even the demon godstone will soon arrive on the battlefield, so even if there were one more Soren and Ban here, that would be impossible. It was the same even if there was Timar back then. The lower entrance to La Perosa opened. Lucy followed Leet's words and entered the ship again with Lokia. Leet personally guided Lokia to Amaris' studio. Amaris was so focused on lifting the curse that she was completely oblivious even when the studio door opened and people came in. It's been a long time since I've seen you this close. How many Runkendels gathered on this battlefield at that time? If you count me, Lucy, Miracanvale, and Timar, who has only his left arm left, there are 6 of us. Thinking about the past brings tears to my eyes. How soon can the curse be lifted? Let's take a look first. At this rate, we can advance by at least 10 hours. Still, the old god is an old god. I'm a little surprised that he understands Melka's curse this much. Say maximum, not minimum. Then let's say it's 12 hours. However, this is what happens when Kiliak Zippel's attack does not have any effect on this studio. Even if we assume it's 12 hours, you'll have to endure it for 5 hours. You'd better worry about that rather than me. Even if Aloanu and Araction join, there is still no answer. Did you see Kragos being torn apart in one fell swoop? I think those two are stronger than that. While talking with Loki, Elite was looking at the battlefield through recorded footage. Kragos was pushed out and Jean was seen having a hard time protecting Valeria and Enya. Lokia glanced at the screen and sighed. It was just funny that Jean was on the verge of losing his left arm at this point when he had thrown everything including himself in order to lift the curse on Timar's left arm. It's so amazing that fate, which didn't smile on me no matter how hard I tried, fits into someone like a puzzle that has already been decided. Now I have to concentrate. Let the leader of the demon gods take care of stopping him. Soon Leet and Lucy left the studio. Please bring Sir Lucy Talaris. No matter what happens inside, an absolute seal must be placed on this place with the power of the secret palace. Also, even if Kiliak's attack begins to hit La Perosa directly, only he can create a seal that can block at least some of the shock that will be transmitted here. Talaris leaving the front line means that those under her protection will die. But Talaris did not hesitate in that decision. As soon as she received Leet's call, she withdrew from the center of the battle line and entered La Perosa. Talaris was already covered in blood all over her body, because it was located at the final line of defense against enemies that penetrated the protective shields of Murakan Vale and La Perosa. The blood he shed was as much as the blood of his enemies. It was almost possible to see the magical power of the enemy spears burning from the affected area, which had not yet disappeared. Is it possible to seal it with the body of the queen? I have to do it no matter what. What can I do? If I don't send my son-in-law there, I have no future. I will attach His Highness the Holy King while the sealing is in progress. No, it's okay. Even without your help, at most I will only suffer more internal injuries, but other people will die. Instead, tell my daughter to keep her mother's place. All right. Immediately a chill began to spread throughout the studio. Since Manbing was with Cirrus, she had no choice but to take on more risks and perform the Great Seal. Lucy and Cirrus replaced Talaris as the final line of defense. One is worried about the daughter and the other is worried about the mother. Unlike me, Lord Bigung is a strong person. Lord Lucy's daughter will also be stronger than me. They soon calmed down their emotions. Emotions that do not help in the fight only make reality worse. Enemies flocked in. And Joshua and Araction had just arrived at the battlefield beyond, where the dragon sword and the two blades were pouring out sword energy. Jean. Joshua. Jean wasn't too embarrassed when he saw that Joshua had gained the power of Aloanu. This was because we knew that he had already fused with the sun god selves and Ganestos from the moment they arrived. There was a contrast between Joshua, who was shining brightly with Alonu's solar energy without a single wound, and the Alliance spears whose bodies were repeatedly aging and disappearing as they withstood Kiliak's attacks. Like a bug, you made it this far without dying. I'm here to provide support, so you don't have to look at me with such harsh eyes. Backup? Even though the world has come to this point, you guys must have intervened in the battlefield just to take care of your own interests. Even if you really fight until you die, your honor will not be remembered. No one will ever be more grateful to you and your family. I know. Now I just have something more important than that. Mother is helping the big snake for you. Be sure to survive until the job is over. Jean didn't answer but shifted his gaze to Heilin. She had already jumped into the middle of Kiliak's magic and was assisting the Alliance spearmen. Unlike Joshua, Heilin is not guilty. All sins belong to Araction. Also, Lokia spoke as if she had complete control over Araction, but given the circumstances, there was a high possibility that the person Araction was really following was Malugia, not her. As a descendant, I pray that you do not end up going through those terrible years simply as a body chosen by monsters. As Heilin began to emit solar energy in earnest, Malugia's energy was exploding. As Jean expected, Araction follows Malugia rather than Lokia, and their relationship is more special than that of the other Doom selves. Those two were the only selves who had already realized the multiple worlds 1,000 years ago. From then on, the two selves learned how to link their powers like humans, to prepare for a situation like the present. Araction and the dregs of the Iloanua dimension. All sorts of things are coming out and getting on my nerves. But Orga, is it really possible that you believed these things and shouted at me? Ka'aza. Orgel's body suddenly shrunk. The magic power of the Maiyangwan around him was piercing him like an awl. When it comes to lifespan, even our Ming dynasty is not left out. Now let me carry a little more too, hippopotamus Orgel. Ban's blade cut away the magic power that pierced Orgel. The aging effect on Ban also became more dangerous, but it did not end all at once. Thank you. Okay, I can't fall down like this. No matter how old and decrepit I become, I am Orgel the Demon King. I am the chosen one who will block your ambition until the very end. If Lokia lifts the curse as planned, the Alliance will only have to hold out for 5 hours. That fact was also scheduled to be conveyed to the Union leaders soon. Kiliak also knew that the time the Union had to endure was shortening. And in his opinion, there was still no hope for the Union. Struggle as much as you want. Now that I think about it, it's natural that this dimension is special. Those countless worlds began when the demon god stone was created here 1,000 years ago. In that sense, to me, this dimension is no different from the God who created me. Today I kill God for the first time. Not like immortals who are just called gods. Joshua's sword plunged into Kiliak's throat. Although it has tremendous destructive power as it possesses the power of Eloanu, the fundamental problem was that it was Joshua who used that power. He is not a suitable person for this battlefield. After awakening as Ganesto, he discovered his own value, gained enlightenment, and finally found inner peace, but he was still Joshua. Not only have I never been near Changxiang, but I have never even completed my own sword. All he had to do was meet a dark savior and gain great power. It may be a battle at a superhuman level, but his sword is not that deep to deal with a defeater of all dimensions who surpasses even Changxiang. Kiliak lightly waved his hand as if swatting away a fly pushed him away, and then created a space explosion in his place, instantly turning him into 6 pieces. However, the sun god's ego is basically a being close to immortality. His scattered bones and flesh quickly came together in the air and formed him. Regenerative power. That was the only ability that Joshua had that could be said to be transcendent. Oh, I see. When dealing with the sun god, erasing its existence is the best way, but you are so weak that I forgot about that for a moment. I am not afraid of extinction for my mother. Ha! Soren, how did you end up having something like this as your child? You also have your flaws. Soren did not give Joshua a glance. This was the case for all Changsongs except Jean. Because he is such a meaningless and unpleasant being. It was no different for Kiliak. Kiliak even got the feeling that Joshua was insulting this fight, so it seemed like it would be a good idea to quickly use the magic of Dark One to erase him. The dark magic of the dark circle surrounded Joshua. Kiliak just passed by the man who had turned into a black cocoon and figured out the location of the Alliance spearmen and Heilin. But the next moment Kiliak narrowed his eyes and looked back. This bug wasn't erased in one go? A considerable amount of the magic power of the dark source was poured out with the feeling of erasing Alonu rather than killing Joshua, but Joshua turned into some kind of slime and was escaping from the magic power of the dark source. Soon the essence appeared to form Joshua's body again. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Joshua let out a heavy breath and bent his back as if the blow had been severe, but it was Kiliak who was more shocked. This is ridiculous. Your false mother must have some pretty amazing abilities. You improved Alonu, right? No, it would be correct to say that it was regressed rather than improved. I crushed my reason and only strengthened my vitality when I didn't need it anymore. Come to think of it, I guess that's why Alonu can't control your consciousness. Kiliak was truly bewildered. Even if a space explosion is triggered again and the net of the cancer center is spread, Joshua changes and regenerates again like a dirty slime. A waste product that cannot even be easily decomposed and can no longer be called a human or a sun god. Kiliak identified Joshua as such. In the midst of dealing with wild beasts, a fly that does not die easily gets in the way. That's it. And surprisingly, that turned out to be a pretty big variable. Hit dash. A trickle of blood spurted from Kiliak's cheek. He was so embarrassed that Luna approached him while he was distracted by Joshua. It was a risky and bold move. However, Luna had never had this opportunity before. And while the blood was splattering, Halen's sword pierced Kiliak's back, and at the moment the two were thrown away, Soren and Van's swords rushed in. A single mistake made by Kiliak was creating a chain of loopholes. It was a development that no one had expected until recently. Those who have transcended fate, even the predators who have conquered the entire dimension by trampling on them. Rather, Joshua's fate is so shabby that no one can read him. Of course, Valeria and Enya's precious magical power was never used on Joshua. In the first place, he considered himself an expendable item that did not need to be protected. Tisk! Kiliak let out a short groan. Blood poured out of my mouth. As was the case all along, I couldn't easily shake off the shouts. This was because Malugia's eyes were shining and his magic power was being removed. Malugia's solar energy, amplified by resonance with Araction, surpassed the power shown in the previous empire. No matter how strong Kiliak is, its energy cannot be easily offset by a body that has not fully recovered. In other words, Kiliak was facing a minor crisis for the first time since the battle began. Joshua's low moans, which had already repeated extinction and rebirth 5 times, were dissipating in vain amidst the roar of the battlefield. It's ugly. Even after gaining the power of the sun god, all he can do is endless self-destruction, and even the way he regenerates is disgusting. The Union singers never paid attention to Joshua. No matter how desperately he endured the pain and committed suicide, he did not feel grateful and was not even conscious of it. But Kiliak couldn't just ignore Joshua. Of the rituals that focus on battle, about 1 li must be used to generate the magic power of the dark source that continues to destroy him. Asleep! Damn you, you monster! Orgel's sword pierced Kiliak's chest. He is now so old that his back is bent and his eyes are glassy, but the sword still has depth, pride, and his own complete obsession. For example, he is still strong. The hundreds of brutal defeats he experienced across all dimensions were engraved in his mind, but those memories made him shine even more. Has it been a long time since you were stabbed this deeply by my sword? Instead of removing Orgel, Kiliak first unfolded a semicircular protective shield to prevent Malugia and other spear stars from attacking further. Then he viciously grabbed the blade that dug into his chest. You are urging the name. Even if we don't, there won't be much left. Kiliak's magic was pouring into the blade. Soon Orgel pulled out the sword stuck in his chest with force, and Orgel let out a scream, blood pouring from every hole in his face. Gasp! The magic of light and darkness penetrated Orgel's body through the sword. Nevertheless, Orgel did not let go of his sword, but Kiliak snorted, thinking that he was so ridiculous. The penetrating wound on my chest had already healed perfectly. Clink dash! The blade broke, and a space explosion spread, starting from Orgel's right arm, which was holding the sword. Dozens of sharp magical powers were seen tearing the right side of Orgel's upper body to shreds. Orgel! The spears tore through the protective shield and entered. It's okay, hit him. It's not okay. Almost half of his upper body was cut off and blown away, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness and regaining it by the second. In the meantime, he shouted to target Kiliak. The wounds on Kiliak's chest were all regenerated, but the fighting spirit that Orgel showed was by no means meaningless. It's just a little bit, but Kiliak's reaction has slowed down. As if one side of the wall of the iron fortress had been torn down, the frequency with which the swords of the spears extended in succession hit Kiliak's body had clearly increased. Runkendel's secret technique performed by Soren pierced Kiliak's knee this time. Kiliak leaned to the right and lost his balance for a moment. Barasada, who fell on his neck, barely managed to swat it away with his hand. However, he could not stop Ban's sword from falling in the other direction. That's it. The blade, shining with lightning, stopped halfway through Kiliak's neck. It wasn't half-stopped. Kiliak just momentarily increased the strength of his body. Even Ban was shocked at that part. It was the first time since I was born that I had been able to hold a sword and push the blade into an opponent's throat without being able to cut it all the way through. Why are you so surprised? Did you really believe that you could cut my head off like this? Kiliak threw the two away. Malugia and Heilin were unable to connect with them and adjusted their distance again. I guess so, but it seems that even you have your limits. I saw such a surprised face. At those words, Kiliak touched the affected area where Ban's blade had entered. The magical power was filling up and regenerating quickly, but it felt like an uncomfortable and unfamiliar sensation was sweeping through my entire body. After a while, Kiliak realized what the reason was. I'm getting tired? A feeling of exhaustion. Reactions become dull, the body becomes heavy, and breathing becomes difficult. At some point, a feeling that I thought I would never feel again began to overtake my entire body. A feeling of fatigue that was even more intense than the moment the Empire allowed Jean to take the blow came to me. Puhu, okay. You keep doing that. Push me harder and make me realize that I can die at any time without the demon god stone. Scream that I am not an absolute being. I will also become that much stronger. As he laughed and screamed like a madman, the ground began to shake. The earthquake quickly spread throughout the battlefield and continued to shake the entire Black Sea. Kiliak's huge magic spheres weighing heavily on the sky were also vibrating. The surface of some of them cracked and the sticky magic inside poured out onto the ground, and that magic soon took the form of a powerful flowing river. No one can survive if they are swept into that river even once. Soren van Malugia and even Heilin were adjusting their positions to avoid the river's flow. Orgel could not escape on his own, so his colleagues carried him instead. Off, Luna. I can still fight. I'm just going in and out of consciousness a little. Anda Orgel. These were not empty words. The singers still needed an organ. It would be the same even if he were in a more miserable state than this. The rivers of death intertwined and tangled like snakes in a jar, and each time a tsunami that seemed to split the sky rose. Soren was unable to close the distance from Kiliak for a while, as he was trying to offset some of that with the change of scenery. Each time the shell of the magic sphere exploded, a new river was created, and fortunately Joshua was the only one who had suffered from being swept into it so far. Guau yu 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 yu. The area where Changsongs could stand was rapidly narrowing. It is impossible to move the battlefield. Not only is it highly unlikely that Kiliak will follow as intended, but our allies will soon begin to be massacred. For Kiliak, it was an inexplicably funny feeling. Do you want to protect people? But you will have no choice but to protect Lokia Ganesto, not the people. This will be fun to watch. As Kiliak continued speaking, everyone fighting to the death felt the air on the battlefield rapidly heating up. Also, the scenery suddenly began to brighten, as if noon had arrived, and within a few seconds the battlefield was turning blindingly white. What is that? Taeyang? Those guarding the central front and the spearmen raised their heads and looked at the sky. Because both light and heat were falling from the sky. The sun was there. Unable to capture it all at a glance, the lower edge of the gigantic flame jade was emerging through the realm of the fallen phoenixes. Can only be called the sun. Those who were not particularly strong were already blinded just by reflexively looking at it. The eyes are burning and the skin on the face is melting. Annihilation Flame Jade Demon God. It was one of the seasons of Kiliak Ziffel. Although it does not include the attribute of Dark Heaven Soderet's power, Kiliak is a person who has seen the true end of magic. His Annihilation Flame Jade did not need spiritual energy. Rather, it was an area that could never be reached if one relied on spiritual energy. This crazy. Haha. Even Murakin was experiencing the pain of his scales rising and his wings melting. Since he was protecting his allies at the highest altitude, he was that close to the Destruction Flame Jade. Murakin fell engulfed in flames. He barely managed to regain his consciousness and looked at the ground that was rapidly approaching. If he fell, no one standing there could survive. Spitting out black blood, Murakin unleashed the true darkness once again. Only the darkness of spirit could save the allies. Naturally, Murakin trusted Laparosa and first laid darkness for his troops. However, the next moment Murakin realized that what the Annihilation Flame Jade was mainly targeting was not people. You were targeting La Perosa, not the military? Grumbling. Flames were blooming across the entire surface of La Perosa's shield. The concentrated heat of the annihilation flame jade melted the entire front part of the protective shield. The troops of the Masindi were unable to penetrate the gap. The destruction flame jade was burning all enemies without distinction. The main target of the annihilation flame jade was La Perosa, and it seemed like most of the troops would not be able to survive just from the heat spreading quietly. Before even 10 seconds had passed, even the front armor could be seen melting little by little beyond the protective shield. This was because even though new protective films were being formed over and over again, it was unable to block all the heat rushing inside. The Great Seal is dangerous. Talaris, who had already formed a great seal in front of the studio, was gritting his teeth against the unfamiliar heat that surged in from nowhere. It wasn't just the feeling of heat. Naturally, a small amount of Myingwan and Dark One magic power was mixed into the annihilation flame jade. Every time that magic flowed into La Perosa, it was aimed precisely at Talaris. The moment Talaris falls, the consciousness of Amaris and Lokia will be irreversibly distorted. Murakan was blocking as much as he could with his whole body, but in the end La Perosa had to change his position. That meant that all troops guarding the ground had to be abandoned and retreated. If I had known from the beginning that I was targeting La Perosa, I could have bought a little more time. What should I do? Do we really have no choice but to give up on all of those guys? The moment Murakan thought that far, suddenly a being on the ground was seen flying up facing the sun directly. Yuji's ego Focal appeared to be trying to handle the annihilation flame jade alone with her arms wide open. Focal is also a weak ego trying to maintain the world. Was it foolish to choose extinction because it was painful to see mortals die? Your choice will eventually destroy your world even faster. To those words Focal responded in a calm voice. Who on earth is trying to disappear? Kiliak. I have come only to welcome my darkest child, a part of him that resembles me.